On the battlefield, he was nothing short of a nightmare for his enemies. He cut through entire formations like they were made of paper. People across the land called him the guardian deity of Gori. As long as he breathed, no foreign power dared to cross their borders. He lived a life of constant warfare, always standing at the very front. But even the greatest legends eventually have to face their end. When Yon Gisamun finally passed away, the stability of the nation went with him. His death triggered a massive division that tore Gori apart. Without their strongest protector, the country became a target for every ambitious neighbor looking to expand. Huge armies began to gather at the horizon, realizing that the iron wall guarding the north had finally crumbled. Thousands of soldiers marched across the plains, ready to swallow up everything in their path now that Gori had no one left to lead them. The loss of their leader meant the country no longer had any order. Chaos and betrayal began to rot the nation from within before the enemies even arrived. The invading Tang forces showed absolutely zero mercy to the people they captured. Civilians were lined up like cattle while soldiers swung their heavy blades without a second thought for the lives they were ending. Blood stained the wooden execution platforms as the crowd watched in total horror, knowing their turn was coming up next. The invading Tang forces showed absolutely zero mercy to the people they captured. Civilians were lined up like cattle while soldiers swung their heavy blades without a second thought for the lives they were ending. A young boy screams out for his father as the guards drag another man toward the edge. He begs for mercy, but the soldiers just keep their cold expressions. The invading general just sits on his horse and laughs at the pathetic sight. He mocks them for being weak and calls the people of Gori nothing but bastards who deserve their fate. Next up is the kid himself, forced onto his knees as the executioner stands over him. He looks up at the red plume of the general's helmet, knowing his time has finally run out. This executioner has a sick grin on his face as he looks down at the terrified child. He is actually enjoying every second of this cruelty and can't wait to see more blood. He raises his massive blood-stained sword high into the air, ready to deliver the final blow. The boy closes his eyes, waiting for the end as the blade begins its descent. The soldier tells him to curse his own fate for being born in such a weak country. He lets out a dark chuckle as he prepares to end the boy's life right in front of the crowd. The boy is trembling so hard his eyes are practically bulging out of his head. This is the face of a kid who knows there is no escape and accepts his death. Suddenly, an arrow whistles through the air and slams right into the executioner's back. He collapses instantly, his sword clattering onto the wooden floorboards as he gasps for air. The other soldiers freeze in total shock as they look at their fallen comrade. The boy is still alive, but he has no idea what just happened or who saved him. Blood spatters across the scene as the general narrows his eyes in anger. He looks toward the distant hills, trying to see who dared to interfere with his execution ceremony. A massive cloud of dust starts rising from the horizon, signaling the arrival of a new force. Someone is coming, and they are moving toward the execution site incredibly fast. Out of the dust, a group of terrifying riders emerges, clad in heavy black armor. They charge forward with their blades leveled and their capes fluttering in the wind. One of the Tang soldiers recognizes the banner flying high above the cavalry. It is the red three-legged crow, a symbol they thought was gone forever after the last war. Panic starts to spread through the Tang ranks as they realize who is attacking them. This is the legendary black-armored ghost cavalry of Gori, returned from the dead to defend their land. The enemy commander loses his mind and screams at his terrified soldiers to stop retreating. He desperately tries to keep his formations together as the sheer pressure of the cavalry charge breaks their spirits. He mocks the riders for thinking they can face 100,000 soldiers with just 3,000 men. In his mind, the Gori forces are already doomed, and this is just a desperate suicide mission. He calls them fools who don't understand the true power of the Tang dynasty currently occupying the region. He desperately tries to keep his formations together as the sheer pressure of the cavalry charge breaks their line. The general lets out a war cry and kicks his horse into a full gallop toward the enemy leader. He is determined to end this quickly. The ground shakes under the weight of the black-armored horses as the two forces finally collide. Sparks fly as steel meets steel in the chaos. Leading the charge is our boy Yon Gisamun, looking absolutely fierce behind his metal mask. He does not say a word as he closes the gap. He leans forward, focusing all his strength into a single movement as he passes the enemy general. His horse doesn't even slow down. Yon Gisamun grips his reins tight and prepares to unleash a devastating strike on the move. He leans into the momentum of his horse to ensure the next swing of his blade carries enough force to clear the way. The force of the swing is so intense that blood sprays everywhere, coating the black armor of our protagonist. He moves through the air like a force of nature and cuts down the commander. The surrounding Tang soldiers are completely stunned, their mouths hanging open in disbelief. Their leader was just taken out in a single, effortless strike by the man in the black mask. Yon Gisamun keeps riding, leaving the headless body of the general to fall into the dirt behind him. He doesn't even look back at the carnage he just created with one swing. More heads fly through the air as he swings his blade with terrifying precision. He is turning the entire battlefield into a literal slaughterhouse for the invading soldiers who thought they won. He tramples over the fallen soldiers, his horse leaving bloody prints on the dry ground. The guardian deity has truly returned to save his people from this ruthless occupation. The enemy soldiers could not believe their eyes as the tide of battle shifted in a heartbeat. Terror washed over their faces as they realized their numbers meant nothing against this force. Yon Gisamun stares back with cold, unrelenting eyes from behind his black mask. He is not here to negotiate or show mercy, only to bring absolute destruction to the enemies of Gori. Our boy signals the charge, leading his elite cavalry like a dark wave of steel crashing into the valley. Every hoofbeat sounds like a funeral bell for the soldiers below. The enemy soldiers could not believe their eyes as the tide of battle shifted in a heartbeat. Terror washed over their faces as they realized their numbers meant nothing against this force. A spear punches through an enemy chest with sickening force, ending a life before the man can even scream. No escape exists for anyone caught in the path of the black-armored legion. Arrows rain down with terrifying precision, piercing through wooden shields and flesh alike as the battle reached its bloodiest peak. A blade found another soldier's throat, silencing his final gasp as our protagonist made sure not a single invader left this field alive. Bloody hands reached for a sky they would never see again, while the red flags of the kingdom whipped in the wind of the carnage. Civilians watched in a daze, unable to process the level of violence being unleashed right in front of them to save their lives. One survivor slumped against a pile of his fallen comrades, gasping for air as he realized too late that they had picked a fight with a monster. The soldier's face twisted in agony and fear as he realized he was staring into the eyes of the legendary black-armored ghost. Bodies were being dismantled with terrifying efficiency as our protagonist swung his blade through the chaos, one clean strike sending a head flying into the air. The severed head landed in the dirt, its eyes wide with the realization that the Tang forces had been cursed by the gods of war today. A heavy blow struck the earth, narrowly missing a fallen helmet as the cavalry continued their relentless sweep across the valley. Deep red pools began to form in the dry soil, soaking into the earth where so many men had just been standing. A single eye stared blankly from the mud, reflecting the final moments of a soldier who thought he was going to be a conqueror. In that dying reflection, the silhouette of Yon Gisamun appeared like a dark god atop his warhorse, the last thing many of these men would ever see. Our boy looked down from his mount, a towering figure of shadow who did not feel pride, only the cold necessity of the slaughter. His horse's hooves crunched through the debris of the broken army as he moved past those who were too injured to even crawl away. Even with his face hidden, the intensity radiating from his gaze was enough to make any man's heart stop as he looked for his next target. The medallion on his chest caught the light, a symbol of the authority and the burden he accepted as the protector of his people. Suddenly, a scout rushed forward with desperate news, shouting that more Tang reinforcements were closing in fast, and the battle was far from over. Yon Gisamun turned his gaze toward the horizon, seeing the massive dust clouds kicked up by an army that outnumbered them yet again. HWI looked concerned, but nodded firmly, knowing that blocking the enemy pursuit was the only way to ensure the innocent people made it to the fortress alive. HWI nodded firmly, knowing that blocking the enemy pursuit was the only way to ensure the innocent people made it to the fortress alive. Our unstoppable protagonist sits tall on his armored warhorse, looking like a literal god of death on the battlefield. Even with the chaos of war swirling around him, he remains perfectly calm and focused on his next target. The massive weight of his horse's armor was a testament to the iron will of the gory army as they stood their ground against the incoming tide. He adjusted his grip on the spear, the weapon feeling like an extension of his own arm as he prepared to engage the reinforcements. Civilians scrambled away as fast as their legs could carry them, their leaders screaming for them to keep moving and never look back at the horror behind them. Civilians scrambled away as fast as they could, their leaders screaming for them to keep moving and never look back at the horror. With a massive, sweeping strike, our boy cleared a wide circle around him, holding back an entire army by himself to buy the people time. He galloped across the open plain, positioning himself between the retreating crowds and the enemy force. As the Pyongyang fortress finally came into sight, the people ran toward the safety of the stone walls, the sounds of clashing steel and dying men echoing behind them as the rear guard engaged. His loyal soldiers stayed behind to help hold the line, clashing their shields against Tang spears in a desperate attempt to buy more time. One of the commanders called out to Yon Gisamun, begging for the chance to fight by his side instead of retreating. This man made a solemn vow to himself, declaring that he would protect his family and the land of Gori with his own 2 hands. Yon Gisamun stood behind him like a mountain of iron as the young girl looked up, clearly scared by the weight of those words. Our protagonist maintained a cold and unwavering gaze, showing he was here only for the absolute and bloody duty of war. The girl was absolutely terrified by the intensity in the room, as the reality of her situation finally started to sink in. One look from Yon Gisamun was enough to silence her, creating a stark contrast between his hardened warrior gaze and her innocence. He didn't sugarcoat anything for the kid, telling her flat out that if she cannot ride a horse, she simply cannot fight on this battlefield. The armored cavalry was finally ready to move out for a massive deployment that would decide the fate of their entire world. The man with the bun gave the girl one last reassuring touch, a silent goodbye in a world where coming home is never guaranteed. His face was mapped with deep scars from a lifetime of service, yet he seemed at peace with the choice he was making. The scarred man mounted his horse alongside the general, leaving the girl behind as they rode toward the next confrontation. A young child wept as her father rode away to join the massive force preparing for total war. It was a terrifying reality for the families of Gori who were watching their loved ones disappear into the smoke of conflict. Yon Gisamun looked back one last time at the person he was leaving behind. The plea for him to come back alive echoed in his mind as he turned his attention toward the sea of soldiers stretching across the horizon. He raised his massive spear toward the sky with the authority of a god. The sunlight glinted off the black lacquer of his heavy-scale armor as he signaled the start of the final confrontation. The warrior let out a roar that could be heard across the entire desert. This was the point of no return for every single soldier present on that field, as they prepared to give everything for their kingdom. Thousands of soldiers screamed at the top of their lungs as they surged forward. They were riding headfirst toward death or glory with zero hesitation in their hearts. These men were riding headfirst toward death or glory with zero hesitation in their hearts as the first wave of the assault began. Meanwhile, the situation at the city walls was becoming a total nightmare for the people. Civilians were sprinting toward the massive red gates, hoping to find some kind of safety before the enemy arrived. Inside the palace, a powerful hand crushed a wooden armrest in a fit of pure rage and helplessness, as the kingdom's fate was sealed by his own inaction. They looked up at the guards stationed on the high stone walls. The height of the fortifications felt like a cruel barrier between life and certain death. The people looked up at the guards stationed on the high stone walls and begged for mercy. The height of the fortifications felt like a cruel barrier between life and the certain death approaching from behind. The soldier on the wall looked down with sweat beads rolling down his face in pure agony. He clearly wanted to help his own people, but he had strict orders from the palace that he was terrified to break. A woman let out a soul-shattering scream as she realized those gates were staying shut, leaving her and the other civilians trapped outside the walls. This was King Bajang, the man holding the weight of a dying kingdom on his shoulders. He looked completely drained of all hope while sitting there listening to the muffled screams of his abandoned people. History would remember him as the last king of Gori, and that reality was starting to sink in. He gritted his teeth and asked his advisors if there was truly no way left for them to survive this slaughter. His loyal commander Demuduk knelt before the throne with a heavy heart to deliver the news. He reported that the enemy numbers were just too overwhelming for their remaining forces to hold back for much longer. The laughter died down as his expression shifted into one of pure agony. The pressure of failing his people was slowly eating him alive from the inside. Tears started to stream down his face as he realized his legacy was ending in blood. He was now a king with no kingdom left to rule. The pressure of failing his people was eating him alive as he gritted his teeth so hard they looked ready to shatter. This man was the Royal Guard commander, and his only mission now was to get the king out alive. His title meant everything in this final hour. This man was the Royal Guard commander, and he was the only one with a plan left. His mission was to get the king out alive before the city fell, regardless of his own personal safety. Bajeng closed his eyes, feeling the sharp sting of cowardice. Leaving his people behind to suffer felt like a fate much worse than death itself. He slumped in his throne, looking like a man who had already died inside. The grand palace now felt like nothing more than a gilded cage. He looked down at the empty floor and asked the one question that mattered. Who would be left to fight for a king who had already lost? He slumped further into his throne, looking like a man who had already died inside. The grand palace now felt like a gilded cage as he waited for an answer that would never come from his silent court. The commander shouted back with everything he had left in his lungs. Even if the rest of the world fell to the enemy, he vowed to be the one to stand in the gap and fight for his king. The commander shouted back with everything he had left in his lungs. Even if the rest of the world fell to the enemy, he vowed to be the one to stand in the gap and fight for his king. Bajeng stared up with eyes wide in pure shock as the weight of the commander's loyalty finally settled in. He could hardly believe that anyone was still willing to stand by him in such a hopeless hour. The Royal Guard commander dropped to one knee and confirmed he was ready to carry out the mission. He would execute the crown's orders regardless of the cost to his own soul or reputation. Deep inside the palace halls, a lone servant watched the exchange from the shadows. The room was thick with dangerous secrets that no one was ever supposed to whisper out loud to the public. The king looked down with a gaze that could pierce through stone, making the commander feel the pressure of his authority. He did not need to raise his voice to make it clear that this mission was absolute. The memory revealed a servant cradling a tiny baby while the commander watched with a complicated expression. The child slept through it all, completely unaware of the bloody destiny being carved out for them. The scene shifted violently back to the brutal reality of the front lines, where a fallen soldier lay in the dirt. This was the true, bloody cost of the power games being played in the palace halls. His eyes were cold and calculating behind that red, accented helmet. Our protagonist was not just a warrior, but a force of nature that the world was starting to fear. His eyes remained cold and calculating behind that red-accented helmet as he viewed the result of the battle. Our protagonist was proving to be a force of nature that the world was quickly learning to fear. The ground was carpeted with the broken bodies of the defeated as horses and men lay together in the sand. It was a grim reminder that when Yon Gisamun goes to war, he does not play around. Behind him, a massive army stood in perfect formation, stretching out as far as the eye could see. The sheer scale of this force was enough to make any remaining enemy kingdom surrender immediately. One of the allied generals leaned in and asked Yon Gisamun what the next move for the army would be. The tension was high, but there was a strange, dark energy building between the victorious leaders. The general let out a wicked grin that showed he was clearly enjoying the smell of victory in the air. He looked like a man who was born for this kind of carnage and was already hungry for more. They stood side by side looking out at the horizon as the sun began to set on the field of death. Even in the middle of all this blood and dust, they looked perfectly at home in their element. The entire army let out a collective roar that shook the very foundation of the earth. They weren't just waiting for orders anymore. They were a unified beast ready to follow their leader into the next clash. The general proposed a wild bet, saying the loser would have to go and pluck out King Yama's beard. It was a crazy joke to make while standing on a field of corpses. The other commanders started laughing along because that is the kind of dark humor you develop when you live on the edge of a blade every single day. The other commanders share a knowing look. This is the kind of dark humor you develop when you live on the edge of a blade every single day. Our boy Yon Gisamun actually liked the idea and said it sounded like fun. If they were going to hell anyway, they might as well go out with a bang. A wave of laughter rippled through the commanders as they sat on their armored mounts. They were mocking the very idea of defeat with every breath they took. The sound of their laughter echoed across the plains and reached the walls of the distant fortress. It was a psychological weapon, more effective than any spear or arrow. Even the clouds above seemed to reflect the chaotic energy of the men below. The day was ending, but the real fight was only just beginning to heat up. The sound of their laughter carries all the way up into the clouds as the sun begins to set. It is a haunting moment of joy before they dive back into the nightmare of war. A younger commander smiles with absolute confidence because he knows they are invincible as long as they follow Yon Gisamun. Morale has never been higher than it is right now. The laughter is so loud it seems to vibrate through the very carriage they are escorting. Even in the face of death, their spirits remain unbroken. Two of the veteran soldiers were practically howling with joy at the absurdity of their situation. This is peak battlefield brotherhood right here, everyone. The laughter was infectious, as even the most stoic warriors found themselves caught up in the moment. It was the calm before a very bloody and violent storm. These veteran warriors are soaking in the final moments of humor before the carnage begins. Even the most hardened soldiers know this might be their last chance to laugh together. The switch flipped instantly, and the atmosphere turned stone cold. They were no longer laughing men, but calculated killers ready to finish what they started. The laughter is gone in a heartbeat as the cold reality of their mission settles in. They share one final nod before transforming back into the efficient killers the world fears. Yon Gisamun raises his spear toward the sky and gives the silent signal for the next phase of the assault. The ground begins to tremble as the horses finally move. The flags of the Black Dragons snap in the wind as the massive army begins to march forward in unison. It is a sight that would haunt the nightmares of any enemy. The words "not a single soul" appear over the darkness, as if the world itself was holding its breath. The finality of those words is heavy and terrifying for what comes next. Our protagonist narrows his eyes with a look of pure focus. He has made a promise to lead his men through this hell, and he is going to see it through to the end. Back at the palace, Gate's two guards look at each other in confusion as the heavy doors begin to creak open. They have no idea who is coming or what news they bring. A lone messenger on horseback gallops through the opening gates and into the courtyard. A crowd of commoners gathers quickly as the rider brings news that could change the kingdom's fate. High above the courtyard, the commanders watch the messenger arrive with bated breath. This soldier is carrying a royal decree that everyone has been waiting for, and the tension is thick. The messenger unfurls a long scroll and bellows at the top of his lungs. He tells the crowd that everyone must listen carefully and obey the command of the king without delay. Yon Gisamun narrows his eyes as he listens to the proclamation. His expression is unreadable behind that red and black helmet, but you can tell his mind is already spinning with his next move. The sky above is painted in shades of pink and orange as the sun begins to set. It is a beautiful view that stands in stark contrast to the grim war brewing below. A massive army of heavy cavalry begins its march across the dusty plains. These are the elite warriors of the kingdom, and their black lacquered armor gleams in the fading afternoon light. Two of the soldiers talk amongst themselves as they ride their armored horses. They seem focused on the mission ahead, but there is a clear sense of unease about the harbor destination. The royal decree is clear, as it orders the entire force to move to the ships prepared at the harbor. Rows of massive wooden warships are docked and waiting for the soldiers to board. Our protagonist rides alongside his lieutenants, and they look like a literal wall of steel. Yon Gisamun leads the pack with his red plume flowing while his men stay ready for a fight. Gisamun shifts his gaze toward the side of the road as they ride. He has spotted something that clearly displeases him, and his eyes sharpen with a look of pure disgust and contempt. They pass by a broken-down luxury carriage that has been abandoned in the dirt. One of the soldiers mutters about how typical it is for the nobles to leave their mess behind. The soldier spits that these cowards ruined the nation and are now fleeing like rats when they should have stayed to fight. Seeing the abandoned carriage just makes him want to kill them. Suddenly, a scout comes galloping toward the main unit at a frantic pace. He is shouting something urgent, and the sound of thundering hooves alerts everyone that trouble has found them at last. Gisemund pulls on the reins and brings his horse to a halt. His men immediately stop behind him as the scout pulls up alongside them, looking completely out of breath and terrified for his life. The scout screams that enemy cavalry have emerged from Pyongyang Fortress. They are currently in a high-speed pursuit of a specific carriage, trying to escape through the plains towards safety. Our boy takes a moment to process this information. If the enemy is coming all the way from the fortress just for one carriage, then whoever is inside must be someone of incredible importance. The scout continues his frantic report and clarifies that this isn't just any carriage. He saw a flag flying high, and it was none other than the royal banner of the king himself. Out on the open plains, the royal carriage is pushing its horses to the absolute limit. A black flag whips violently in the wind as the driver desperately tries to outrun the killers. The royal guards have formed tight defensive perimeter around the carriage as they ride hard. Their commander shouts for them to stay close and not allow a single enemy arrow through. From a distance, you can see the scale of the chase as dozens of riders kick up a massive cloud of sand. The carriage is being hunted by a force far larger than the unit. The vice commander realizes they are being outmaneuvered as the enemy riders quickly close the gap. He stares back in shock at the sheer number of pursuers that have managed to stay on their tail. He refuses to believe the situation is this dire and screams for 10 riders at the rear to follow him. He intends to buy every possible second for the royal carriage, even if it costs his life. Disaja screams out to the vice commander as the reality of the ambush sets in. He can see the elite black cavalry looming in the distance and knows their current defense won't hold for long. The commander of the guards screams out a final order through his grit teeth. He knows that the fate of the entire dynasty rests on what happens in the next few minutes of this brutal chase. He tells his men that they must protect His Majesty the Crown Prince at all costs. The guards roar in response as they brace themselves for the impact of the enemy charge. The royal guards rally together and prepare for a suicidal charge against the encroaching enemy. They have been ordered to protect the Crown Prince, and they are ready to die to fulfill that sacred duty. The mysterious black-armored cavalry maintain their relentless pace as they bear down on the guards. Their coordination is terrifying, and they move with the silent efficiency of a well-oiled killing machine. The one-eyed vice commander engages the first wave of attackers in a desperate struggle for survival. He grits his teeth through the pain of battle, while Disaja watches the carnage unfold with growing dread. A lethal spear thrust finds its mark and drives straight through the chest of a royal defender. He is thrown violently from his mount as the momentum of the battle continues to shift toward the invaders. The battlefield descends into total chaos as horses trip and riders are sent flying into the dust. The sound of snapping bone is drowned out by the thunder of thousands of hooves clashing in the sand. The enemy leader urges his men to push even harder to finally catch the royal target. He is convinced that victory is within their grasp if they can just break this final line of defense. A spear is launched with such incredible velocity that it whistles through the air like a deadly arrow. It is aimed perfectly, and there is no way for the target to escape its path. The camera follows the projectile as it closes the distance in a blur. This is a killing blow that has been delivered with the strength of a master warrior. The black-armored warriors show no emotion as they carve their way through the opposition. Every movement they make is calculated to inflict the maximum amount of damage on the Royal Guard units. Disaja looks back in absolute horror as he sees his elite guards being picked off with ease. This isn't just a battle anymore, and he realizes they are being hunted by a superior force of warriors. Take a look at that heavy black armor. These warriors are built for total destruction, and they do not intend to leave anyone standing by the time this sun sets. Close-up view of the heavy black armor worn by the elite cavalry. Every plate is designed for maximum protection and intimidation as they ride into the fray. From across the desert, more riders emerge through thick clouds of dust as the sun begins to set. The rumbling of hooves shakes the ground as they close in on their target. Banners flutter violently in the wind as the riders maintain a terrifying level of coordination. This is a well-oiled machine of war, and they are hungry for victory. One of the veteran commanders grinds his teeth in pure frustration. He can see the writing on the wall and knows his position is quickly becoming a death trap. He lets out a low groan of total disbelief. This was not supposed to happen, and he can hardly believe his eyes as the situation spirals out of control. The black-armored riders charge forward with a single-minded focus that leaves no room for retreat. They have successfully isolated their prey and are now moving in for the final killing blow. The royal carriage is now completely boxed in with nowhere left for the royal family to hide. These guards are trapped in a circle of steel, and they know their time is running out fast. The last of the royal guards form a desperate defensive line to protect the carriage at all costs. They stand their ground with grim determination, even as the black cavalry closes in on them. The two forces finally meet in a thunderous collision that shakes the very ground of the desert. This is the turning point of the chase, where the fate of the dynasty will finally be decided. Yon Gisamun stares down at the battlefield with a chilling and expressionless gaze. He has analyzed every weakness in the guard formation and is ready to end this struggle with a single command. Disaja is frozen in shock as he finally recognizes the man leading this nightmare unit from the front. The realization hits him harder than any physical strike could as he stammers out the commander's name. A single horse hoof kicks up the dry sand as the tension in the valley reaches a breaking point. One wrong movement now will trigger a brutal massacre that few people in this area will survive. The silence before the storm is heavy and suffocating. Every soldier is holding their breath waiting for the signal that will unleash total hell on Earth. A close-up of the dark, scale-like armor worn by the warriors. The intricate design reflects the cold and calculated nature of their unit. The commander of the Black Cavalry narrows his eyes as he prepares to make a move. He has analyzed the situation and decided it is time to stop playing games. He prepares to issue the command that will end 1,000 resides in the blink of an eye. All forces are in position and waiting for the word. His gaze is sharp enough to cut through steel. This man has no mercy left to give, his heart as cold as the black blade at his side. Yon Gisamun delivers a cold and brutal order to slaughter everyone and leave no survivors behind. He demands that his men show no mercy to the guards and ensure not a single enemy escapes. The elite black cavalry surges forward like an unstoppable tide of steel at the sound of the command. They lower their lances for the kill as the defenders desperately try to brace for the impact. Soldiers scream as they are dragged from their mounts and cut down in the dirt. One man yells out in terror, calling his enemies the damned demons of war as he realizes his fate. Arrows fly through the air, finding gaps in armor and ending fights before they can even truly begin. Bodies fall into the dust as the cavalry tramples over anyone unfortunate enough to be in their way. This has stopped being a battle and has turned into a one-sided slaughter. The momentum of the charge is absolute as the riders trample over anyone unfortunate enough to be in their path. The royal defense is crumbling rapidly under the weight of this relentless and coordinated assault. Yon Gisamun draws his bow with the precision of a master hunter and picks off high-value targets from the crowd. He watches the carnage with a dark grin as he enjoys the total chaos. A lethal spear tip whistles through the air with incredible velocity. It is a killing blow delivered with the strength of a master warrior. This warrior cleaves through the enemy with monstrous strength, leaving a trail of broken bodies in his wake. No one can stand against the sheer force of his relentless assault. He bellows his name Yulji Buru, so every dying soldier knows exactly who ended their life today. His face is splattered with blood as he revels in the chaos of the rampage. From behind the front lines, Yon Gisamun, watching his elite riders tear through the enemy, ranks like a hot knife through butter. The dust cloud kicked up by the horses masks the absolute slaughter happening further ahead. Yon Gisamun looks to his commander and asks if their business on this battlefield is finally finished. He is eager to move on to the next stage of the mission. The commander gives a blunt no, indicating that there is still one more task they must perform before they can leave. He remains strictly focused on the final objective. Yon Gisamun demands to know what is left to do if the fighting is over. He can feel the weight of his own terrifying focus as he presses for answers. He stares ahead with eyes filled with a terrifying intensity. He has a very specific plan in mind, and he is finally ready to execute the next phase. He sits atop his horse like a titan, overlooking the ruins of this failed defense. Even with the battle over, his presence alone is enough to keep everyone on edge. The heavy, reinforced armor covering his torso is a testament to the many battles he has survived. Every plate is crafted to endure the harshest strikes of war. Our boy has secured the area, but the most delicate part of his mission is just beginning. As he turns his attention toward his final destination, the world is about to realize exactly how far he is willing to go. Yon Gisamun finally arrives at a luxurious carriage parked in the middle of the desert wasteland as the sun begins to set. He stares down the ornate structure, waiting to see which high-ranking official is hiding inside. A heavy convoy of armored riders makes its way down a dusty mountain road under the canopy of trees. Guards on foot march alongside a large wooden carriage, while the sound of rolling wheels echoes through the quiet woods. Our boy Yon Gisamun sits atop his horse, looking incredibly stern in his black lacquered scale armor and horned helmet. His eyes are sharp and focused as he contemplates the orders he received before this long journey began. Yon Gisamun asks the knight beside him if this task is truly an official command from His Majesty, the King. The knight confirms that the king personally ordered them to secure a ship and escort the crown prince to safety immediately. Yon Gisamun glances back at the carriage with a look of deep suspicion, as if he senses something isn't quite right about this mission. He knows that safe escorts for a crown prince are usually death sentences, and his gut says they are riding into a trap. The rhythmic sound of horse hooves striking the dirt road is the only thing breaking the silence of the evening. Silhouettes of the riders pass against a backdrop of a stunning purple and orange sunset as they reach the higher ridges. As the sky turns a fiery red, the path opens up to reveal a fleet of ships anchored by the shore far below. It looks like a peaceful escape route, but these escort missions always go south fast. The group begins their final descent down the winding trail toward the water. The armored unit continues to move in a tight formation as they navigate the rocky terrain near the coastal cliffs. One of the knights mentions that at their current speed they should reach the ships and their destination by dawn. Suddenly, Yon Gisamun tenses up as his senses alert him to a presence lurking in the shadows of the rocks. The silence is shattered by a frantic shout, warning everyone that the enemy has arrived to intercept the crown prince. From their vantage point on the cliff, they see a massive cloud of dust kicked up by an approaching army. A huge wave of enemy cavalry emerges from the dust and charges directly toward our protagonist's vulnerable position. The enemy riders look like absolute monsters as they brandish massive battle axes and scream for blood while they gallop. Horse legs blur into motion as the convoy prepares to defend the carriage against the incoming tidal wave of steel. Yon Gisamun bellows out a command to charge and meets the enemy threat head-on with zero hesitation in his heart. His loyal warriors follow his lead and push their horses forward to protect the prince at all costs during the ambush. The ground shakes as dozens of spears are leveled, and the two opposing forces close the distance in a matter of seconds. Yon Gisamun leads the charge himself, acting as a human spearhead intended to shatter the enemy shield wall through sheer power and momentum. He looks the lead riders in the eye as he prepares to unleash the true power of a Goguryeo warrior. Every warrior braces themselves for the bone-jarring impact, knowing the first few seconds of this collision will decide who survives the day. The enemy cavalry reaches a full sprint, and they look like they intend to trample everything in their path into dust. In the back of the enemy formation, a cruel archer draws his bowstring back until the wood begins to groan. The archer carefully readies his arrow, placing the notch against the string as he prepares to add to the impending volley. A whole row of archers follows suit and looses a coordinated volley that arcs high up into the evening sky. The lead archer lets out a wicked grin because this dude is way too happy about this slaughter. He knows his trap is perfect. A single arrow whistles into the sky, signaling the start of a coordinated rain of death from the clouds. Dozens more arrows follow it and create a terrifying sound as they tear through the air toward the convoy. The sky vanishes behind a wall of sharpened wood as the massive volley reaches its peak, turning the road into a lethal kill zone. The volley hits home and pierces through armor and flesh alike, as horses scream and riders are thrown to the dirt. Through the chaos and the falling arrows, Yon Gisamun charges forward with his cape, fluttering like a dark wing. He leans low over his armored horse and ignores the danger as he prepares to cut his way through the enemy line. His warriors are just as relentless, crashing into the enemy vanguard like an engine of destruction that tramples anyone slow enough to get in the way. The cavalry charge is absolutely massive, tearing across the open plains like a tidal wave of steel. Dust kicks up behind them as the ground shakes under thousands of thundering hooves. The enemy archers don't care about their own men, continuing to rain down projectiles that knock riders clean off their mounts in a chaotic meat grinder. Our boy is a blur of motion, swinging his weapon with such force that the air itself seems to scream. He is not just fighting a war, he is leading a slaughter. A single strike from Yon Gisamun sends a spray of crimson into the sky. The sheer power behind his blow is enough to shatter armor and bone without breaking a sweat. Under a sky stained red by the setting sun, the scale of this massacre becomes terrifyingly clear. Bodies are piled high as horses scream and men fight for every inch of dirt. The iron smell of blood is thick in the air, while the clash of metal echoes across the entire valley. Overseeing the madness is a general in ornate gold and red armor, looking completely unimpressed by the carnage. This dude has the face of someone who has seen 1,000 battles and expects victory. Away from the front lines, a blue-topped carriage is racing down a forest path with a heavy escort. They are moving at a breakneck pace, desperate to reach the coast before they are caught. Inside the cramped space, a woman holds a small bundle close to her chest, her face tight with worry. She is trying to keep herself steady as the carriage jolts over the uneven road. She looks down at the sleeping baby in her arms and whispers that they are almost there now. It is a quiet, desperate moment of hope in the middle of a literal war zone. Suddenly, the piece is shattered as a heavy arrow punches right through the roof of the carriage. The woman freezes in terror, realizing just how close the enemy actually is to their position. The woman scrambles back as the baby starts wailing from the sudden noise and shock. Outside, the sound of hoofbeats is getting louder, and she knows they don't have much time left. She clutches the child tighter, praying that their luck hasn't completely run out in this God-forsaken place. They finally break through the trees and reach the coast, but the enemy is already closing in fast. Commands are barked out for the shield-bearers to form a defensive wall immediately. The carriage hurtles toward the water as the sunset casts long, jagged shadows across the path. This whole escape is hanging by a single thread as the pursuers gain ground every second. The order to raise shields rings out as the soldiers prepare for a lethal hail of arrows. From the high ground, the enemy is looking down on them, ready to turn this beach into a graveyard. Every man in the escort knows that if they fail here, the baby doesn't stand a chance. A curtain of arrows rains down, slamming into the heavy wooden shields with the sound of 1,000 hammers. The soldiers grit their teeth and hold the line, refusing to let anything through. The enemy infantry and cavalry charge down the slope, screaming at the top of their lungs to break the defenders' morale. It is a wall of steel coming right for the back of the carriage. More arrows find their marks in the dirt and shields, but the defensive line holds firm against the initial barrage. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a dull knife. The shield-bearers brace themselves, digging their feet into the sand as the impact of the enemy charge looms. Behind them, the spearmen prepare to thrust through the gaps and bleed the attackers dry. A warrior with wild black hair steps forward, drawing his blade as the sunlight glints off the steel. He is the last line of defense, and he looks more than ready for some action. This is Jai Ung Sam, a gory swordsman who clearly does not know the meaning of the word fear. He lets out a primal roar that echoes over the sound of the crashing waves. Ung Sam lunges forward, his movement so fast he becomes a blur of black and white against the sand. He carves through the first wave of attackers, his sword dancing through the air to deflect arrows. While the shields hold the center, he is out on the wing protecting the carriage. Back on the main battlefield, the great Tang army is pushing forward with their banners fluttering proudly in the wind. Wei Zhongxian leads from the front, surrounded by a forest of spears and a sea of armored horses. The scale of this invasion is enough to make any normal person lose their mind. The general announces himself as Wei Zhongxian, the guard general of the great Tang Empire, with a look of pure arrogance. He thinks he has already won this entire Game of Thrones. Yon Gisamun stares him down, his eyes cold and unwavering beneath his ornate helmet. He is not intimidated by titles or massive armies. He only cares about who is left standing at the end. The two leaders sit on their horses in the middle of a literal sea of corpses. The ground is littered with the fallen, but the air between these two men is even deadlier than the battle. Wei Zhongxian leans in with a twisted grin, clearly enjoying the drama of the moment. He is looking at our boy like he is some kind of interesting specimen rather than a real threat. Our protagonist gives a slow, deliberate nod, as if he is finally coming to a decision about how to handle this clown. The silence is deafening as the armies wait for their next move. Wei Zhongxian bursts into a loud, mocking laugh that fills the valley with his overinflated ego. He is so caught up in his own hype that he completely misses the shift in the air. He tells Yon Gisamun that he is making a wise choice and promises to make him his right hand. Right as the words leave his mouth, a sudden spray of blood interrupts his speech. As Wei Zhongxian laughs, a second archer behind Yon Gisamun draws his bow with lethal intent. He is waiting for the perfect opening to silence the general's boasting once and for all. The shock on the battlefield is instant, as the untouchable general suddenly looks very human and very dead. His soldiers can only watch in horror as their leader starts to slip from his saddle. From a distance, the archer lowers his bow with a satisfied smirk on his face. He is the one who just sent a greeting card right into the general's eye. Yon Gisamun watches the general fall and mutters that the bastard looks just like a man named Lai Shimin. It is a cold observation that shows just how little he cares for this man. Wei Zhongxian hits the dirt in a heap of broken armor and failed ambitions as his men scramble in panic. Just like that, the great Tang general is nothing more than another body for the crows. Yon Gisamun gives the order to move. His eyes are cold as he tells HWI to go. His men stand ready behind him, waiting for the signal to unleash hell on their enemies. Our boy does not hesitate. He grips the handle of his weapon, ready to paint the battlefield red. You can feel the weight of the moment in that iron grip. He roars for all forces to advance, and the ground begins to tremble under the weight of the war horses. The heavy cavalry begins their thunderous charge, picking up speed as they prepare to crash into the enemy lines. This is not just a simple skirmish. It is a total slaughter meant to end the conflict for good. A literal rain of axes descends upon the enemy ranks from the sky. It is a terrifying sight as dozens of sharp blades fly through the air with perfect precision, carving a path through anything in their way. The momentum of the throw is enough to shatter shields and break through even the toughest iron armor. The screams of the dying fill the air as the first volley finds its mark. Blood splatters against the red background, signaling the beginning of the end for these poor bastards who stood in his way. One soldier collapses with an axe buried deep in his shoulder. He grits his teeth in agony, but the blood loss is already too much to handle as his vision begins to fade. The dying man stares up at his final moments as a massive armored horse looms over him like a harbinger of death. The sheer scale of the cavalry charge is enough to break any man's spirit before the blade even touches them. They move as one single unstoppable force of nature, crushing everything that stands in their way. The massive armored horse comes down with bone-crushing force directly onto the fallen soldier. No escape from the momentum of the heavy cavalry charge. Faces are crushed, and bodies are broken under the relentless advance of the horses. Our protagonist and his men are moving like a tidal wave, leaving nothing but carnage and broken steel in their wake. Yon Gisamun gallops straight through the chaos, his cape fluttering like a dark omen. He does not even look down at the bodies piling up under his horse's hooves as he hunts his next target. As the sun begins to set, the true scale of the massacre is finally revealed to everyone left standing. A field of corpses and fallen horses stretches toward the docks where a massive ship is waiting to depart. The survivors huddle behind their shields in a desperate final stand, surrounded by the remnants of their decimated army. One of the survivors leans against his shield, gasping for air. He is covered in sweat and grime, barely holding onto his sword after that absolute nightmare of a battle. He turns his head toward the distant tree line, hearing a familiar thumping sound. The massive dust cloud rising in the distance tells him that reinforcements have finally arrived to cover their retreat. The ghost cavalry bursts through the forest path with terrifying speed. They look like demons emerging from the woods, riding hard to reach the shore before the enemy forces can close in on the survivors. Our exhausted warrior recognizes the banners immediately and lets out a roar. He shouts to his men that it is Saja and the ghost cavalry coming to save their hides at the last second. The morale shift is instant as the soldiers let out a deafening cheer that echoes across the beach. They raise their shields and spears high, finding a second wind now that their elite brothers are here. From high above, the movement of the armies looks like a desperate race against time. The Tang forces are hot on their heels, trying to cut off the escape route before they reach the water. The command goes out for everyone to run, as if their lives depend on it. They have to reach the ships now, or they will be trapped on this beach with no hope of survival. The cavalry reaches the shoreline just as the dust settles, but the main force is already boarding. It is a frantic scramble to get everyone onto the vessels before the pursuers arrive in force. 2 guards sit on the deck, looking back at the land they are leaving behind. The water between them and the shore is growing wider with every passing second as the oars begin to move. The massive wooden hull of the ship cuts through the waves with a rhythmic splash. They have managed to break away, leaving the blood-soaked battlefield and the Tang army behind in the distant mist. Above them, the sky is painted in shades of deep purple and pink. It is a beautiful view that stands in stark contrast to the absolute horror that just took place on the land they left. The fleet sets its massive sails, catching the evening breeze perfectly. These giant warships are moving in formation, heading out into the safety of the deep open water where no cavalry can follow them. As the shoreline disappears from view, the survivors can finally breathe a sigh of relief. They are safe for now, but the cost of this escape was written in blood back on that sandy beach. In the quiet of the cabin, a tiny baby sleeps peacefully, completely unaware of the war. This child is the key to everything they are fighting for and the reason they risked their lives. Yon Gisamun looks down at the infant with a heavy and unreadable gaze. For a man who just slaughtered hundreds, he looks surprisingly vulnerable while staring at this small life in his armored hands. He asks the guard what the crown prince's name is. Even in this moment of quiet, his voice carries the authority of a man who carries the weight of an entire nation on his shoulders. His eyes narrow as he waits for the answer to his question. Every decision he makes from this point on will be dedicated to protecting this child and securing a future for their people. The subordinate lowers his head deeply, showing his ultimate respect for the man who saved them. He knows the burden our protagonist is carrying is far greater than any suit of heavy iron armor. The subordinate looks down with a solemn expression, his face partially obscured by the shadow of his helmet. He is waiting for the right moment to speak of the heavy burden they now carry. The guard's expression is filled with sorrow as he keeps his eyes closed. He knows that the news he is about to deliver will cut deeper than any enemy blade he faced today. Our boy demands to know where His Majesty is located. The sudden urgency in his voice tells us that he already suspects the answer is something he does not want to hear out loud. Yon Gisamun receives a secret message directly from the king while he is holding the young child. The messenger hands over the scroll, emphasizing the high stakes of these new imperial orders. Yon Gisamun stares at the messenger with an unreadable expression. He is still cradling the infant, his focus divided between the child and the new arrival. He hands the baby back to the attendant and takes the scroll with a steady hand. The real battle for the kingdom is just beginning, and he has to be ready for whatever comes next. Gisamun unfurls the scroll with a heavy heart, reading the words that would change everything. It is not just a message, it is the burden of an entire legacy. The text makes it clear that this is a final order from his elder brother, the king himself. No room for debate remains when the survival of the royal bloodline is on the line. Our boy stares at the paper as the words sink in, realizing the gravity of what he is being asked to do. He has to take the child and run. In his mind, he sees the image of the innocent infant being held tight by a nurse, destined to be a fugitive before even learning to walk. They have to get as far away as possible. The ship sails away from the coast, leaving behind the only home these soldiers have ever known. The departure feels somber under a sky that looks like it is mourning with them. His men are battered and bloody, staring back at the horizon with hollow eyes. They are the survivors of a nightmare, and the silence on the deck is deafening. Gisamun remembers his brother standing tall in his royal robes, a man who carried the weight of a kingdom until the very end. This was a king making a final, desperate plea to his sibling. The king looked at him with an expression of pure sacrifice. Knowing he would not be joining them, he accepted his fate for the sake of the future. Back in the present, Gisamun's eyes flash with a mix of grief and absolute fury. The memory of that request burns hotter than the fires destroying their capital. His hand tightens, crushing the parchment until it is nothing but a crumpled ball of paper. He is done with mourning and ready to focus on the impossible task ahead of him. One of his officers approaches, asking the question they are all thinking about the fate of Pyongyang Fortress. The silence that follows is more painful than any confirmation could ever be. He looks down at the sword at his waist, the ornate hilt a symbol of his station. The weight of his duty feels heavier than ever as the ship carries them further away from the capital. The officer waits, his own face lined with the trauma of their defeat. He is searching for a leader to tell him that hope still exists in this world. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the wind, calling out for the commander with a tone of utter desperation. Someone else is carrying a weight they can no longer bear. Gisamun turns to face the source of the cry, his expression hardening as he prepares for more bad news. It seems the hits just keep coming for our protagonist today. A soldier drops to his knees in the middle of the deck, begging Gisamun to take his life. He feels the shame of survival is a curse worse than death itself. Our boy looks down at the man, his eyes widening in a rare moment of shock. He did not expect one of his own warriors to break down like this in front of everyone. The soldier is a mess of tears and blood, choking out his pleas while the rest of the crew watches in stunned silence. The mental toll of the war has finally snapped him. He remains prostrated on the wooden planks, a broken shadow of the warrior he used to be. Gisamun stands over him like a monolith, silent and unmoving. Gisamun watches the distant glow of his homeland with heavy eyes, realizing that everything he ever loved is currently being turned into ash and smoke. 900 years of history are going up in smoke as the flames consume Gori. It is a tragic end to an empire that once seemed like it would last forever. Gisamun's jaw sets in a grim line as he realizes there is no going back. From this moment on, they are ghosts of a fallen world, searching for a place to exist. A massive wave slams into the side of the vessel, sending a spray of freezing seawater across the deck. The ocean seems determined to make their escape as difficult as possible. The ship lurches violently to the side, throwing the exhausted soldiers against the railings. Even the gods seem to be conspiring against the survivors of Gori tonight. Gisamun braces himself against the shifting deck, his grip tightening on the mast as he tries to maintain his balance. He must keep this crew together before they lose their heads. The sound of a baby crying pierces through the roar of the ocean, a thin and fragile sound amidst the chaos. The little prince is terrified by the storm. Our boy looks over to see the nurse huddled in a corner, clutching the child as the ship tosses and turns. This is the precious cargo he promised to protect at all costs. He stares at the child, realizing that this tiny human is the only thing left of his brother's legacy. The weight of that responsibility is almost crushing. The massive warship cuts through the dark, choppy waters as it leads the naval formation into the heart of the storm. Every rower is working overtime to ensure the fleet stays on course despite the treacherous conditions. A whole fleet of ships is scattered across the dark water, each one fighting its own battle against the waves. It is a desperate race against a watery grave. The heavens open up with a vengeance, unleashing a storm that seems personally offended by their escape. Lightning arcs across the clouds, briefly revealing waves that are tall enough to swallow their entire world while the wind howls like a pack of starving wolves. One ship is tossed into the air by a nasty swell, its hull creaking under the immense pressure of the water. The sailors cling to whatever they can find, praying they make it through the night. The crew performs a frantic dance of survival against the backdrop of an angry, churning sea. The ship is constantly being pushed to its limits, and the men on board are doing everything in their power just to stay on their feet. Chaos reigns supreme on the soaked wood as sailors scream at each other to find a grip and hold on for dear life. One veteran warrior yells to tie the ropes around themselves, knowing that any man who goes overboard in this mess is as good as dead. The ship groans as it leans precariously into the swell, with seawater pouring over the sides and threatening to drag them down. Desperate shouts fill the air as they realize the rudder is jammed, leaving them at the total mercy of the freezing, unforgiving ocean. The fleet struggles to stay upright as massive waves crash against the hulls with the force of an angry god. Seawater sprays everywhere, blinding the sailors who are desperately fighting to keep their ships afloat. A panicked soldier shouts out to the general as the ship pitches dangerously into the dark water. Yon Gisamun stands firm on the deck, despite the chaos unfolding around him while the crew clings to anything solid. Desperate sailors scramble across the wet wood and yell that they need to turn the ship around immediately. The wind is howling so loud that they can barely hear each other over the crashing of the surf. One man admits that he spent his entire life at sea, but has never laid eyes on waves as terrifying as these. The sheer scale of the disaster is starting to sink in for everyone on board. The bearded soldier looks over the edge with sweat dripping down his face and pure terror in his eyes. He is completely paralyzed by the sight of what is coming for them from the darkness. A literal wall of water rises up from the depths and looms over the entire fleet like a hungry monster. The sailors are convinced that if they keep moving forward, they are all going to end up at the bottom of the ocean. It is a death trap with no exit in sight. Our boy Yon Gisamun watches the massive wave approach with a calm that is honestly a bit unsettling. While everyone else is preparing to meet their maker, he is just assessing the situation with a cold stare. The soldier begs the general to hurry up and turn the ship before it is too late for all of them. He is practically vibrating with fear as the wall of water gets closer and closer to their position. Beads of sweat roll down the face of a terrified soldier as he stares into the abyss. He can barely breathe as the realization of their impending doom begins to take hold of his mind. Looking down at the innocent face of the laughing baby, our protagonist realizes exactly what he is fighting to protect. This moment of pure joy provides a brief but powerful contrast to the bloody war raging around them. Gisamun feels the weight of every life on board as the storm threatens to swallow them whole. He refuses to blink, knowing that the fleet's survival hinges entirely on his next command. Lightning cracks across the sky and illuminates the deck as our boy grits his teeth in determination. The storm is reaching its peak, and he can feel the electric energy humming in the air around him. Gisamun begins to channel a power that defies the laws of nature, focusing his energy into a single strike. The intensity in his gaze is sharp enough to cut through steel as he reaches the moment of truth. His hand tightens around the hilt of his sword as he prepares to draw his blade for the upcoming slaughter. You can practically feel the tension as he readies himself to unleash his full martial prowess on the enemy. He draws his blade and bellows that this is the battle of the great gory navy, and they won't be defeated by the sea. His voice carries over the thunder and gives the terrified soldiers a tiny spark of hope. Our boy raises his sword high toward the storm clouds as a massive bolt of lightning strikes right behind him. He looks like a god of war standing there, and challenging the ocean to do its worst. Yon Gisamun screams for his men to break through as he prepares to strike the massive wall of water head-on. The soldiers can only watch in total shock as their commander decides to fight a literal wave with a sword. Talk about a legendary move. Gisamun refuses to let go of the future, shielding the baby from the freezing spray even as he readies his sword. He is protecting the next generation while battling the literal end of the world. The ship charges straight into the heart of the massive water wall as the crew prepares for the final impact. It looks like a suicide mission as the tiny vessel is dwarfed by the sheer scale of the looming wave. This is pure insanity. The energy from the sword carves through the water, creating a massive rift that defies the ocean's power. Something ancient and powerful is finally waking up beneath the churning waves. Massive vortexes and spiraling walls of water surround the fleet as the entire ocean seems to be folding in on itself. The ships are tossed around like toys in a bathtub, while the world turns into a blur of gray and white. Seawater crashes onto the decks with enough weight to crush a man, but the soldiers hang on for dear life. The sound of the ocean is a deafening roar that drowns out every other noise in the world. It is total carnage out there. The ocean itself seems to turn against the fleet as massive whirlpools and crashing waves threaten to pull the ships into the depths. It is a chaotic scene of maritime destruction where the sheer power of nature dwarfs the strength of men. Suddenly, a brilliant white spark erupts from the lead ship and begins to expand with incredible speed. The light is so bright that it cuts right through the darkness of the storm and illuminates everything for miles. Something massive is happening. A blinding explosion of energy consumes the entire scene as Yon Gisamun's power finally detonates against the wall. The white light is absolutely overwhelming and washes away the storm as if it never existed in the first place. The power level here is just off the charts. The world fades into a stark white silence as the violent energy of the strike slowly begins to dissipate. The transition from the screaming storm to this total quiet is enough to make anyone's head spin. The ghostly remnants of the water wall linger in the air for a moment before they are completely erased by the fading light. Peace is finally returning to the sea, but the cost of that strike is yet to be seen. Yon Gisamun is physically spent after unleashing that massive burst of power to save his men. Every muscle in his body is screaming as he tries to catch his breath. He forces his eyes open to assess the damage and see if his gamble actually worked. The silence is terrifying compared to the storm they just escaped. Yon Gisamun collapses onto the deck with his face pressed against the wood as he gasps for air. He pushed himself way past his limits to save the fleet, and now he's paying the price for it. Our boy manages to push himself back up into a kneeling position while still clutching his sword in one hand. He is breathing hard, but he refuses to stay down as long as there is still work to be done. He can hardly believe his eyes as the realization hits that they aren't in open water anymore. The entire landscape has shifted into something that should be impossible. The baby is perfectly fine and starts waving its little hand while laughing as if they didn't just survive a literal apocalypse. It's a miracle that the little one didn't even get a scratch during that whole mess. Yon Gisamun stares at the child with a mixture of relief and lingering shock on his face. He is probably wondering how such a small thing can be so happy after everything they just went through. One of the soldiers looks out over the railing at a calm shore and asks what the hell just happened to the storm. They are safely near land, and the water is as still as a mirror as if the nightmare never happened. The sight of a lush forest is a complete shock, because they should still be miles away from any major landmass according to their navigation charts. The soldiers on deck are completely baffled by what they are seeing. One of them looks like he's having a minor existential crisis, while his buddy just leans on the railing. This guy is sweating bullets as he tries to make sense of the horizon. It is like the world just decided to rewrite itself right in front of his eyes. Brother HWI desperately needs to confirm if that land is real or if his mind has finally snapped from the pressure. The trees are way too clear. This eerie serenity is far more unnerving than the storm, because it proves they have been moved to a place that should not exist in the open sea. The big guy with the giant axe starts spinning around and laughing like a madman. He jokes that no matter which way he turns, he just sees land everywhere. Despite the joking, the soldier staring out at the water knows something is wrong. The shoreline is closing in fast, and none of this was supposed to happen. The scale of the confusion becomes clear as the entire fleet finds itself trapped in what looks like a narrow bay. High mountains loom in the distance, and the open sea has vanished behind them as if they sailed into a geographical nightmare. How did they even get here so fast without anyone noticing the shift? Tension hits a breaking point on the main ship. The big guy grabs the fleet commander by the throat, demanding to know if they just spent days sailing in circles inside a giant lake, while Yon Gisamun watches the chaos unfold. The warrior with the white headband tells the big guy to shut it for a second so they can think. While the commander is getting the life squeezed out of him. He turns to our boy Yon Gisamun, calling him Saja, and asking for their next move. Everyone is looking for a leader to make sense of this impossible situation. Yon Gisamun ignores the bickering behind him as he tries to figure out if they have sailed into a trap or another world entirely. The warrior with the headband waits for a command, knowing that whatever Yon Gisamun says next will decide the fate of the entire army standing on these decks. Finally, our protagonist breaks the silence and gives the order to hit the beach. He tells the big guy to let go and commands the fleet to prepare for a landing. The commander wastes no time and bellows the order at the top of his lungs. Land ashore. The word echoes across the decks as the soldiers scramble into position. The entire fleet shifts its oars and starts moving toward the sandy banks. It's a massive mobilization of ships all heading toward an unknown territory they were never meant to find. He scans this alien territory with deep suspicion as he wonders where on earth they have landed. He needs answers before any hidden enemies decide to strike. A massive fleet has landed on the coast, and the once quiet beach is now crawling with soldiers. It is a logistical nightmare, but the operation is moving with the kind of precision you only see from an elite army. The fleet anchors close to the shore to serve as the primary hub for the entire landing operation. These massive vessels provide a constant layer of protection while the soldiers work to secure their new foothold. Tents are being pitched, and defensive barriers are being hammered into place at record speeds. This is not just a temporary stop. They are turning this beach into a full-blown military command center. Yon Gisamun has shifted into full commander mode, immediately taking charge of the landing operations. He wastes no time and orders Buru and Yuru to take point and scout the entire surrounding area for any threats. The two warriors do not hesitate for a second, shouting their compliance with enough energy to shake the trees. They are ready to move out and prove their worth to their leader on this new ground. Their loyalty to Yon Gisamun is absolute, and they salute him with enough force to show the entire camp that they follow his orders without question. To these men, his word is the only law that matters. While the scouting parties head out, the rest of the camp continues to buzz with activity. Grunts haul massive timber logs across the sand to build up the perimeter before the sun can even think about setting. A high-ranking officer arrives to offer his respect, knowing that everything must be perfect under Yon Gisamun's watchful eye. In this army, performance is everything, and no one wants to be the person who lets the boss down. With the base taking shape, Yon Gisamun wastes no time in assessing his military strength. He demands an immediate status report on their total numbers, needing to know exactly how much power he has at his disposal. The Royal Guard commander steps up to deliver his report, his stoic expression matching the weight of the situation. He's a seasoned veteran who knows that every detail he provides is crucial for the success of their landing operation. Our boy walks through the center of the camp, his heavy cape trailing behind him as he surveys the progress. Even with all the noise of construction, you can hear his footsteps hitting the ground with authority. He approaches the main command tent with a mind already racing through a dozen different tactical scenarios. He needs to ensure everything is perfect, because he knows their survival depends entirely on his foresight during this campaign. He stops to check in with another group of guards, making sure the heavy weaponry is being handled correctly. The soldiers stand at attention, barely breathing as their legendary leader passes right in front of them. Everywhere he goes, the workflow seems to speed up as men try to impress him with their dedication. It is the kind of leadership that is built on a mix of respect and a little bit of healthy fear. The officers are working overtime to ensure the camp layout is flawless, knowing that even a small oversight could lead to disaster in this new land. Thayer double-checking every defensive position to make sure the protagonist's vision is realized exactly. He suddenly senses a shift in the air and glances back, his instincts screaming that something is out of place. This is a man who survived countless wars by never letting his guard down, even when surrounded by his own men. Suddenly, a piercing cry cuts through the air from inside the largest tent, shattering the military atmosphere. 3 attendants are frantically scrambling around a tiny infant who is screaming at the top of its lungs, sounding like it is trying to alert the entire camp to its misery. Yon Gisamun interrupts the chaos by stepping into the tent, his presence instantly silencing the panicked staff. He brings the heavy atmosphere of the battlefield into this domestic space, and the contrast is enough to terrify everyone inside. The attendants immediately drop into low bows, addressing him as Majesty while the baby continues to protest. They look like they are about to have a collective heart attack, being caught with a screaming child by the king himself. Our boy looks at the child with a gaze that could melt steel, but he is actually just trying to process the situation. He acknowledges the attendants with a short, blunt response as he waits to see what they do next. One of the women nervously asks to be excused for a moment so she can handle the situation. The baby is still crying, and the tension in the room is high enough to snap a sword blade. His silence is absolutely deafening, putting even more pressure on the flustered women to handle the situation quickly. He's analyzing their every move, and his lack of reaction makes the atmosphere feel like a ticking time bomb. The attendant explains that the little one probably just needs to relieve herself, which is why she is being so fussy. She keeps her head down, avoiding eye contact with the man who could have her head for a bad diaper change. He responds with a cold question, asking if that is really the case. He does not sound angry, just deeply skeptical, as if he expects there to be some deeper, more tactical reason for the baby crying. The women hesitate, exchanging panicked glances as they realize they have to perform a very basic task under the direct supervision of a legendary warrior. This is peak awkwardness for everyone in the room. He closes the distance with a heavy, deliberate stride that only cranks up the pressure on the terrified staff. Every step he takes closer to that child feels like a death sentence to the women watching him. The attendants are practically paralyzed as their king towers over them like a dark omen. They know that in his presence, even a routine mistake with the child could have devastating consequences for everyone in the tent. He leans over the table where the baby has been placed, his armored shoulder nearly brushing against the silk fabrics. He is taking this more seriously than he takes a formal declaration of war. He focuses on the infant with a terrifying level of intensity, searching for any sign that his suspicions are correct. The atmosphere is so thick with tension that no one dares to even breathe while he makes his final assessment. The lead attendant gulps, her hands trembling as she begins to unwrap the child. She can feel Yon Gisamun breathing down her neck, and she knows that one slip-up could be the end of her career. The baby lets out another massive cry, completely unaware that it is currently being stared down by the most powerful man in the kingdom. Our boy just stands there, unmoved by the noise, waiting for the reveal. The attendant works as fast as humanly possible, trying to get this task over with before her king loses his patience. She's desperate to finish the check, so the most powerful man in the kingdom will finally leave the tent. As the truth is finally laid bare, the helpless infant continues to scream, completely unaware of the gravity of the situation. It might be just a baby, but right now, it holds the undivided attention of the realm's most dangerous warriors. Yon Gisamun stares down at the child, and for a split second, his stoic mask almost slips. He is seeing something that he clearly was not prepared for, and his brain is working overtime to make sense of it. The shock hits him like a physical blow as he realizes the truth about this child. His legendary composure is completely gone, replaced by a look of pure disbelief that something like this could actually be happening. Orders are barked out across the camp to find the Royal Guard commander immediately before things get out of hand. The shout echoes all the way down to the shoreline, where the military vessels are docked and ready for action. Deep within the dense forest, a search party pushes through the thick undergrowth, far away from the safety of the beach. The trees are so thick they practically swallow the light, creating a claustrophobic maze of green that seems to go on forever. From an overhead view, the group moves in a tight formation through the high grass, tracking a path into the unknown. Buru is clearly losing his patience, scowling as they trudge through the forest. He's a man of action, and this slow scouting mission is just annoying him as he waits for a real fight. He starts grumbling about how unfair life can be, clearly having some deep-seated issues with how things are run. He is so hyper-focused on his own grievances that he is barely paying attention to the trail ahead of them. Our guy goes on a passionate rant about how being the firstborn should actually carry more weight than it does. Suddenly, a sharp snapping sound from the trees stops his complaining dead in his tracks as he raises a hand. He turns to his companion with a serious look, asking if he caught that strange sound coming from the brush. The atmosphere flips instantly as he commands everyone to stay on high alert, his hand reaching for his massive weapon. The regular soldiers behind them don't hesitate for a second to draw their blades and prepare for a potential ambush. Something is definitely moving in the bushes just a few yards away, and whatever it is sounds extremely heavy. These two big guys stand back to back, muscles tensed and ready for a scrap with whatever jumps out next. The big guy's expression shifts from tension to pure hunger, as he realizes that whatever is making that noise might actually be edible. The rustling grows into a cacophony, as the unknown threat closes in on their position from the shadows of the forest. A giant, monstrous green foot crushes the grass, as the beast finally begins to reveal its true size to the squad. Every weapon in the squad is pointed directly at the clearing, waiting for the first sign of a hostile move. A massive shadow looms over the warriors, as the creature steps out into the small patch of sunlight between the trees. Deep in the forest, a burly warrior spots movement and immediately draws his bow with lethal intent. He isn't taking any chances with whatever is lurking in the shadows ahead of them. These massive, two-legged orc creatures stumble out of the woods, and the warriors are just confused by their bizarre appearance. The hunters just stare, completely unimpressed by the size or the menacing growls of these strange forest monsters. The warrior is genuinely confused why these supposed pigs have such a weird blue tint to their skin. Then, a look of pure, unadulterated greed washes over his face, as a very specific idea pops into his head. The bearded soldier is absolutely frozen in shock as he realizes just how terrifying his leader can be. He can't even find the words to respond while the man stares him down with that intense gaze. They decide that as long as the meat is good, the color of the creature doesn't matter to them at all. The orcs are left scratching their heads, wondering why these puny humans aren't running away screaming in terror. The hunters take their first heavy steps forward, and the vibe of the entire forest shifts from fear to hunger. These guys are literally salivating at the thought of having monster steaks for dinner after a long day of searching. The monsters realize they just walked into a group of starving lunatics, and they start to panic for their lives. Dust kicks up from the ground as the warriors launch themselves into the fray with zero hesitation or mercy. They go completely airborne, weapons raised high, looking way more like the predators than the actual monsters do. The poor orcs can only watch in horror as they realize their roles, as the hunters have been completely reversed. A pathetic squeal rings out across the forest as the hunt begins in earnest for the hungry search party. Meanwhile, back at the camp, a woman is seen gasping for air with her face drenched in cold sweat. She stares up at a blade held close to her throat, her eyes wide with the realization of her terrifying situation. Yon Gisamun loomed over the woman with his blade held steady at her throat. His gaze was cold, and demanding answers she was clearly too terrified to give. The interrogation gets physical as the protagonist pins the woman against his armor with his blade drawn. She is visibly shaking with fear, knowing that one wrong word could be her absolute last. Suddenly, a bearded man in armor burst into the tent with a frantic shout that shattered the heavy silence. He looked absolutely desperate as he rushed toward the scene of the confrontation. Yon Gisamun turned his head just enough to acknowledge the intrusion, but he did not lower his weapon. The other women in the back huddled together in sheer terror of what might happen next. Our boy looked like he was about to lose his patience completely as he stared down the newcomer. He needed the truth, and he did not care who he had to go through to get it. None of the attendants could find the words to explain the situation while they stared at the sharp edge of the blade. They were caught in a web of secrets that was finally starting to unravel. The bearded man stood his ground with a solemn expression that showed he knew exactly why Yon Gisamun was so furious. This was a man who carried the weight of a heavy burden. Without another word, the man dropped to his knees in a gesture of absolute submission. He realized that the time for hiding the truth had finally come to an end. He reached into his belt and pulled out a hidden item that was meant for our protagonist's eyes only. The atmosphere changed as everyone realized this was the key to everything. He held out a sealed scroll with both hands and offered it up to Yon Gisamun as a peace offering. It was a heavy moment that carried the fate of their entire mission. The man kept his head bowed and his eyes tightly shut as sweat rolled down his face. He was prepared for whatever punishment our boy decided to dish out for the deception. Yon Gisamun finally lowered his sword to take the scroll and asked if he had been given 2 letters this whole time. His voice was dangerously low and filled with suspicion. The woman on the floor apologized through her tears and confirmed that the deception was deeper than he realized. She was just a small part of a much bigger plan. Our boy unfurled the scroll and began to read the secret message that had been kept from him for so long. His expression shifted from anger to a strange kind of shock. Yon Gisamun felt his heart sink as the realization of the massive lie began to settle in his chest. Everything he had been told up to this point was a fabrication. The flashback reveals a horrific scene of a city in flames and a battlefield covered in bodies. The king wrote that Yulji was never the crown prince, but actually the daughter of a commander who stayed behind to sacrifice everything for the cause. The king sat on his throne within the palace and watched as his world crumbled around him. He explained in the letter that he sent the girl to Yon Gisamun specifically to keep him moving. He looked directly ahead with a face full of regret and offered a sincere apology for the lie, since royal politics is just a dirty game. It was a move to save their greatest warrior. Fire rained down on the city as enemy forces poured through the gates and slaughtered anyone in their path. The chaos was absolute, and the defense was failing in every sector of the capital. Soldiers fought until their last breath while being overwhelmed by the sheer numbers of the invading army. The king knew that if Yon Gisamun knew the truth, he would have thrown his life away. Our boy gritted his teeth as the weight of the king's sacrifice finally hit him like a physical blow. He realized he had been manipulated into living while everyone else stayed behind to die. Inside the throne room, 3 of the king's most loyal guards stand at attention before their monarch. They listen solemnly as he addresses them with his final words of comfort for the coming end. The royal archers drew back their bowstrings in unison with cold precision as they prepared for the final stand. They knew there was no victory coming, but they would die with honor. 3 knights in heavy armor stood their ground and prepared to face the end with their heads held high. They were the last line of defense for a monarch who had accepted his fate. The silhouette of the archers firing filled the room while the knights were struck by a barrage of arrows. It was a brutal and swift end for the men who defended the throne. The king remained perfectly still on his seat while the sounds of battle echoed through the empty halls of his palace. He was a leader who was prepared to go down with his ship. The palace archers scramble as the defense line finally collapses under the weight of the invasion. On the floor of the throne room, the first of the royal knights falls while the enemy begins their final breach. He closed his eyes and breathed a final prayer for the future of his people and the warrior he had sent away. He had done everything to ensure a spark of hope remained. An enemy general clad in golden armor walked slowly up the stairs toward the king with a blood-stained blade in his hand. The royal guards could only watch as their leader was approached. The massive sword was raised high into the air and caught the light for one final terrifying moment. The end was here, and no one remained to stop the executioner. The king did not flinch or beg for mercy as he stared straight ahead with a look of absolute peace. He had fulfilled his final duty to his kingdom and his friend. A massive spray of blood painted the air as the blade finally fell. It was a dark and final end to a long and honorable reign that deserved a better conclusion. Yon Gisamun gripped the scroll so hard his knuckles turned white while he processed the death of his king. The betrayal felt bitter, but the reason behind it was harder to swallow. His eye narrowed with a new kind of intensity that suggested his quest for vengeance had only just begun. The fire in his heart was burning hotter than the city left behind. The final image of the king's peaceful face remained in his mind as a reminder of the sacrifice that bought his life. Our boy was the only one left to settle the score. Even in death, the king wore the symbols of his heavy burden. Those intricate gold patterns represent the status of a leader who was willing to make the ultimate sacrifice to save his greatest warrior. One of the generals looks on with a bead of sweat rolling down his face while he whispers about his majesty. The weight of the situation is clearly starting to set in for everyone. Our boy stood in silence as he processed the weight of the truth he was clutching. His black armor felt heavier than ever now that he knew the real cost of his survival. Inside the command tent, several attendants are bowed low in a show of absolute respect for our boy. The atmosphere is heavy with the scent of incense and the silence of mourning. An attendant cradles a tiny baby wrapped in clean white cloth who is currently wailing at the top of its lungs. This little one has no idea how much the world just changed. Our boy reaches out a hand that is calloused from years of holding a blade. He looks hesitant, as if he is afraid his warrior hands might accidentally hurt something so fragile. The baby stops crying for a moment and stares up at the giant warrior with wide, curious eyes. It is a rare moment of peace in the middle of a literal war camp. Suddenly, the infant reaches out and grabs onto Yoon Gisamun's thumb with a grip that is surprisingly firm. Even at this age, the kid seems to have some spirit in him. A tight shot of our protagonist's eye as he looks down at the child. You can see the flicker of emotion breaking through his usually stoic and cold soldier exterior. The little guy breaks out into a huge, toothless grin and starts laughing while playing with the warrior's hand. It is enough to make even the toughest general feel a bit soft. Yoon Gisamun turns his back on the scene and begins to walk away without a second glance. Even as the little baby reaches out for him, he remains focused on the mission and leaves the room in total silence. The attendant looks up in surprise as the general exits without saying a single word. He was probably expecting some kind of grand speech or a command regarding the royal heir. Outside the tent, a soldier drops to one knee and asks what should be done about the mother of the child. It is a grim reminder of the casualties of the recent chaos. Our boy clenches his jaw and his eyes narrow with a look of intense pain and regret. Some questions are just too heavy to answer when you are trying to stay strong. He keeps moving past the kneeling soldier and lets his long black cape flow behind him like a shadow. He is a man on a mission, and he won't be slowed down. The massive scale of the military encampment stretches across the beach, while soldiers work tirelessly like ants to move supplies and fortify their new position. Our protagonist stands at the edge of the camp and looks up at the vast blue sky. The wind whips his hair around as he takes a moment to just breathe. Our boy reflects on his past and remembers picking up a real sword for the first time when he was only 6 years old. By the time he hit 16, he was already a seasoned veteran whose entire life was defined by the blade and the smell of blood. He remembers the chaotic charges where horses clashed and spears flew through the air as the royal carriage was escorted away from the danger. While the rest of the nobility abandoned their homeland and fled, like cowards, our boy stayed behind to fight at the very front. He was the shield for a falling kingdom. Back in the present, he stands alone on the sand and looks out at the endless waves while processing the heavy weight of his memories and the path ahead. As evening approaches, the sky turns a fiery orange and reflects off the ocean surface. It looks like the world is on fire, which matches the state of his mind. He stares into the sunset and asks himself what he should even be raising his sword for anymore. When your home is gone, the reason for fighting becomes a lot blurrier, and he wonders if he has any strength left for the brutal battles that lie ahead. Inside the meeting tent, a large brazier is full of crackling flames that cast long dancing shadows against the walls, while a new strategy council begins. His generals gather around a massive table to go over the latest scouting reports, while the room fills with some of the biggest and brawniest warriors imaginable. These two massive guys look completely baffled as they explain that they searched the entire nearby forest and found zero signs of any human enemies hiding nearby. One of the bearded warriors mentions that they did see something strange like blue pigs that were somehow walking around on 2 legs just like humans. The conversation is cut short when the tent flap is ripped open, and a panicked soldier bursts inside looking like he just saw a ghost. The entire group of generals turns around to face the messenger, who is interrupting their strategy session with a look of pure terror on his face. The soldier is huffing and puffing while pointing outside and shouting that the heavens themselves seem to be angry at their very arrival. Yoon Gisamun lets out a frustrated shout and demands to know what is actually going on because he has no time for superstitious nonsense or riddles. The whole group piles out of the tent and into the night air to see what has the camp in such a massive and sudden panic. The terrified messenger points his finger straight up at the stars with a trembling hand as his eyes practically pop out of his head. The entire group looks up toward the sky as their faces are illuminated by a strange and eerie glow. Whatever they see is definitely not part of the plan. Our boy stares upward with a look of genuine disbelief and shock as the reality of their situation and his entire worldview begins to shatter. The shock spreads through the ranks as even the most seasoned warriors freeze in place, while staring into the night sky with looks of pure dread. The warrior in the white headband is paralyzed by the sight, as the weight of this cosmic anomaly begins to sink in for everyone present. 3 moons sit perfectly still among the stars, rewriting everything they knew about reality. It's a cosmic curveball nobody saw coming. Looking up at the night sky reveals the most shocking truth of all about this strange new world. Seeing 3 moons hanging over the horizon confirms they are definitely not in their own world anymore. Starts with a weird thought about the moon giving birth, while 3 glowing orbs hang in the dark night sky. Our boy Yon Gisamun stares up at the celestial bodies, seemingly lost in the strange legends of this world. Yon Gisamun stands tall among his men as the sun begins to set over their camp. He is relieved that they no longer have to worry about the Tang forces pursuing them through this treacherous terrain. Their boots crunch against the dirt as the group moves through the encampment under the cover of darkness. Gisamun heads back into the main tent, unaware that a bizarre intruder is about to turn his peaceful night into a complete circus. High in the mountains, a hideous green pig monster lets out a deafening screech that echoes throughout the entire valley. The camp sits peacefully below, completely unaware that this creature is about to bring a whole lot of noise to their doorstep. 2 massive bearded warriors lunge at the beast, trying to wrestle the thrashing monster to the ground with brute strength. From across the camp, our protagonist watches the struggle while the creature continues its high-pitched, ear-piercing squeals. Yon Gisamun does not look impressed at all, wondering why catching one simple monster is taking so much effort. One of the warriors gets a firm grip on the monster's muscular arm, refusing to let the slippery target escape. The beast tries to scramble away to find an exit, but the warriors are already closing the distance. They watch the creature's frantic movements with cold, calculating expressions, ensuring their target has absolutely no chance of escaping the perimeter. The creature looks terrified as it glares back at the 2 hulking men who are currently treating it like a farm animal. They finally get the upper hand, slamming the beast down as one warrior calls it, a blue pig despite its clearly green skin. The action is fast and messy as they struggle to keep the thrashing creature from sliding away on the dirt. Yon Gisamun stands tall in the center of the camp, surrounded by the constant, annoying cries of the captured intruder. He wonders if the local pigs actually walk on 2 legs, clearly exhausted by the sheer stupidity of the situation. His subordinates do not care about his judgment, focusing entirely on making sure their prisoner does not wiggle free again. The green monster lets out another series of frantic, ear-splitting squeals, realizing these warriors aren't going to let him go without a fight. Suddenly, the beast starts speaking human language and begs the warriors to just have a normal conversation instead of killing him. The 2 bearded men freeze in their tracks, looking absolutely baffled that this ugly thing can actually talk back to them. Instead of listening, one warrior starts wiggling his fingers, preparing to subject the creature to a very different kind of interrogation. He starts tickling the monster, which causes the beast to erupt into a fit of uncontrollable laughter and even louder squealing. The soldiers seem to be enjoying this way too much as they continue the bizarre ritual while our boy watches from the sidelines. After the brief torture, they slam the creature back down, showing no mercy regardless of how much it laughs or begs. The entire camp watches this bizarre display of violence and comedy as the monster continues to shriek at the top of its lungs. Yon Gisamun looks on with a mix of confusion and annoyance at the strange sounds coming from the distance. His companion explains that a strange ritual is currently being performed, though it looks more like a circus act than a holy ceremony. She explains that it is a ritual, and they are tickling it because a smiling sacrifice is supposedly much better for the gods. These guys have a very weird sense of spirituality. Our boy just stares at her with a look of pure disbelief, realizing that his men might actually be insane. The lead warrior ignores the logic and raises his massive black axe high into the air, ready to end the show. He stares down at the trembling monster one last time, making sure he has a clear shot for the execution. The group stands on the sandy shore near their ships, preparing to finish the ritual before they head back out to sea. While discussing their next move, the axe warrior approaches Yon Gisamun to report on the local situation. The 2 warriors trade information while the rest of the crew prepares the ships for their upcoming journey. A panicked soldier comes sprinting toward them from the edge of the woods, screaming that something serious is happening nearby. The scout arrives out of breath and delivers his report, making it clear that their bizarre sacrificial ritual will have to wait for another day. The soldier looks completely shell-shocked and asks how his commander could have possibly known about the impending disaster. Yon Gisamun and the female warrior look toward the tree line, sensing a massive presence approaching their location at high speed. A gigantic bull-headed monster crashes through the wooden barricades, sending soldiers flying as it prepares to trample the entire camp. Yon Gisamun stays calm as the threat emerges. He knows panic is the quickest way to get killed and watches as his men take their positions. Suddenly, a massive horned beast erupts from the tree line with a deafening roar that shakes the very ground. This hulking monster is pure muscle and looks ready to tear apart anyone standing in its way. The soldiers do not wait around to be trampled. They grab their spears and form a wall, hoping that steel and wooden shields are enough to stop the beast. One of the soldiers looks absolutely terrified, his eyes wide as he realizes the scale of the nightmare they are facing. He cannot even process how a giant cow is walking on two legs. The beast charges forward on two legs, defying every law of nature as it thunders toward the front line. The sound of its footsteps alone is enough to make the ground shake beneath their feet. It does not care about the spears pointed its way, only about crushing anything in its path. It raises a massive stone axe, eyes locked on the humans standing in its path. With a single swing, it looks ready to clear out the entire defense. The command to block rings out just as the impact hits. Sparks fly and shields groan under the sheer pressure of a blow that would have crushed a building. The force of the strike is so intense that the soldiers have to dig their heels into the dirt just to keep from being blown away. Even with the block, the monster's strength is overwhelming. It shatters the formation, sending men and wooden splinters flying everywhere as it pushes deeper into the camp. The captain realizes they cannot win by standing still and orders his men to switch tactics immediately. They need to find a way to slow this thing down before it kills every last one of them. While some men fall back, others prepare a counterattack that might actually give them a fighting chance. Suddenly, a rain of hand axes flies through the air, aimed directly at the beast's massive torso with lethal precision. The soldiers are not just defending anymore. They are looking for blood and throwing everything they have. Each throw is backed by the desperation of men who know there is no second chance if they fail. The axes find their mark, sinking deep into the monster's chest and shoulders. It is enough to make the beast stumble, but not enough to stop it. Blood starts to splatter on the dry ground as the monster lets out a pained grunt. For the first time, the soldiers realize the Titan can be hurt. The monster's eyes turn a deep shade of red as the pain fuels its adrenaline. It is not backing down, it is just getting started. It looms over the archers and spearmen, raising a wicked spiked club to deliver a final, crushing blow. From this angle, it looks like a god of destruction descending upon the camp to wipe them out. The sheer size of the weapon is enough to make any brave man rethink his life choices. Just before it can strike, thick ropes with heavy hooks fly through the air and snag onto its horns. The beast is confused as the lines go taut. The monster tries to pull away with all its strength, but the ropes are held by some of the toughest men in the camp. It is caught in a literal tug of war where the stakes are life and death for everyone involved. As it struggles, more soldiers rush in to secure the lines. The axe warrior grinds his teeth as he uses every ounce of his strength to pull on a heavy rope. He can't believe how massive these creatures are and wonders what kind of cursed place they've stumbled into. On the other side, another group of warriors pulls in sync to force the monster's head down. Orders are shouted across the field to start peppering the cow with arrows while it is pinned. The beast snarls, its mouth dripping with saliva as it realizes it is being restrained. It tries to roar, but the pressure is taking a toll. Despite its size, the monster is slowly being dragged forward. The coordination of the soldiers is perfect, turning a chaotic disaster into a disciplined hunt. The bearded tank grunts, his muscles bulging as he tests his limits against the massive beast. He is a powerhouse in his own right and refuses to be moved. He actually starts taunting the monster, asking if it really wants to test its strength against them. This guy is a total savage who loves every second of the battlefield chaos. With one final, massive heave, he puts his entire body into the pull. The ground cracks under his boots as he prepares to finish this struggle. The monster loses its footing and crashes face first into the sand with a deafening thud. It is a humiliating fall for such a prideful beast, and it leaves its back exposed. Seeing the perfect opening, the command to fire is shouted across the battlefield. The archers have been waiting for this exact moment to let loose their volley. A cloud of arrows rains down on the fallen monster, peppering its back and limbs in a relentless barrage of steel. It tries to get up and fight back, but the sheer volume of projectiles keeps it pinned firmly to the dirt. The archers do not stop firing until the beast is completely immobilized. The beast stands one last time, looking like a giant pincushion with all those arrows and axes sticking out of its thick hide. It is covered in blood and clearly on its last legs, yet its eyes still burn with a flicker of defiance. This is the final stand of a creature that refused to go down easy. Its strength finally fails as it drops to its knees, the life slowly fading from its eyes. It fought hard, but the defense was too coordinated. The bearded warrior leaps into the air, his massive axe held high above his head. He is going for the finishing blow, silhouetted against the bright sky. He brings the heavy blade down with enough force to split a mountain in two. The monster does not even have time to scream before the cold steel meets its thick neck and ends the nightmare. Blood sprays everywhere as the life finally leaves the beast's massive, muscular body. The head is severed in one clean stroke, sending a spray of blood across the shields of the nearby soldiers who were holding the line. It is a brutal but necessary end to the battle that threatened to destroy their entire camp. The massive head rolls across the ground, marking the end of the rampage. The massive body of the beast slumps over, dead before it even hits the ground. The bearded warrior stands over his trophy, looking completely satisfied with the kill. The bearded warrior stands triumphantly over the carcass and shoots a cocky grin at his comrades. He survived a clash with a titan and came out looking like a legend. He turns to the other warrior and jokes about how their leader, Disaja, will tell them not to eat this meat. Always thinking about his stomach after a fight, typical. Yuru and Ru find themselves facing a brand new threat as more enemies emerge from the trees. They thought the fight was over, but things are just getting started. 3 more massive horned beasts charge toward them with enough force to shake the entire ground. These things are much bigger than the scouts they faced earlier. The chaos intensifies as a pack of savage wolf monsters charges out from the forest line, adding more lethal predators to the mix. These things are much faster than the scouts they faced earlier and look ready to tear through anyone in their way. The newly arrived bull titans loom over the battlefield, looking completely enraged at the sight of their fallen comrade. Yuru and Ru barely have a second to regroup before the next wave of the monstrous assault begins. The bull monsters are relentless as they swing heavy clubs and axes with murderous intent. They move with a terrifying speed that contradicts their massive size while closing the distance in a matter of seconds. It is pure chaos on the riverbank as the creatures charge headlong into the defensive line. Ru shouts to Yuru that they should split the kills 50-50 between them. He is grinning like a madman because he honestly lives for this kind of high-stakes combat and wants to see who can take down the most monsters. The beasts are everywhere, and one massive creature lunges forward with a heavy wooden club. Yuru barely manages to get his giant axe up in time to block the bone-crushing strike. Sparks fly as metal meets wood, and Yuru calls out to Ru while the pressure builds. The pressure is becoming intense as Yuru grinds his teeth and tries to push back. He is using every ounce of his strength to keep that massive club from crushing him. Yuru is caught in a power struggle with 2 of the beasts at once while Ru looks for an opening. He manages to kick one away while holding the other back with his axe. Blocking 2 giants at once is pure beast energy. From a distance, the battle looks like a total slaughterhouse in the making. The monsters are swarming from the right, while the soldiers try to maintain their formation against the tide. The bull monster raises its axe for what looks like a final crushing blow. Yuru is struggling to keep his footing in the shifting dirt as the pressure mounts. He knows that a single mistake here means he is going to be squashed like a bug by these overgrown animals. Suddenly, a black blur streaks across the battlefield with such speed that the air itself seems to scream. Someone is moving way too fast for the monsters to even react. The bull monster does not even see the attack coming until it is already too late. A flash of sharp steel cuts through the air with perfect precision. Blood sprays across the field as the blade finds its mark deep in the monster's flesh. It is a clean and surgical strike that completely catches the beast off guard. Yon Gisamun has finally made his move, and he is definitely not playing around. He lands gracefully while a massive fountain of blood erupts from the neck of the monster behind him. Our boy just cut through that thing's thick hide like it was nothing but warm butter. He stands tall while his heavy cape flutters in the wind, generated by his own sudden movement. The speed of that single attack was absolutely terrifying to witness. The monster collapses into the dust while the blood continues to spray into the air like a geyser. Yon Gisamun looks completely calm and composed despite the brutal violence he just unleashed. He is clearly operating on a level that most of these soldiers can only dream of reaching. Our boy looks down with those cold and intense eyes while ignoring the blood on his face. He is analyzing the situation and already looking for the next potential target. Yuru sees the opening and goes for a massive punch to follow up on the distraction. He slams his fist into the jaw of a monster and sends it reeling backward. He follows up the punch with a heavy overhead swing of his giant axe. This dude is a literal wrecking ball once he gets his momentum going in a fight. The edge of the giant blade drags across the dry ground while kicking up a cloud of dust and small rocks. The sheer weight of the weapon is incredible. With a savage roar, he cleaves through the monster with a single horizontal strike. The power behind the swing is enough to split the beast clean in half. Yuru is covered in fresh blood, but he is wearing a huge smile on his face. He is the type of warrior who feels most alive when the fighting is thickest. HWI does not plan on falling behind his comrades for even a second. He leaps into the air with grace and draws his bow back with incredible speed and focus. The archer shows off his incredible skills by leaping into the air and firing multiple arrows with pinpoint accuracy. He maneuvers around the monster's heavy swings, turning the beast into a giant pincushion before it even knows what hit it. The dust finally settles as the warriors stand over the fallen bodies of the massive horned beasts. Despite the size of their enemies, Yon Gisamun and his squad manage to take them down without losing a single man. Yon Gisamun notices something strange and mentions to HWI that his body feels lighter. He is genuinely confused by the sudden surge in his own speed and agility during the fight. HWI walks over with a calm expression while Yuru watches from the side. He seems to have an idea of what is happening to our protagonist and why he feels different. He looks at Yon Gisamun with a knowing smile and tells him that his body is simply adapting to the pressure. He is clearly very pleased with the progress being made. Yon Gisamun looks at his blood-stained sword while lost in a moment of deep reflection. He is starting to realize that his limits are being pushed further than he ever imagined. He stares at the edge of the blade and realizes that this is the true essence of his evolving power. Something inside of him has definitely changed for good. He sheathes his weapon while standing over the bodies of the fallen titans. The silence on the battlefield is heavy after the intense chaos of the fight. The massive body of the defeated monster looms behind our protagonist like a silent mountain. Its severed limb is a testament to the sheer lethality of the strike Yon Gisamun just delivered. He stands there completely unfazed by the carnage, while the last of the enemy life force fades away. One of the monster's massive feet slams into the ground as the body finally topples over. The impact shakes the earth one last time before everything goes quiet. The horned beast lets out a final breath, and its mouth twitches into a strange grin. Even in death, these creatures look like they are hiding some kind of dark secret. The ground shatters under the weight of a massive blow, and dust flies everywhere, as the earth fails to hold up against such raw power. The horned beast stares down at his own trembling fist, looking completely confused that his overwhelming strength just got countered so easily. Our boy does not give the monster a single second to recover and cleaves right through him with a devastating strike. A massive eruption of blood paints the ground as the creature is split wide open. Yon Gisamun stands tall among the carnage, looking like a true god of war. He slowly slides his blade back into its sheath, with a crisp metallic click as if this life and death struggle was barely a warm-up. A cold look crosses his face as he mutters how much of a shame this whole situation is, since he clearly expected more of a challenge. Meanwhile, the rest of the army is not slacking off, and a soldier drives his spear straight through the throat of a wolf beast. The battlefield is a mess of fur and steel, but these soldiers are absolute units for standing their ground against the remaining monsters. Realizing they are completely outmatched, The surviving wolf creatures tuck their tails and bolt toward the tree line to escape the slaughter. Yon Gisamun watches the stragglers disappear into the dense foliage, and he is not about to let them regroup or escape into the wild. He turns to the massive warrior beside him and tells Yuru to hunt them down and find out what other threats are hiding out there. He wants to ensure that no enemies are left to regroup. Deep in the forest, the local birds scatter as the peace is shattered by the sounds of heavy footsteps crashing through the brush. A pair of boots racing through the tall grass in a desperate hurry, as someone runs like their life depends on it. A man with a bow is dragging a young woman through the thick forest, and both of them are gasping for air in pure terror. Sarah cries out for her uncle as they scramble through the undergrowth, but the forest is thick, and their pursuer is getting closer. The man is sweating bullets, and his eyes are darting everywhere, because he knows they are being hunted by something far faster than them. Tears stream down the girl's face as she realizes how dire their situation is, and her legs feel like they are about to give out. They finally reach a small clearing, and Baran stops to make a stand, drawing his bow with trembling hands, while Sarah huddles behind him. The ground trembles with heavy, rhythmic thuds that echo through the forest, signaling the approach of something massive and terrifying. Suddenly, the trees explode outward, as a massive gray ogre bursts into the clearing looking like a literal mountain of muscle and hunger. The beast lets out a deafening roar that literally shakes the leaves off the surrounding trees and rattles the bones of everyone nearby. Up close, this monster is a pure nightmare with rows of jagged yellow teeth and eyes that contain nothing but mindless hunger. Baran tries to be brave and calls the ogre a stupid beast, as he lets an arrow fly aimed right at the monster's chest. But the arrow just bounces off the thick hide like it was a toothpick, and the monster does not even flinch at the attack. The archer's heart sinks into his stomach as he realizes his only weapon is completely useless against this massive gray nightmare. He looks back at Sarah and begs her to run away while he tries to buy her a few seconds in a suicide mission. The girl is completely paralyzed and looks at her uncle with wide eyes while her body refuses to move a single inch. She finally snaps out of it and tries to bolt into the brush while crying and shaking so hard she can barely see. As the blonde girl tries to flee from the chaos, she trips over a stray rock and tumbles helplessly into the grass. She is completely vulnerable now, and the sound of heavy footsteps behind her means she is in serious trouble. The ogre narrows its eyes as it focuses on the easy prey on the ground, and it stops caring about the man entirely. It looms over her like a dark cloud, and the uncle watches from a distance completely helpless as the monster reaches out its hand. The archer's arrow finds its mark, but it's like a needle against a mountain as the ogre continues its relentless advance toward the girl. The massive gray hand descends toward the fallen girl, and she curls into a ball as she waits for the end to come. Just as the claws are about to grab her, dark blur streaks across the ground, moving at a speed no human should have. The ogre's reaching hand is suddenly blocked by a massive force, as a new arrival stands his ground against the giant monster. It is Buru the Axe Warrior, and he scoops the girl up like she weighs nothing before hauling her away from the danger zone. Sarah keeps her eyes squeezed shut as she is carried through the trees, just thankful that someone finally came to her rescue. Sarah finally opens her eyes after being hauled away from the beast. She is sweating and shaking, barely beginning to process the fact that someone actually saved her life. She finds herself staring up at the absolute unit of a man who just snatched her from certain death. She is in total shock, wondering how someone this massive could possibly move with such incredible speed. The poor girl is completely breathless and trembling as she looks up at the giant man holding her. She has never seen anyone so intimidatingly large, and she's not quite sure if she should be thankful or even more terrified. The warrior just gives her a wide, toothy grin to show he is friendly. He seems pretty proud of himself for making such a timely entrance into the middle of the chaos. The atmosphere suddenly shifts into something straight out of a fairy tale with roses blooming in the background. Sarah stares in shock, wondering if her savior is really a dwarf warrior. Talk about an unexpected hero. Our story opens with Jai Ungsam standing in the middle of a forest, holding a young blonde girl in his massive arms. He looks completely unfazed despite the chaotic situation unfolding around them. A massive gray ogre suddenly towers over them, its muscles bulging as it prepares to crush everything in its path. The blonde girl is terrified, screaming at her savior to just run away and save himself while he still can. This monster looks like it crawled straight out of a nightmare. The ground literally shatters as the ogre brings its massive fists down, creating an explosion of dirt and debris that fills the entire area. The force of the impact is so strong that the nearby trees shake violently, and a massive cloud of dust completely hides Jai Ung-sam and the girl from view. The wind whistles through the trees as the thick cloud of dust starts to drift away. Everything is quiet for a split second as the forest waits to see if anyone actually survived that crushing blow. Small boots touch the grass as the blonde girl finds her footing on the forest floor. She is trembling but miraculously unharmed, standing amidst the settling dust while trying to process how she is still alive. She looks up and sees Jai Ung-sam standing right in front of her. His silhouette is imposing against the sunlight filtering through the leaves, and the girl can only stare in absolute silence at the man who just saved her life. Jai Ung-sam's reflection is visible in the girl's wide eyes as she watches him move with blinding speed. Without saying a single word, he lunges forward, his ponytail whipping behind him as he prepares to finish what the ogre started. Jai Ung-sam charges toward the massive beast, swinging a giant black axe-like blade with terrifying power. He moves like a blur of steel and muscle, closing the distance before the monster can even register that its target is still breathing. Jai Ung-sam cleaves the entire beast right down the middle in one fluid motion. Purple blood sprays everywhere as the massive body is split in half by the sheer force of the strike. It is a clean, brutal execution that proves exactly why you don't mess with this guy. Ogres really need better life insurance. A blonde man in a blue tunic rushes over, stopping dead in his tracks alongside the girl. Both of them are completely paralyzed by shock, unable to believe that someone just killed a high-level threat with a single swing. The ogre's remains burst into a fountain of purple fluid as the reality of the kill sets in. The roar of the monster is replaced by the wet sound of its body collapsing into pieces on the forest floor. The blonde companion is losing his mind, shouting about how the ogre went down in just one blow. Meanwhile, Jai Ung-sam stands calmly over the carcass, his weapon resting on the ground as the purple gore stains the grass around his boots. The two halves of the monster slump over, creating a gruesome scene in the middle of the woods. Jai Ung-sam begins to walk away, looking like he just finished a casual stroll rather than a life-or-death battle with a giant. Jai Ung-sam turns his head slightly, noticing that the two people he just saved are still standing there like statues. He is covered in purple splatters, but his expression remains surprisingly calm despite the carnage behind him. He reaches up and wipes a smear of purple blood from his forehead. His hand is stained with the monster's remains, but he doesn't seem to mind the mess at all. Jai Ung-sam flashes a friendly, almost goofy grin that completely clashes with his intimidating appearance. He casually asks if they are okay, as if he didn't just bisect a 3-ton monster 5 seconds ago. The blonde duo just stares back at him with their mouths hanging open. Their brains are clearly short-circuiting as they try to reconcile his terrifying combat power with his suddenly polite and cheerful attitude. The survivors immediately drop to the ground and start bowing so hard their foreheads hit the grass. They are shouting there thanks to the people of the earth, clearly terrified that this monster of a man might turn his axe on them next. Jai Ung-sam looks genuinely confused by their extreme reaction. He stands there with his mouth slightly open, wondering why these two are acting like he is some kind of deity instead of just a regular guy who likes to swing an axe. A military encampment set up along a sandy beach near some mountains. Soldiers are running back and forth around a large red and white tent, and several ships are visible anchored in the blue water nearby. Inside the tent, the blonde man and girl are seated while a group of armored soldiers stands around them. The atmosphere is thick with curiosity as the soldiers murmur amongst themselves about these new outsiders. The blonde man gestures toward the girl's leg, explaining the situation to anyone who will listen. He looks worried and stressed, while the girl sits quietly with her hands folded in her lap, her leg clearly bandaged up underneath her skirt. The girl's eyes are cast downward, filled with a mix of exhaustion and lingering fear. She seems overwhelmed by the sheer number of soldiers surrounding them and the weight of their current situation. She grips the fabric of her skirt tightly, her knuckles turning white as she explains that she is injured and can't move on her own. The trauma of the ogre attack is clearly still fresh in her mind. The blonde man gets frantic, sweating as he asks how he could possibly run away and leave her behind. He is clearly at his wit's end, and he has no idea what these soldiers plan to do with them. Suddenly, Jae-Ung-sam steps into the tent, his massive silhouette immediately silencing everyone inside. He stands tall with his hands on his hips, his giant weapon strapped to his back as he surveys the room with a stern look. Jae-Ung-sam fixes his cold, unwavering gaze on the intruders, his eyes filled with a terrifying level of suspicion. He doesn't need to say a single word to let everyone in the tent know exactly who is in charge here. The blonde man looks up at Jae-Ung-sam, stammering as he tries to explain their presence. He looks like he is about to burst into tears again, while the girl remains huddled in her chair, watching their savior carefully. Outside the tent, the soldiers are gossiping like a bunch of school kids. They are whispering about how white the girl's skin is, and wondering if all the locals in this area are that pretty, completely unaware that their boss is right inside. The blonde man looks over at the girl and asks if she thinks these people could be soldiers from the subjugation force. He is clearly searching for any kind of hope that they have ended up in the right hands. Jae-Ung-sam looms over the seated pair, his presence filling the entire tent. The silence is deafening as they wait for him to speak, wondering if they are about to be helped or handed over to someone even worse. The blonde girl starts to sweat under the pressure of that intense stare, her heart racing as she tries to keep her composure. She nods her head nervously, realizing that any wrong move could lead to a very bad ending for her and her companion. Suddenly, Jae-Ung-sam snaps, crossing his arms and yelling at the top of his lungs. He demands to know what everyone is staring at, and tells the nosy soldiers outside to get lost right this second. The soldiers outside the tent are startled by the sudden outburst, their heads snapping toward the noise as they realize their gossip has been overheard by the commander. The group of soldiers scrambles away as fast as their legs can carry them, kicking up sand as they flee from the tent. They clearly know better than to hang around when Jae-Ung-sam is in a bad mood. Jae-Ung-sam stands there with a heavy gaze as the soldiers clear out. He looks like a man who has heard every rumor under the sun and is absolutely done with the nonsense. He turns back to Yeon Gisamun and the other warriors, giving a brief nod. Our boy offers a quick thank you for handling the situation before they move on to more pressing matters. Yeon Gisamun turns his back on the tension, his long ponytail swaying as he prepares to lead his group out of the tent. He has far more important matters to attend to than a staring contest with a couple of nervous foreigners. Jae-Ung-sam watches them go, his expression unreadable. He has seen enough battles to know that silence is often more dangerous than the loudest war cry. The blonde duo stands there looking completely lost, only recognizing the sound of their own names amidst the sea of foreign chatter. They realize they are completely out of their depth and have no idea what these powerful warriors are actually planning for them. Yeon Gisamun towers over them, his fur-trimmed cape catching the light. He realizes that staring them down won't do much good if they cannot actually communicate with each other. The dry sand crunches under their heavy boots as they move through the center of the camp. Every step feels heavy with the weight of the unknown territory they have occupied. Our boy looks out over the horizon, watching the soldiers maintain order. They have established perimeter, but the sense of being watched by the land itself never truly fades. The situation gets even weirder when the soldiers driving literal orcs into pens. They still don't know what kind of world they have landed in, but they are adapting fast. They are even butchering massive beasts to gather materials for new weapons. The commander barks orders to cut carefully, as they need the hide and bone to craft better bows. Unknown dangers lurk just beyond the tree line, and any one of them could cut their lifeline in an instant. Our boy knows they must obtain information about this strange land, and the only way to do that is through their captives. Yeon Gisamun narrows his eyes in deep thought. He needs someone who can bridge the gap and turn these terrified prisoners into a source of intelligence. The blonde girl and her companion look up with wide, pleading eyes. They are waiting for some sign of what is going to happen to them next, fearing the worst. Back inside the main tent, the group gathers to discuss their options. The bearded lieutenant stands with his arms crossed, while our boy sits and observes the two outsiders. The female warrior with the white headband suggests that they have someone perfectly suited for this exact task. She thinks it is time to bring in their secret weapon. The bearded guy suddenly lets out a booming shout, calling for the man in question. Yon Gisamun and the others wait to see who is about to walk through that flap. He breaks out into a massive grin, clearly amused by the idea of this specific man being their savior. It seems like the person they are calling has quite the reputation. Steady footsteps approach the tent, sounding rhythmic and confident against the ground. Whoever this is, he clearly knows his worth in this camp. A warrior with spiked hair and a long ponytail appears, carrying a massive blade strapped to his back. He walks with the swagger of a man who has been everywhere. He strides past the lines of soldiers, his presence commanding respect from everyone he passes. The word is that his head is so brilliant there isn't a single language he doesn't know. The warrior drops to one knee before Yon Gisamun, showing his absolute loyalty. He is ready to serve, no matter how strange the request might be. Up close, a distinct scar across his cheek, marking him as a veteran of many journeys. His eyes are sharp, reflecting a world of experience beyond just the battlefield. Meet Jai Sam, the man who supposedly knows every language under heaven. If anyone can talk to these blonde strangers, it is definitely him. Our protagonist asks if the rumors are true, and Jai Sam answers with a confident laugh. He seems almost insulted that anyone would even doubt his linguistic skills. He explains that he spent his youth following his merchant parents on trading trips to the far western regions. This gave him the chance to master dozens of foreign tongues. Yon Gisamun stands up and gives the order to try speaking to the captives. Jai Sam accepts the challenge immediately, eager to show off his unique talent. The room goes silent as Jai Sam prepares his first words. He takes a deep breath, mentally shifting through all the different dialects he has mastered over the years. From the Great Chin to the land of Wa, there truly isn't anywhere he hasn't been. He has negotiated with emperors and traded with peasants across the entire known world. The blonde girl looks up at Jai Sam with a mix of fear and curiosity, wondering if this warrior is her savior or just another captor. He stands tall and confident before her, maintaining an intimidating presence while attempting to start a conversation with the small girl. Jai Sam puts on this incredibly intense and slightly creepy grin. He is clearly trying to be friendly, but he is coming off a bit too strong with his enthusiasm. The blonde girl looks absolutely horrified, her pupils shrinking as she stares at his wild expression. She probably thinks she is about to be eaten by this crazy person. Realizing he is scaring her, Jai Sam quickly pivots into a bright, cheerful laugh. He starts gesturing wildly with his hands, trying to seem as non-threatening as possible. He finally starts speaking, and to everyone's surprise, he sounds like he is having the time of his life. He chats away with the girl while our boy watches with interest. The language master continues his attempt, but the visible sweat and the girl's confused expression suggest things aren't going quite as smoothly as he hoped. He pivots to a friendly wave, trying to ease the tension with a broad smile and high-energy gestures to show he means no harm. The poor girl looks like her brain just completely short-circuited. All she sees are question marks because nothing about this situation makes any sense to her anymore. Everything goes white for a second as the sheer absurdity of the moment hits home. This is not exactly the heroic rescue she was probably expecting. While Jai Sam is over here laughing like he just told the joke of the century, our protagonist Yon Gisamun is looking on with pure judgment. You can tell he is already losing his patience with these antics. Jai Sam decides to try some French and gets way too close for comfort. He greets her with a cheesy smile, but the terrified girl just stares back with a face that says, "Please get me away from this man." The whole squad is gathered around now, and the vibe is just awkward. You have these massive warriors standing there looking intimidating, while their comrade is busy making a fool of himself in front of their guest. Yon Gisamun is reaching his limit, and you can practically see the vein popping in his forehead. He is not the type of guy who enjoys wasting time on nonsense, and this is definitely nonsense. Jai Sam is basically a walking dictionary of greetings at this point. He is cycling through every language he knows from Spanish to Arabic to see if something sticks, but he is only making it worse. The guy is trying so hard to be worldly, but he just looks like a total clown in front of the squad. He tries one last greeting with a massive grin and a wink. At this point, he is just entertaining himself because nobody else in the room is buying what he is selling. Enough is enough. A heavy hand comes down and puts an immediate end to the language lesson before it can get any more embarrassing. Jae-ung Sam gets absolutely flattened as his face meets the ground. That is what happens when you spend more time flirting than actually being useful to the mission. Byuru loses his cool and tells Gisamun that this whole situation is ridiculous, as their comrade has officially reached a brand new record for pure stupidity. Byuru does not need to be told twice. He reaches down and grabs Jae-ung Sam by the scruff of the neck like a misbehaving puppy, while the blonde girl just watches the chaos unfold in total silence. Our protagonist sighs and admits he forgot a very important rule. Aside from actual fighting, he really cannot trust either of these two idiots to handle a simple conversation. The massive Byuru hauls Jae-ung Sam away by the back of his neck, ignoring his flailing limbs, as the blonde girl watches the scene with a look of pure confusion. Byuru is done playing games and puts on his most intimidating face to remind the loudmouth that he should probably start worrying about his own safety, instead of trying to flirt with their guest. Jae-ung Sam finally realizes he messed up big time. The sweat starts pouring down his face as he looks up at the massive warrior currently holding his fate in one hand. The grip on his collar tightens, and there is absolutely no escape now. This is the part where he realizes that his charm has zero power over his own teammates. Even as he is being dragged away, the man just cannot help himself. He shouts out one last greeting in Chinese because apparently he wants to go down swinging. Byuru finally has enough and just launches the guy into the air. He goes flying across the room with a pathetic scream, and hopefully he learns his lesson about trying to be a linguist when he should be a soldier. That is one way to clear the air and get back to business. The system confirms what we all suspected. Jae-ung Sam is officially labeled as a liar because he clearly had no idea what he was talking about the whole time. Silence falls over the room as Yeon Gisamun sits back on his throne. The girl is still shaking, and the atmosphere is heavy with the weight of everything that just happened. A new face steps forward, and this guy looks a lot more reliable than the last one. He has long hair and a calm expression that immediately changes the energy of the room. The newcomer kneels down gracefully in front of the girl. He is showing a level of respect and politeness that was completely missing from the previous encounter. He offers her a gentle smile, and you can see he is trying his best to put her at ease. This guy actually knows how to handle a delicate situation without scaring the witness. The blonde girl looks surprised by the sudden change in treatment. She is finally seeing someone who does not look like they are about to either eat her or start speaking gibberish. The young man introduces himself as Yeon Hwi Ga Ram. He speaks slowly and clearly, making sure she understands every word of his name. The girl looks like she just found a drop of water in the middle of a desert. She is so relieved to finally have a normal person to talk to that she can barely contain her joy. The warrior with the white headband leans in with a gentle smile, trying to break the ice by asking the girl for her name. He wants to show her that they aren't just mindless killers, and that she can finally start to let her guard down a little bit. She blinks as she processes the question. For a moment, she seems to hesitate, as if she has not had anyone actually ask for her name in a long time. She softly replies that her name is Sarah. It is a small moment, but you can tell it is a huge step forward for her to finally start communicating with them. The soldiers in the background are absolutely blown away. They are all cheering because they actually managed to get a piece of information out of her without any casualties. The group starts laughing and chatting amongst themselves. It is like the tension in the room just evaporated now that they have made some real progress. Byuru is laughing especially hard because he thinks he is a genius. He is convinced that he already knew the name and is acting like he is the one who solved the puzzle. Byuru realizes that Hwi Ga Ram used his name on purpose to make himself seem more reliable and friendly to the girl, showing that the kid is much more calculating than he originally thought. The whole group is finally relaxing a bit, and the girl looks like she might actually be safe for the time being. It took a lot of trial and error, but they finally broke the ice. Yeon Gisamun watches the interaction from a distance, deciding to let his comrade continue the friendly conversation without interference. He figures that a bit of kindness won't hurt their mission, especially since the girl seems much less terrified than she was before. With the meeting concluded, Yon Gisamun calls an end to the session for today. The entire squad lets out a synchronized roar as they prepare to move out, leaving the visitors completely stunned by their intensity. The group of warriors filters out of the tent with heavy rhythmic footsteps. They leave behind a silence that feels twice as heavy as the noise they just made while marching out. The blonde girl and her companion stand there with their mouths hanging open. They are trying to process the raw power they just witnessed from Yon Gisamun and his specialized unit. The blonde man is actually brought to tears by the display. Whether it is relief or sheer intimidation, he is clearly overwhelmed by the presence of these elite warriors. As night falls, the focus shifts away to a different military encampment marked by bright blue banners fluttering under the starlight. This place feels far more formal and rigid than the camp we just left. Soldiers in polished armor patrol the perimeter and gather around cookfires to share a meal. This is a well-funded operation, and every man present looks like a seasoned professional ready for a fight. Deep inside the main tent, a silver-haired man sits at a long dining table illuminated by candlelight. A tall knight stands at his side like a silent shadow, watching as the man focuses on his dinner. This mysterious noble man takes another bite of his expensive dinner, his calm demeanor suggesting he thinks he has everything under control. He is clearly someone used to the finer things in life, and he refuses to let anything ruin his peaceful meal. This is Baron Alvin of the Heian Kingdom, and he looks like the type who enjoys the finer things while others do his dirty work. He continues his meal with a focused, almost predatory intensity that matches his reputation. Standing right behind him is Knight Hugelian Tilluman, a massive warrior whose gaze never wavers from his post. He serves as the Baron's right hand, providing the muscle needed to enforce the noble's will across the entire land. Suddenly, a scout rushes into the tent with an urgent update for the Baron. He reports that the mercenary company is making their move and will have control over the Slash and Burn village in no time. Baron Alvin slowly dabs his mouth with a white napkin, absorbing the information without missing a beat. He does not seem surprised by the report at all, as if everything is going exactly according to his plan. A dark, twisted grin spreads across his face as he contemplates the upcoming conquest. It looks like our protagonist is about to have some very serious competition in the region once this operation truly begins. Baron Alvin sits down for a meal in the Heian Kingdom. This guy looks like he has some serious weight on his shoulders. Knight Hugelian Tilluman stands by, waiting for his master to finish eating before delivering the necessary report. A soldier rushes into the room with news that a mercenary company is about to seize control of a nearby village. The Baron stops eating and wipes his mouth with a napkin. He does not look happy about the sudden interruption. A sinister look crosses the Baron's face as he considers his next move. Clearly, someone is about to have a very bad day. Meanwhile, at a heavily fortified seaside camp, the atmosphere is much more disciplined. Soldiers move with purpose between the white tents. Our protagonist, Yon Gisamun, is busy fueling up with a warm bowl of soup and some sliced meat. Jai Ung Sam stands right behind him, reporting in while our boy focuses on finishing his lunch. Jai Ung Sam seems pretty relaxed as he watches his commander eat. These two clearly have a very solid bond. Yon Gisamun just keeps chewing his food, seemingly unimpressed by whatever news he just heard. The tent is quiet for a moment, until the sound of approaching footsteps is heard from outside. Jai Ung Sam catches the sound and turns his head toward the entrance. Someone important is here. A massive warrior with a giant axe strapped to his back walks in, followed closely by a blonde girl. The girl gives a sweet, innocent smile that feels completely out of place in this serious military setting. A close-up view of the massive warrior's axe as he enters the room. He stares directly at our protagonist, with an intense expression that reveals his inner determination. A close-up of the warrior's dark beard as he prepares to speak with his commander. Yon Gisamun stops eating and looks the big guy up and down with a calm gaze. The contrast between the giant warrior and the petite girl standing next to him is almost comical. Suddenly, the bearded man laughs and slams a fist against his chest, acknowledging the instructions he just received. Our protagonist remains stone-faced, his eyes narrowing as he prepares to give out the final command. He tells the group that the Royal Guard commander will be joining them on this dangerous mission. The big guy freezes in place, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead from the unexpected news. Yon Gisamun explains that total cooperation is the key to success for what they are about to do. His gaze is sharp enough to cut through steel. You can tell he is not taking any excuses today. He specifically tells the bearded warrior to prioritize the safety of the young girl throughout the journey. To ensure everything goes smoothly, he is officially attaching the Royal Guard commander to the squad. The bearded warrior looks completely stunned for a second, his mouth hanging open in total shock. Then he bursts into a massive fit of laughter, realizing he actually has some serious firepower on his side. The whole tent fills with his boisterous laughing, while Yon Gisamun just sits there wishing for some peace. Our boy is all business, his eyes fixed on the task at hand as he dismisses them. As night falls, a small caravan begins its long journey through the dense and moonlit forest. Guards on horseback flank a heavily loaded wagon as it creaks along the narrow dirt path. The massive bearded warrior sits atop the cargo bags, watching over the green-skinned orcs huddled in the back of the wagon. Yon Gisamun explains the final mission details, dismissing the warrior and the girl while the long-haired advisor looks on. The heavy wooden wheels of the transport cart creak as it rolls through the dusty mountain pass. Several green-skinned orcs are chained to the front, forced to pull the massive load like beasts of burden as the army advances. These orcs are clearly struggling, their bodies slick with sweat as they let out guttural groans of exhaustion. They have been at this for a long time, and the weight of the cargo is clearly taking a toll on their strength. From high up on the cart, the massive bearded warrior watches the landscape while resting on sacks of grain. Below him, the two rows of orcs continue their rhythmic march, dragging the heavy wooden frame as the rest of the unit follows closely behind. The massive warrior is not traveling alone, as the blonde girl clutches onto him while they ride through the forest. Despite the rugged nature of their journey, she seems calm enough under his protection as they navigate the dense trees. The main force of the army moves through the darkness under a star-filled sky, their spears held high. Every soldier maintains a strict formation as they descend the mountain path, their discipline evident in their silent progress through the night. The steady sound of hundreds of boots hitting the dry earth echoes through the valley as they march. This is a highly disciplined unit, and every man is moving with a specific purpose as they approach their hidden objective. Suddenly, one of the scouts at the front spots something in the distance and shouts out to the group. He points a finger toward the valley below, signaling to the rest of the unit that the target is finally in sight. Far off in the distance, a cluster of lights flickers against the dark silhouettes of the mountains. That has to be their destination, a small village tucked away in the wilderness where they expect to find their answers. Yon Gisamun shifts his weight on the sacks, his eyes narrowing as he looks back toward his trailing soldiers. He is ready for this trek to be over, but he knows the hardest part of the mission is just beginning. The spiky-haired warrior leads a group of armored knights through the woods, but he suddenly pulls his horse to a halt when he senses something. He stares ahead with intense focus, while the blond man behind him waits to see what the hold-up is all about. Jai Ungsam cannot help himself and lets out a mutter, calling the big man a liar under his breath. It is a bold move to disrespect a commander like that, especially one with such a short fuse. That was definitely the wrong thing to say to an elite warrior. Yon Gisamun grits his teeth, his face contorting with a sudden flash of pure, unadulterated rage that promises a world of pain. The silence that follows is thick enough to cut with a blade, as Jai Ungsam realizes he might have overstepped. He sits stiffly on his horse, while the commander glares him down from the top of the grain cart. Yon Gisamun roars at him to shut his mouth and go confirm if that is actually the right village. He is clearly in no mood for any more backtalk or smart remarks during this night march. His eyes are practically burning with fury as he leans forward, daring the younger warrior to say one more word. You can almost feel the heat radiating off him as he prepares to explode. Jai Ungsam does not need to be told twice and quickly agrees to follow the order. He knows exactly when to back down, especially when the commander looks like he is about to snap him in half. While riding deep into the forest, the blond man listens closely as the warrior in black armor tries to explain their next move. The warrior looks a bit stressed by the situation, gesturing with his hand to emphasize how serious their current mission has become. Jai Ung-sam looks back over his shoulder toward the cart, looking a bit nervous as he senses the commander's lingering gaze. He needs to watch his mouth if he wants to stay in the man's good graces. The other soldier reminds him that the villagers might be genuinely terrified to see an armed force of this size showing up. Jai Ung-sam just shrugs it off, clearly more focused on his own ego than the local peasants. He flashes a confident smirk, thinking he is the coolest guy in the whole army. This is the kind of misplaced confidence that usually gets a man killed in these stories. Out of nowhere, a massive blur of motion cuts through the air with terrifying speed. Jai Ung-sam barely has time to blink before something heavy comes crashing down toward his head from the side. His eyes bulge out in shock as the realization of his massive mistake finally hits him. It is far too late to dodge now, and he is about to learn a very painful lesson about military respect. Yon Gisamun has literally swiped him right off his horse with the flat of his massive weapon. He towers over the fallen warrior, asking him if he actually thinks they are equals just because they are on a mission. The focus shifts to the heavy armored legs of the horses as the unit continues its advance. Despite the momentary violence, the discipline of the march must be maintained. Jai Ung-sam is sent flying through the air, his body limp as he is completely overwhelmed by the sheer power of the strike. Talk about a major reality check for a loudmouthed soldier. He groans in pain, trying to pull himself back together while spitting out a mouthful of dirt. He looks completely disoriented, and his pride is definitely hurting much more than his bruised jaw. Yon Gisamun is still fuming, pointing his weapon and scolding him for using informal speech again. Jai Ung-sam is basically a ragdoll at this point, caught in the middle of a one-sided beatdown while the troops watch. The horse's hooves tread through a path lined with small white flowers. It is a strangely peaceful setting for such a display of brutal military discipline. Our boy Jai Ung-sam is left face down in the grass, wondering exactly where it all went wrong for him. That is what happens when you let your mouth run much faster than your survival instincts. Yon Gisamun settles back onto his makeshift throne of grain sacks, his breathing starting to level out. He is finally done with the distractions, while Sarah watches the whole display from the ground with a worried look. He turns his attention to the girl, realizing that his sudden outburst might have been a bit too much for her to handle. Sarah just stares back with those big blue eyes, looking completely stunned by his brutality. The big man softens his gaze just a tiny bit as he looks at her over his massive shoulder. He might be a monster to his soldiers, but he seems to have a real soft spot for Sarah. Suddenly, his face breaks into a massive, toothy grin as he tries to play the whole thing off as a joke. It is a bit terrifying to see a man go from murderous rage to a smile in seconds. Sarah cannot help but smile back, her earlier fear melting away as she realizes she is safe with him. This duo has a very strange dynamic, but they clearly trust each other more than anyone else. Finally, the entrance to the village looms before them, guarded by a sturdy wooden fence and sharpened stakes. The place looks eerily quiet tonight, like a ghost town waiting for its unexpected visitors to arrive. The sound of hooves breaks the silence as the traveler approaches the village gate. Everything is quiet, almost too quiet for this time of night. Our blonde traveler helps the girl down from her horse as they step into the village. They were expecting a warm welcome, not this eerie stillness. They walk together through the empty streets, wondering why the hell the place looks abandoned. Where did everyone go? Suddenly the girl spots something through the gaps in the buildings. Her eyes go wide with shock as she gasps. She points toward the town square, where faint light and distant shouting can finally be heard. Something is definitely wrong over there. The mountains loom over the thatched roofs, casting long shadows over a scene of hidden chaos. It is a beautiful night for a nightmare. They creep forward, their footsteps echoing against the dirt path as they approach the center of town. They are walking straight into the lion's den. The blond man breaks into a cold sweat as his instincts scream at him to turn back right now. He knows danger is close. Without a second's hesitation, he grabs the girl and pulls her into the shadows, covering her mouth to keep her silent. He just saw something terrible. He gestures for her to stay quiet, his face pale with fear. One sound and they are both dead meat. Slowly, he peeks around the corner of a wooden building to get a better look at the square. The sight waiting for him is brutal. The village square is packed with armed mercenaries, and every single villager is forced onto their knees. This is not a protection detail at all. The village chief pleads with Commander Murin, reminding him of the taxes they already paid for protection. They gave up everything to stay safe. The village chief looks up at Murin in terror, realizing the commander has no intention of honoring their agreement. The mercenary's presence is suffocating. The commander flashes a hideous, toothless grin and mocks the old man for being so naive. Man, this guy is a total scumbag. He asks why his men would ever risk their lives fighting orcs for a bunch of peasants. The villagers realize they have been betrayed. Murin pulls the chief close and puts a knife to his throat, laughing like a maniac. He is enjoying every single second of this suffering. His men stand behind him, looking like a pack of hungry wolves ready to tear into their prey. They are just waiting for the order. The commander screams right into the old man's face, telling him that the villagers are nothing but property now. Their lives have zero value. And just like that, the violence begins. The mercenaries start swinging their clubs, shattering bones and crushing anyone who tries to resist. The entire square erupts into pure chaos as people scream for mercy that is never coming. Men are beaten into the dirt while women and children are rounded up like cattle. It is a total bloodbath, and these monsters are just getting started with their raid. Violence breaks out all across the village as ruthless bandits begin their heartless assault on the innocent locals. Women and children try to run for their lives, but the attackers are everywhere, swinging their weapons without a single shred of mercy. Mother clutches her baby, begging for them to be spared. She is terrified, but the man approaching her has zero humanity left in him. The mercenary squints his eyes, looking her up and down like she is a prize to be won. He does not see a person. She pulls the child closer to her chest, trying to shield the baby from the carnage happening all around them. It is hopeless. The bastard actually licks his lips while he watches her struggle. Some people are just born pure evil. The terrifying bandit with a wicked grin corners the poor blonde girl, enjoying the look of absolute fear on her face. He looks like a total psychopath who finds joy in the suffering of others as he slowly moves in to grab her. His gloved hand reaches out and snaps around her arm with a grip like iron. She tries to pull away, but he is too strong. He drags her across the ground as she screams in agony, still refusing to let go of her child. The cruelty here is sickening. Back at the center, Murin watches his men work while the village chief lies broken at his feet. The village has been dismantled in minutes. The old man reaches out one last time, begging for his people, his voice cracking with despair. He cannot believe his home is gone. Murin delivers a crushing blow, his heavy boot pinning the old man's head into the dirt. He wants the chief to feel every bit of his dominance. He looks down with a cold, predatory stare and asks the chief if being a slave is not better than being eaten. The chief lies there, bleeding and broken, forced to watch as everything he spent his life building is destroyed. His spirit is crushed. The screams continue to ring out through the night as the mercenaries finish their work. The village that was once a sanctuary is now a graveyard. The chief is at his absolute limit, his face pressed into the ground as he gasps for air. He can barely remain conscious as the devastation continues around him. This is heartbreaking because they ran from the kingdom's tyranny just to find peace, only for that dream to turn into a total nightmare. The chief realizes too late that his fatal mistake was trusting these monsters to protect his people from the orcs. Even as Murin keeps him pinned, the chief can only whisper the names of his family, praying they have somehow escaped this massacre. The screen fades to white as the chief's final thoughts are of his family's safety. It is the only thing left for him to cling to. Hidden just out of sight, a blonde girl is trembling in fear. Her uncle has his hand clamped over her mouth, keeping her silent because one tiny sob would mean certain death for both of them. He watches the perimeter with intense focus. The uncle is barely holding it together himself. He grits his teeth, eyes shut tight as he listens to the screams of his friends being slaughtered just a few feet away. He slowly pulls his hand away from Sarah's mouth once he is sure they haven't been spotted. Her eyes are wide with shock and grief. They stand there in the shadow of a wooden building, a pair of survivors in a graveyard. He looks down at her with a grim determination, knowing he has to get her far away from here no matter what it takes to survive. He holds his sword hilt tight, ready for anything. She turns to him with tears in her eyes, asking what is going to happen to him. She can't stand the thought of losing the only family she has left in this carnage. Baran and his sister were face down in the dirt, with no way out, as the enemy closed in on their position. Baran was already pretty beat up, and could barely keep his eyes open as the blood started pooling on the ground. Nearby Baron Alvin was getting the absolute worst of it, with a soldier grinding his face into the gravel with a boot. One of the goons reported back to his boss that he found the targets hiding behind the barracks like cornered rats. The commander had a disgusting grin on his face and clearly did not care about his missing tooth or dental hygiene. One of the massive scarred soldiers grabbed the girl by her hair and neck while she screamed for any kind of help. Baran tried to crawl over and stop them, but he was desperately reaching out with zero strength left to fight. The scarred soldier just laughed and kicked Baran straight in the teeth, telling the poor guy to get lost immediately. He started dragging the poor girl away through the dirt while her brother watched helplessly from the ground. She was crying out for help, but the village was already overrun with enemies, and it looked like a total nightmare scenario as he hauled her toward the shadows. Out of nowhere, heavy weapons started whistling through the air, heading straight for the soldier's back with lethal speed. The girl caught a glimpse of the incoming blade, and her eyes went wide with a mix of shock and hope. The soldier did not even have time to turn around before the shadow of the weapon loomed over his entire body. The heavy axe buried itself deep into the man's skull with a sickening crunch, and he dropped like a cold rock. Everyone froze in absolute shock as the commander and Baron Alvin both stared at the dead man on the ground. Then the heavy thud of hooves echoed through the camp as a mysterious rider charged straight into the center of the village. It was Sam, and he looked like an absolute beast on his horse while carrying a massive heavy axe. The horse came to a sliding halt right in front of the survivors, while dust and gravel flew into the air. Looking from above, the chaos was everywhere, but Sam stood his ground as the enemy soldiers started to circle him. They were terrified of the massive axe and wondered where this warrior had even come from so suddenly. The horse's hooves dug into the muddy ground as the tension reached a breaking point before the real fight began. Sam hopped off his steed with zero hesitation and stood between the terrified girl and the rest of the army. He knelt down and asked the girl if she was okay, showing a heart of gold despite his monstrous appearance in battle. He told her that it was way too dangerous to stay here and ordered her to take Baran and run for safety. The girl helped her injured brother Baran up, and they started limping away while the rest of the survivors followed behind. With the civilians safe, Sam turned his attention back to the enemies with eyes filled with nothing but rage. He let out a roar that probably shook the entire village as he prepared to turn this place into a graveyard. The commander and his remaining men finally realized they were in deep trouble as their confidence evaporated in an instant. Sam swung his massive axe in a wide arc, creating enough wind pressure to knock back the surrounding goons. Suddenly, a whole squad of heavy iron pagoda cavalry appeared behind him, looking like an unstoppable wall of steel. These elite warriors were ready to turn the tide of battle and wipe out every last trace of the enemy invaders lurking in the village. Sam started talking trash to the commander, calling him a bastard who was acting like nothing more than an animal. He was screaming at the top of his lungs to make sure every single enemy heard his voice before they died. The heavy cavalry formed a perfect line and lowered their massive lances for a devastating charge through the village. The enemy soldiers could only stare in horror as the wall of steel came rushing toward them with absolutely no way to escape. It was a total slaughter as the horses trampled over the enemy ranks while spears punched through armor like it was paper. The heavy cavalry did not slow down for a second as they literally crushed anyone standing in their path with relentless force. The remaining enemy soldiers were panicking and screaming for their resides as they realized they were facing a professional subjugation force. The commander was sweating buckets as he realized his head was next, and his voice completely failed him in his terror. Sam shut the commander up for good by swinging his massive axe in one final lethal blow. The bastard never even saw it coming, as his head was sent spinning through the air in a truly brutal finish for such a disgusting villain. Sam kept his momentum going while swinging his heavy blade with lethal precision. He was determined to wipe out every last mercenary who had dared to lay a hand on these innocent villagers. The village has turned into a total slaughterhouse for the invaders, Men are being tossed from their horses while screams of agony echo through the night as our guys tear them apart. One of the mercenaries panics and asks his commander if the kingdom actually sent a full night order. The commander refuses to believe a subjugation force would come this far out to find them. Looking at the carnage, the leader realizes these warriors are unlike any knights he has ever seen. They are moving with a level of brutality that defies everything he knows about traditional warfare. Fear finally starts to set in as the commander stares at the absolute destruction before him. He has never heard of a knight order this powerful on the entire continent before today. Suddenly, a crossbow bolt tears through the air with enough force to create a vacuum. This is clearly not your average projectile based on the sound it makes passing through the air. The mercenaries do not even have time to react before the bolts start finding their marks with pinpoint accuracy. One man is struck directly in the head, while others are thrown back by the sheer impact of the incoming fire, leaving the survivors scrambling for cover in the middle of the chaos. The commander watches in disbelief as a quarrel thuds into the ground right next to him. He cannot wrap his head around how a single bolt can have this much stopping power. His men are being picked off one by unseen shooters in the distance. The projectiles are moving so fast they are basically invisible until they are already buried in someone's chest. He starts screaming about where these attacks are coming from, since a normal crossbow should never be able to pierce through a human body like that. The sheer physics of the situation are making his brain short-circuit as he watches his men fall like flies around him. One of his surviving subordinates points toward the distance and screams for the commander to look. Something new is emerging from the shadows of the village, and it's headed right for them. The commander turns his head, his eyes widening as he spots the new threat appearing on the horizon. The sweat is pouring down his face now as he realizes their situation is hopeless. Emerging from the darkness are the silhouettes of riders moving in perfect formation. The commander whispers that this is impossible because no unit should be able to move with that much precision. It is a squad of mounted archers clad in heavy black scale armor. These guys look like they stepped right out of a nightmare, and they are ready to finish the job. The ground thunders as the mysterious cavalry continues their advance, the sound of galloping hooves filling the air with a sense of impending doom. Realizing they are completely outmatched, the commander orders a full retreat through the back gate. He tells his men to just abandon the slaves and save their own skins while they can. The mercenaries scramble to flee as fast as their horses can carry them away from the fight. They have completely lost their will to fight and only care about escaping the meat grinder. They ride desperately through the narrow village paths, leaving a trail of bodies behind them. It is a pathetic sight for a group that was acting so confident just a few minutes ago. The commander leads the way, kicking his horse and praying that he can make it out alive. He does not realize that a literal monster is already hot on his heels. Sam roars at them to stop running as he charges forward on his massive armored steed. The commander tries to rally his men to kill the lone warrior, desperately hoping that they can take him down if they work together. But looking into the eyes of Sam is like looking into the sun. He is pure fury and muscle, and he is not planning on letting a single coward escape. With a sudden, violent movement, the massive warrior kicks his horse into high gear, spurring the beast forward to close the distance with the fleeing mercenaries. Sam catches up to the back of the group and prepares to deliver some much-needed justice. The mercenaries can hear the thundering hooves behind them, and they know their time is up. Sam's eyes narrow with lethal intent as he prepares to strike. He is a predator who has finally caught up to his prey, and his gaze promises no mercy. With one brutal horizontal slash, he completely cleaves through the nearest rider and his horse. Blood and steel fly through the air as the man is basically erased from the world. Sam keeps pushing forward, his face twisted into a mask of righteous rage. He is a one-man army, and these mercenaries are nothing but wheat for his harvest. The sound of frantic hoofbeats echoes through the village as the panic-stricken horses carry their riders away. They are running for their lives, but the heavy thudding behind them is getting louder. In a move that defies the laws of gravity, Sam literally launches himself off his horse. The commander watches from the corner of his eye in total shock and disbelief. The mercenaries scream in terror as they realize the dwarf is actually flying through the air toward them. Sam comes down like a literal meteor. smashing into a horse and rider with enough force to crater the earth and send blood geysering into the sky in a truly brutal display of power. The mercenary commander looks back in pure terror, the blood of his fallen men practically spraying near him as the realization of his situation sinks in. Standing amidst the wreckage of his enemies, Jae-Ung-sam looks like an ancient god of war. He does not even look winded after performing that insane aerial attack on them. A cold shiver runs down the commander's spine. Every instinct he has is screaming at him that he is being hunted by something far more dangerous than a simple soldier. He desperately yells for his remaining men to stop that dwarf by any means necessary. It is a pathetic Hail Mary play from a man who knows he is out of options. The mercenaries push their horses through the narrow village path, their formation completely broken. They are no longer a unit. They are just individuals desperate to avoid being the next victim. Jae-Ung-sam stands tall on a pile of broken bodies and mocks them for their obvious cowardice. He tells them they are only good at running away with their tails between their legs. The commander and his few remaining men ride as hard as they can, the speed of their retreat blurring the scenery around them into a series of frantic motion lines. Steel meets steel in a chaotic frenzy of violence. Jae-Ung-sam watches the carnage with a cold and detached expression while his men tear through the opposition without hesitation. Horses scream and fall as the brutal efficiency of the attackers leaves no room for mercy. Blood sprays across the dirt in a grim display of total dominance over the village. The village has become a literal slaughterhouse, and it is a brutal introduction to these guys. Our boys are not holding back, cutting down anyone in their path as the sounds of battle echo between the wooden huts. It is an utter massacre with zero chance of survival for those caught in the chaos. As the dust begins to settle, Jae-Ung-sam turns to the lead knight to ask about the survivors. He wants to know what they should do with the cowards currently running for their lives into the night. The commander narrows his eyes, telling Jae-Ung-sam not to worry about those runners. He knows exactly what is coming for them, and he is certain they won't get very far on foot. A twisted and dark grin spreads across Jae-Ung-sam's face. He is clearly enjoying the hunt far more than the actual battle itself, savoring the fear of those trying to escape. The commander's horse gallops through the village exit, heading toward the dark forest beyond. He doesn't look back, focused only on the path to safety. One survivor pushes his horse hard, desperate to get away and deliver a message. He thinks to himself that he must reach Baron Alvin to warn him about the existence of these monsters. The commander's face is drained of color as he feels a sudden, ominous presence behind him. The icy grip of fear tightens around his heart as the shadow of death looms close. Suddenly, a rain of arrows whistles through the air with lethal precision. The escaping riders are plucked from their saddles, their bodies hitting the ground with sickening thuds. Not a single man manages to evade the deadly volley as the escape attempt is cut short in a spray of blood. The messenger's luck finally runs out as his horse is struck down in mid-stride. He is sent tumbling into the dirt, the world spinning as he loses his only chance at freedom and survival. He groans in agony, feeling the sharp sting of 2 arrows buried deep in his back. He tries to crawl away, but his body is quickly failing him as the life drains out into the soil. Every breath is a struggle as he coughs up blood, realizing the end is near. He reaches out for a salvation that is never going to come from these heartless warriors. The bearded warrior sits high on his horse, already knocking another arrow with practiced ease. He is not about to let his favorite prey slip through his fingers now that the end of this pursuit is finally in sight. His fingers pull back on the string, feeling the immense tension of the heavy bow. The strength in his arms is terrifying as he prepares to deliver the final blow to the runner. Our protagonist nocks a specialized arrow and sights down the dark village road to find his fleeing mark. He knows that letting even one witness escape could ruin everything, so he settles his grip for the perfect kill. Yon Gisamun stares down the length of his arrow with the focus of a predator watching its helpless prey. Even with the carnage of the battle behind him, he remains completely calm as he prepares to deliver a lethal strike from the shadows. His muscles ripple under his armor as he reaches the full draw of the bow. The sound of the wood creaking is the last thing his target will ever hear in this world. The dying man looks back and sees the silhouette of his executioner against the moon. He gasps out that this man is not a human, but a literal demon from the pits of hell. The bearded archer feels like a god of death as he lets the arrow fly into the dark. He is the personification of ruin, ready to snuff out the last spark of hope for the fleeing messengers. The sound of the string snapping back is the final bell for the survivor. The power behind the shot is enough to pierce through any armor the man might be wearing. The arrow streaks through the air like a guided missile, cutting through the night. It finds its mark with a hollow thud, ending the messenger's journey once and for all. The bearded warrior lowers his weapon, looking completely bored with the result. For him, this was just another soul sent to the afterlife, and another target successfully neutralized without much effort at all. Silence finally returns to the village path, broken only by the settling dust and the cold wind. Two bodies lie motionless in the dirt, a grim testament to the absolute power of the attackers. The message for Baron Alvin died right here in the mud, and now the world is none the wiser. Back in the heart of the village, the true cost of the raid becomes clear. Women and children weep over the bodies of their loved ones in a scene of pure heartbreak and despair. One woman collapses over a fallen man, her cries echoing through the cold night air. The trauma of the last few minutes will stay with these survivors for the rest of their lives. Our protagonist Yoon Gisamun stands with Jai Ung Sam and their men, watching the grieving crowd. Gisamun scoffs at the sight, remarking that humans are truly the most beastly creatures of all as the village mourns its losses. The surviving villagers drop to their knees, begging for their resides in a desperate chorus. An old man at the front pleads for mercy, hoping these warriors have some shred of humanity left. A blond soldier with blood splattered across his face steps forward to calm the crowd. Behind him, Jai Ung Sam and Yoon Gisamun maintain their imposing presence, keeping the peace through sheer intimidation alone. The villagers look up in confusion as they realize something is wrong with this situation. They whisper among themselves that these men do not look like the regular subjugation force, soldiers they expected. Our protagonist turns to the man he calls liar, telling him to get ready to interpret. He needs the villagers to understand the weight of his upcoming words as they prepare to deal with the survivors of the raid. The dark woods surrounding the village feel heavy with unspoken secrets and hidden dangers. Somewhere in the distance, the stars shine down on a world that has just become much more dangerous. Yoon Gisamun looks back toward the perimeter, his instincts on high alert for any incoming threats. He knows that even though the battle is over, the real trouble is just beginning. His gaze is sharp and focused, searching the shadows for any sign of movement. Our boy is always thinking 3 steps ahead of everyone else in the room. The bearded warrior and our protagonist Yoon Gisamun share a heavy look. They both know that the peace is about to be shattered. The gravity of the situation is etched right onto their faces as they prepare for the dangerous conflict ahead. Our boy Yoon Gisamun narrows his eyes. He is picking up on something that no one else has noticed yet. When his gaze gets this sharp, you know things are about to get very real. Suddenly, there is a flash of movement. A strike so fast it barely registers to the naked eye. This is not just a warning shot, it is a declaration that the battle has already begun. In the village, the blonde girl and the scarred man freeze in terror. They can hardly believe what they are seeing as the shadows begin to move. Whatever is coming, it is bigger than anything they expected. The bearded warrior lets out a furious shout. He is trying to rally everyone before the chaos swallows them whole. You can see the pure intensity in his eyes as he screams for the survivors to get ready. The weight of the coming storm hangs heavy over the forest. Everything is moving in slow motion as the realization of what they are up against finally sinks in. This is a life or death moment for our heroes. A single phrase echoes through the trees. Blue pigs. It is a name that carries a lot of weight, and none of it is good. The red eyes glowing in the darkness are a dead giveaway of the nightmare ahead. A massive horde of these monsters comes crashing through the trees. They are ugly, hulking beasts with tusks, and they are clearly out for blood. These things are everywhere, and they do not look like they are interested in talking. It is a full-scale invasion, and our boys are standing right in the path of the onslaught. Jai Ung Sam kicks his horse into a full gallop through the dark woods. He knows he has to deliver this warning before it is too late for everyone. Jai Ung Sam keeps his focus sharp as he pushes through the rugged terrain. He knows the survival of the village depends on how fast he can deliver this urgent message. The wind whips past him as he stays low in the saddle. He is not just riding, he is hunting for an opening in this chaos. A desperate shout echoes through the trees telling him to get the report to the leader immediately. The pressure is on, and there is no room for mistakes. Baron Alvin is reaching his breaking point as the scouts arrive. He lets out a roar of frustration because the situation is turning into a complete and total nightmare. He screams that they are all liars as we finally witness the nightmare they were trying to hide. An endless horde of green-skinned orcs is charging through the forest with murder in their eyes, and they are not stopping for anyone. This massive army of monsters is a total game changer. Back at the camp, Sam is frantically reporting the situation while the villagers look on in total shock. This was supposed to be a simple mission, but everything just went south. He drops to one knee to give the grim update. They are pinned down and the enemy is closer than anyone realized. The big commander is not wasting any time on fear, though. He immediately barks out an order to round up every single man who can hold bow. Deep in the forest, the ground literally shakes as the orc army continues their relentless march. These monsters are not just wandering, they are coordinated and hungry for blood as they stomp through the brush. The sheer number of them is enough to make any seasoned warrior lose their cool. From the safety of the village walls, the silence of the night is finally broken by the distant sounds of war. It is the kind of quiet that makes your skin crawl before the storm hits. Baron Alvin watches as the frightened villagers scramble into position. They look absolutely terrified, but they represent the only line of defense left between the orcs and their homes. The makeshift archers line up and notch their arrows with shaking hands. Most of these guys are just farmers, but tonight they have to be soldiers. The commander looks at their flimsy weapons and loses his mind. He screams about how useless this is because they are bringing sticks to a monster fight. He turns to his actual soldiers and asks for a status report on their supplies. He needs to know exactly how many arrows they have left to stop a literal mountain of meat. The soldier in the front looks like he just saw a ghost when he delivers the news. They only have 5 arrows left, which is basically a death sentence. The commander stares at him in disbelief. 5 arrows to stop an entire horde? This is a suicide mission and everyone knows it. Alvin takes a shaky breath as the weight of command finally settles on his shoulders. He has to find a way to lead these men through a slaughter with no real weapons. Meanwhile, the forest is alive with the sound of snapping branches and heavy breathing. The orcs are so close now that the soldiers can probably smell them. The first wave of monsters bursts through the tree line swinging massive wooden clubs. They are huge, muscular, and looking to crush anything in their path. Despite the impossible odds, the archers draw back their bowstrings until the wood creaks. This is their one and only shot at survival. The villagers in the back are whispering that there is no way they can hit anything from this far away. It is a total long shot in the dark. The amateur archers watch with bated breath as the green tide approaches. They are wondering if a bunch of farmers can really take down this many monsters before they reach the walls. A deafening roar tears through the night as the lead orc signals the final charge. The time for talking is officially over. The horde surges forward like a green tide of pure destruction. They do not care about the arrows or the walls, they just want to kill. The commander takes aim and thinks to himself that they are probably all dead men walking. He lets out one last breath before letting the string fly. The first arrow whistles through the air with insane speed and precision. It hits the lead orc square in the forehead, and the monster drops like a sack of bricks while the other archers follow suit. This impossible accuracy is the only thing keeping hope alive for another second. Absolute chaos erupts in the forest as invisible projectiles start tearing through the monster ranks. The orcs are being picked off one by one before they can even see their attacker. The villagers can hardly believe their eyes as the monsters start hitting the dirt. They were expecting a slaughter, but not for the orcs. Seeing his chance, the commander mounts his horse and rallies the ghost cavalry for a counterattack. He leads them into the fray with a massive axe raised high and the roar of battle drowning out the night. This is the turning point they desperately needed. Sam gallops past the outer gates, the sound of his horse's hooves thundering against the ground as he nears his destination. Sam finally reaches the inner compound. He is drenched in sweat and gasping for air, but he doesn't slow down for a second. He reaches the command post and screams for the general at the top of his lungs. The fate of the entire village is resting on what happens next. He bursts through the entrance and sees a figure standing with his back turned. The tension in the room is thick enough to cut with a blade. Our protagonist, Yon Gisamun, stands calmly as his attendants finish buckling his armor. He looks sharp and deadly, prepared to lead his men into the coming slaughter. Jae-ung-sam is completely spent, his face contorted in a mix of exhaustion and desperation as he tries to deliver his report. Yon Gisamun remains stone-faced, projecting an aura of absolute authority that demands focus from everyone in the room. The orcs think they have the upper hand until the heavy cavalry hits them like a freight train. It is a total bloodbath as the monsters realize they are completely outmatched by actual soldiers. The human counterattack is turning the forest into a graveyard. Hit and run is the name of the game here. The riders weave through the trees, picking off the monsters, and then disappearing before the orcs can even coordinate a response. Another wave of beasts gets flattened into the dirt under the heavy hooves of the horses. These orcs are getting absolutely demolished by the superior human tactics and speed. Jae-ung-sam is actually enjoying himself way too much as he pulls back his bow string with a massive grin. He is really out here living his best life while fighting. He lets out a loud laugh while swinging his weapon through an orc's neck. Our boy shouts out that they are basically just hunting pigs at this point in time. The monsters are starting to break formation and run for their lives into the deep brush. They never expected the human response to be this aggressive or this well organized. Jae-ung-sam continues to lead the charge, screaming that the hunt is still on. He is not planning on letting a single one of these things escape back into the shadows. The dark woods are filled with the terrifying sounds of falling monsters and snapping branches. Something is hunting these beasts from the shadows, and they have no way to fight back. Groups of them scramble through the trees, but the sounds of heavy armor and galloping horses are getting closer every second. The panic is becoming very real for these beasts. A single strike sends an orc head flying through the air in a spray of dark blood. The cavalry doesn't slow down for a second as they trample over the remains. Jae-ung-sam is carving a path of total destruction through the woods, making sure the message is sent. Suddenly, our boy Jae-ung-sam stops in his tracks as he notices something shifting in the darkness ahead. Something about the atmosphere just changed, and it is definitely not good. Two glowing white eyes stare back from the deepest part of the forest. The sound of heavy footsteps begins to drown out the noise of the ongoing battle in the distance. Something massive is slowly stepping out from behind the trees, and the orcs nearby start to freeze in place. The energy coming from this thing is on an entirely different level. A mountain of muscle emerges from the shadows, holding the mangled body of a smaller orc like it is nothing more than a toy. This new arrival is absolutely terrifying to behold. Jae-ung-sam stares ahead, wondering what kind of nightmare just walked onto the battlefield. This is definitely not the standard cannon fodder they have been fighting up until this very moment. The massive orc lets out a roar as he starts eating his own kind right in front of everyone. He does not care about his subordinates at all as long as he is fed. The other orcs are shaking with fear as they look up at their monstrous leader. It seems they are far more afraid of him than they are of the incoming human cavalry. The giant reaches for a massive bone club and raises it high into the air with one hand. He is ready to take command and turn the tide of this battle. He screams out that as long as they fight under his lead, the orcs will be the ones who are victorious today. It is a terrifying rally cry that stops the retreat. The orc leader lets his dark presence leak out as he prepares to rally his broken troops for a massive counterattack. This guy is a total beast with huge tusks and a look in his eyes that says he has seen 1,000 wars. He is clearly not just a brute. The system identifies him as Chieftain Mukabul, the hero, who introduced military formations to the orc tribes. Mukabul stands on top of a rock and signals to his troops. Suddenly, the scattered monsters start to fall back into an organized and dangerous line of battle. The giant chieftain looks down at the field with a twisted sense of pride. He knows exactly how to break a human charge if they are not very careful. He lets out one last deafening roar as his eyes glow red with pure bloodlust. The real fight is only just beginning for Jae-ung-sam and his veteran men. The orcs charge back in with renewed fury, their eyes burning with a strange red light. The human cavalry meets them head-on, but this time it is a struggle. Horses and monsters collide in a chaotic mess of steel and flesh as the chieftain watches the carnage from his high vantage point. Jai Ung-sam realizes they are dealing with more than just a chief pig. He is genuinely surprised that these creatures actually have someone capable of creating real military tactics. He grits his teeth and spurs his horse forward into the thick of it. If they don't take out the leader, this whole operation is going to fall apart very fast. The sounds of clashing metal and dying screams fill the air as the two forces grind against each other. It is no longer just a one-sided slaughter. Every strike feels heavier now as the orcs fight with a desperation they did not have before. The presence of their chief has changed everything on the field. From high above the scale of the battle becomes clear as the orc army swarms toward the human fortifications. They are like a green tide trying to wash over walls. A final pained squeal rings out as another beast falls, but many more are ready to take its place. The pressure is mounting rapidly on the human defenders. A lone defender looks up at the wooden walls as he hears the monsters beginning to climb. He is paralyzed with fear as the nightmare finally reaches the top of the rampart. A massive beast leaps over the wooden fortifications like it is nothing. The human defender below can only stare up in horror as death comes screaming from above with claws outstretched. The massive creature crashes down with enough force to shatter both bone and spirit. It pins the poor soldier to the wooden floor while the deck beneath them groans under the weight of the monster. This is no longer just a fight for the wall, but a desperate struggle for survival against an unstoppable beast. Green blood sprays across the scene as the soldier desperately tries to fight back with everything he has left. He screams for the beast to die as he manages to land a frantic strike despite the crushing pressure. The monster just snarls back with a face full of jagged teeth and eyes full of pure hunger. A sickening crunch echoes through the air as the beast sinks its teeth into the man's hand. Blood splatters across the wood, and the sound of tearing flesh is enough to make anyone lose their lunch. The soldier screams in agony while pinned to the ground as a spear suddenly pierces right through the monster's shoulder. The beast looms over him, but the strike has slowed its momentum, giving the poor guy a split second of hope before the final blow. An arrow whistles through the night air and finds its mark right in the center of the monster's skull. Its life is snuffed out instantly by the precision strike. The carcass collapses on top of the man it was about to kill while more monsters continue to swarm the area in a green tide. The wounded soldier manages to push the heavy carcass off himself, but he is in bad shape. He clutches his bleeding chest and gasps for air while the carnage of the battle continues to rage all around him. Yon Gisamun charges into the fray with a spear in hand and a roar in his chest. He sees the chaos unfolding and knows there is no time to waste if he wants to save any of his men from this slaughter. Our guy stops for a split second to assess the damage and realizes the situation is even worse than he thought. Monsters are pouring over the walls in a never-ending stream, and the ground is already soaked with the blood of his comrades. Our guy tightly grips his weapon as he prepares to unleash a devastating counterattack. He can feel the adrenaline pumping through his veins as the enemy draws closer. Jai Ung-sam lunges forward and drives his spear through the head of the nearest beast. He moves like a whirlwind of destruction, trying to clear a path for the wounded man still struggling on the ground. Steam rises from his armor as his body heat clashes with the cool night air. The intensity of the battle is reaching a fever pitch, and he knows the night is still very young. Multiple monsters are sent flying back as Jai Ung-sam unleashes his full power against the horde. He smashes through their ranks with brutal efficiency, leaving a trail of broken bodies and green ichor in his wake. Every swing of his spear is a statement that these walls will not fall easily. He looks down at the bleeding soldier and tells him to stop whining and grab a spear. Even with one arm, the man needs to find the strength to stand up if he wants to survive this nightmare. The wounded man winces in pain, but he finds the resolve to reach for a discarded spear. He is covered in monster blood and sweat, but he is not ready to give up on his life just yet. Two more human guards arrive with spears leveled and shields ready. They take their positions behind Jai Ung-sam, forming a small pocket of resistance in the middle of the monster-infested village. Jai Ung-sam bellows in order to push every single one of those bastards back outside the wall. If their line breaks now, everything they have fought for will be lost in a matter of minutes. His eyes narrow as he catches a glimpse of something moving in the shadows. A cold chill runs down his spine as he realizes the monsters are starting to target the non-combatants. A group of women and children are huddled together in terror as a monster prepares to strike. Jae-Ung-sam sees the threat from across the yard and knows he cannot reach them in time on foot. Suddenly, the sound of thundering hooves drowns out the screams of the dying. A rider is moving through the chaos with incredible speed and a purpose that can only mean one thing for the monsters. A massive mace crushes the skull of the monster, threatening the villagers before it can even blink. The rider calls the beast a pig and mocks its nerve for even opening its mouth near his people. Yeon Gisamun towers over the scene on his armored horse, while villagers look up at him like he is a god of war. He asks Yuru how the situation is holding up on the rest of the perimeter. Our boy has finally arrived, and the momentum of the battle is about to shift in a big way. Jae-Ung-sam shouts back that they have already sent about 200 of these things to hell. He is still in the thick of it, stabbing a monster through the throat while he gives his report. He pivots on his heel and delivers a bone-breaking kick to another beast that tries to sneak up on his flank. These creatures are relentless, but so is the warrior defending his home. Yeon Gisamun swings his heavy weapon and wonders if they can actually hold out until reinforcements arrive. The sheer number of monsters is staggering, and even an elite warrior has his limits in a war of attrition. He thinks to himself that if it were just his own men, they could have retreated long ago. But with innocent people caught in the crossfire, running is simply not an option he is willing to consider. A villager with a pitchfork tries to stand his ground as a monster lunges at him with a rusted tool. The gap between a simple farmer and these beasts is terrifyingly wide. The monster snaps its jaws and prepares to tear the man apart while more beasts emerge from the darkness behind it. It looks like the wall has been completely compromised at several different points. Yeon Gisamun watches the carnage with eyes that have seen far too many battlefields. Instead of despair, a cold and calculated rage begins to bubble up beneath his armor. A dark smirk spreads across his face as he prepares to unleash a technique that will remind these monsters why they should have stayed in the forest. He sighs and accepts that there is no other way but to hold the line until the very end. He crushes another monster into the dirt with a single powerful blow from his heavy weapon. Jae-Ung-sam rallies the remaining guards and tells them that running from these pigs would mean they are no longer people of Gori. They have to fight for their pride as much as their lives. A massive green-skinned orc leader steps out of the foliage with a menacing roar. He is draped in furs and looks ready to crush anything that stands in his way. The defenders find themselves completely surrounded in the middle of the village square. The monsters are closing in from all sides, and the air is thick with the smell of blood and wet fur. With a collective roar, the monster horde charges forward in a final attempt to wipe out the human resistance. Everything comes down to this one final stand in the mud and the blood. Yeon Gisamun flashes a wicked grin as he readies his heavy weapon for the final showdown. This is exactly the kind of lopsided fight that gets his blood boiling with excitement. Our protagonist is actually enjoying this fight way too much. He stares down his enemies with a toothy grin while bracing for the next wave. Jae-Ung-sam is absolutely shredding through these monsters. He delivers a brutal blow that sends green blood spraying across the wooden barricades. He shouts to his men that running from these pigs would be a disgrace to their heritage. They are the people of Gori, and they do not back down. In the shadows of the forest, a massive orc leader appears. He looks ready to turn the tide of this battle with pure brute force. The small group of warriors is completely surrounded by a sea of green monsters. It looks like a desperate final stand against impossible odds. The horde of orcs is endless as they swarm the clearing. They are screeching for blood and closing in from every single direction. Jae-Ung-sam and his comrade stand back to back with their weapons raised. They are bracing for the impact of 1,000 monsters at once. Suddenly, a piercing sound echoes across the entire battlefield. A signal flares high into the sky above the mountain peaks. Jae-Ung-sam looks toward the horizon and spots a massive cloud of dust. Something big is headed their way, and it is moving fast. The two warriors burst into massive grins as they recognize the reinforcements. They shout the title of their leader with pure relief and hype. Our protagonist, Yeon Gisamun, arrives like a literal god of war. He leads a massive unit of heavy cavalry while wearing his iconic horned helmet. The armored horse hooves thunder against the dirt as the charge gains momentum. This is the definition of showing up in style. Jae-Ung-sam starts laughing like a maniac because he knows the battle is already over. The orcs have no idea what is about to hit them. His laughter is pure joy in the face of death. He was ready to die, but now he is ready to feast. The orcs are starting to realize that the tables have turned. They stop their chanting and look toward the horizon with genuine fear. The three orcs are suddenly struck by a powerful shock wave. Their bodies freeze as they are pulverized by the unseen force of the approaching charge. Jae-Ung-sam lunges forward into the fray again. He screams that it is time to start the pig hunt once more. The battlefield becomes a chaotic mess of steel and green limbs. The warriors are carving through the orcs like they are nothing but paper. Jae-Ung-sam is a whirlwind of destruction with his blade. He is cutting down every monster that dares to stand in his path. The heavy cavalry units begin to diverge as they charge across the open field. They are moving with terrifying speed toward the enemy ranks. The heavy cavalry looks absolutely terrifying as they gallop across the field like an unstoppable wall of black iron. Their horses are fully armored and ready to trample anything foolish enough to stand in their path. The monsters scream out in terror as they realize they are being hunted. Their formation is falling apart in real time. From the cliffs above, the scale of the massacre is staggering to behold as the cavalry slices through the outer ranks. The orc leader watches from the heights with a look of pure shock as his initial force is being decimated by the black armored riders. The massive orc leader is gritting his teeth in pure rage. He cannot believe his soldiers are being slaughtered so easily by humans. He climbs onto a high rock and raises his axe to rally the troops. He bellows that they must unite if they want to survive. The orcs actually listen and start swarming together into a tight pack. It is a weird and desperate move to stop the horses. They lock their arms together and brace for the next wave. They are trying to create a living wall of meat to block the charge. Jae-Ung-sam and his partner watch this bizarre display with confused expressions. They have never seen monsters act like this before. The orcs keep screaming for unity as they pile on top of each other. They are forming a massive wall of bodies and weapons. One of the warriors asks why they are even bothering with such a stupid strategy. It looks more like a funeral pile than a defense. Jae-Ung-sam just shrugs because he really does not care. As far as he is concerned, it just makes them easier targets. The orc leader points a massive clawed finger toward the charging cavalry. He is screaming at his troops to hold the line at all costs. Thousands of green monsters are screeching in unison while they wait for the literal impact of 1,000 armored horses. The orcs have successfully built a massive living wall of shields and muscle. They are betting everything on being able to stop the iron tide through sheer numbers. Yeon Gisamun narrows his eyes behind his red faceplate. He does not show a single hint of hesitation as he kicks his horse faster. The cavalry lowers their long spears and braces for the collision. They are a blur of black steel and red tassels as they reach maximum speed. Every horse is covered in heavy scale armor that makes them look like unstoppable iron beasts charging into the fray. The orcs continue to pile onto their living wall, screeching and shouting for unity. They look like a mountain of muscle and green flesh as they prepare for the impact. Yeon Gisamun leads the charge with his black lacquered armor gleaming as he thunders toward the green wall. The ground shakes with every heavy stride of his armored steed as he prepares for impact. Yeon Gisamun lowers his head and braces himself as he leads the tip of the iron wedge. He is mere seconds away from making contact with the front line. The cavalry splits their formation to flank the orc wall and trap them in a pincer movement. This tactical shift turns the monster's desperate defense into a literal death trap with no way out. Seeing his men falter, the massive orc chieftain stands atop a boulder swinging his axe and roaring to rally his remaining warriors. He refuses to accept defeat just yet. The green skins respond with a collective scream of defiance, chanting for the glory of their race as they tighten their ranks. They are ready to die for their leader. A squad of human archers pulls back their bows in perfect unison, aiming high to rain death down on the enemy. They release coordinated volley that whistles through the air, signaling that the counter-offensive has truly begun. A grizzled commander points toward the sky and shouts for his men to unleash hell on the clustered monsters. They have them right where they want them. A cloud of black feathered death rains down from the sky as the commander screams for them to fire quickly. The air is filled with the whistling of arrows. The arrows find their mark with terrifying precision as each shaft punches through orc hide and bone. This turns the front line into a scene of absolute carnage where the monsters don't even have time to scream before they are pinned to the earth by a dozen projectiles. It is a slaughter that leaves the survivors in total shock. The sheer volume of the volley is completely overwhelming and sends bodies tumbling over one another in a chaotic pile of green limbs and broken weapons. They are trapped. The orc chieftain watches the slaughter from his vantage point with an expression of pure disbelief as his army is whittled away in seconds. His power is crumbling. He thinks to himself that this cannot be happening as he lets out a deafening howl of rage. His eyes bulge with fury while he watches his best warriors fall. Panic starts to spread through the orc ranks as arrows continue to rain down from the sky and claim more resides with every passing second. The formation is breaking. The chieftain bares his tusks in a feral grin, thinking he can still turn this around through raw violence. He is losing his grip on reality in this moment. He throws his head back and laughs, a chilling sound that echoes across the battlefield even as his soldiers fall around him. The man is completely far gone. Yon Gisamun observes the chaos and notes that the orcs have bunched up to make a path for his cavalry. Now they are just making it easy to kill them. He gives the command for a full-speed reverse to pull his cavalry back and regroup. This is classic move to bait the enemy further into the open. With a sharp pull of the reins, the massive black steeds pivot, and their hooves kick up clumps of dirt as they prepare to execute the new order. The withdrawal is just as fast as the initial charge, which leaves the orcs confused as the human cavalry vanishes behind a thick wall of rising dust. The human cavalry crashes into the orc lines with overwhelming force, their long spears skewering monsters in a brutal display of precision. This is a total massacre as the black-armored riders carve a path of green blood through the enemy ranks. Seeing what he thinks is an opening, the chieftain bellows for his men to unite and press the attack while the humans are on the move. Big mistake, but the united front is exactly what the humans wanted, as it turns the dense crowd of orcs into an even easier target for the next volley of arrows. Another command to fire arrows rings out across the field, and the cavalry continues their tactical dance while staying just out of reach. The orcs are torn apart by the relentless barrage and have nowhere to run or hide. It is a beautiful display of military coordination that completely dismantles the enemy forces. Desperate to hold their ground, the orcs cluster together and raise their crude weapons high. They roar in a frantic attempt to regroup as their commander's order to unite echoes through the thinning ranks of the monster army. The chieftain feels a sharp pain and realizes his luck has run out as a projectile strikes him right in the chest. His reign is ending in blood. The orc chieftain's eyes bulge out in pure terror as he realizes he has been backed into a corner with nowhere to run. Sweat pours down his face because he knows his reign of terror is coming to a very messy end. The green giant tumbles backward off the ledge while his remaining subordinates watch in total silence. It is a pathetic sight to see such hulking beast fall so easily after all that big talk earlier. The once proud chieftain tumbles from the heights, and his reign ends with a pathetic thud on the ground below. As their leader falls, the last shred of morale in the orc army evaporates instantly. They look toward the rock and see nothing but an empty space where their hope used to stand just moments ago. Yon Gisamun looks down at the broken remains of the enemy with a cold and calculating gaze. As the sounds of battle finally start to fade away, he remarks that it should be quiet now, signalizing that the main threat has been neutralized, and the battle is effectively over for the day. The surviving orc warriors stand frozen in place with their eyes fixed on the spot where their chieftain met his end. They are completely lost without him. Our protagonist peers through his red faceplate with his breath steady while he prepares for the final stage of the engagement. He is always thinking ahead. He adjusts his armor, and the metal plates click together as the heavy silence of the aftermath settles over the valley. The fight is well and truly won. The survivors realize the fight is over, and the humans have won, so they drop their weapons and turn to flee. They scatter in every direction to escape the reach of the black cavalry in a complete rout. This leaves the entire battlefield littered with the cost of their ambition and the bodies of their fallen. The last of the green skins vanish into the dense forest, with their cries of panic echoing through the trees as they run for their lives. Archers cheer as the green skins flee into the forest. The victory is total, but the cost is clear from the bodies scattered across the field. Shouts of long life fill the air as the soldiers celebrate. Jae-ung-sam and his fellow commanders look on with grim satisfaction at the results of the clash while their men cheer for the victory. Looking down from high above reveals the scale of the destruction. It is a tiny cluster of homes surrounded by the blood-soaked dirt of the battlefield. The rhythmic thud of hooves signals the arrival of the leaders. The heavy black armor of the mount makes a metallic clatter against the hard earth. Our protagonist sits high on his armored stallion, looking every bit the legendary warrior. His presence alone is enough to silence the remaining chatter of the troops. The black cavalry forms a perfect line of steel through the middle of the village path. The surviving villagers gather at the end of the road, watching with a mix of awe and terror. They don't know if these men are saviors or just the next set of conquerors. Our protagonist leads the group forward. The faces of the local people are haunted by the violence they just witnessed. A young blonde girl and the men around her stare up with trembling lips. Yoon Gisamun brings his horse to a halt right in front of the village elders. The contrast between the massive armored knight and the ragged peasants is staggering. A fallen villager lies in the mud, his lifeblood staining his simple tunic. This is the reality of war for those who cannot defend themselves. Baron Alvin looks like a broken man as his family supports his weight. He stares at the masked warrior with a hollow expression of utter defeat and exhaustion. Behind that red-patterned faceplate, our protagonist remains unreadable. He watches the suffering of the village without letting a single emotion slip through. Jae-ung-sam barks out a confirmation to an order with a fierce shout. He is always ready for the next move regardless of how tired his men might be. Suddenly, our boy announces that they are leaving right now. The news hits Jae-ung-sam like a physical blow, making him freeze in confusion. The other knights exchange baffled looks as the order sinks in. Why would they leave the village defenseless right after such a brutal fight? The silence that follows is heavy with unspoken questions. Every soldier is waiting for some kind of explanation for this sudden decision. Jae-ung-sam turns back toward his leader with his brow furrowed in deep thought. He wants to speak up, but the authority of his commander is absolute. The villagers realize they are about to be abandoned and panic sets in. Baron Alvin begs to know what will happen to them if the cavalry leaves. Yoon Gisamun looks down and coldly states that their lives are their own. It is a harsh truth that leaves the people reeling in shock. The crowd is devastated as they look at each other with tears and desperation. They were expecting a protector, but they are met with cold indifference. In an instant, every man, woman, and child drops to the ground in a desperate plea. They lowers their heads in the dirt and scream for protection from the warriors standing before them. It is a heart-wrenching sight as they put their pride aside just to stay alive. Talk about a heavy price to pay for a little bit of safety. Jae-ung-sam leans in and tells the protagonist that the people are literally begging him. He can see the desperation in their eyes, and it is clearly getting to him. Our protagonist remains still as the pleas of the peasants wash over him. He is weighing his options while the fate of a town hangs on his next word. The tension is so thick you could cut it with a blade. Everyone is waiting for the verdict that will determine if they survive or die tonight. Finally, he speaks and asks them if they are willing to become slaves. The question is brutal and catches everyone completely off guard. Baron Alvin is stunned by the cold proposal, and his mind begins to race. He starts to wonder if these warriors are truly no different from the kingdom that oppressed them. The blonde girl beside him can only stare in horror at the impossible choice being offered. They wanted salvation, but the price might be their very freedom. The knights stand tall as Yoon Gisamun explains that they are people who live to protect their country. They don't just fight for gold, but for their citizens. He raises his voice so that every person in the village can hear his decree. He refuses to just let them hand their lives over to someone else. The villagers remain on their knees, listening to the warrior who is challenging their entire worldview. The road behind them is littered with the dead, but the future is still unwritten. Baron Alvin and his daughter hang on every word coming from the armored giant. They are starting to realize this isn't just about military protection anymore. He bellows out the word nation with a passion that shakes the very air. It is a call to something bigger than just a single village or a single family. He warns them about the danger of relying on mercenaries that they can't truly trust. Real safety comes from the strength of the people themselves. He gestures to the bodies on the ground as a grim reminder of what happens when you are weak. If they don't change, then this will keep happening over and over. The protagonist asks a final question that will define their future. Will they take up the sword and risk their own lives to protect their families? Our boy reaches down and grips the hilt of his weapon with a firm and steady hand. This is the moment where everything changes for these people. He raises his sword high toward the heavens and declares that they will be his people. The era of being helpless victims is officially over for them. Our boy adjusts his gear as the weight of the moment settles in. This black lacquered scale armor isn't just for show, and he knows he needs to look the part of a leader. Beside him, Jae-Ung-sam and their fellow warriors wait for the command. They can feel the shift in the air as Yeon Gisamun prepares his next move for the people gathered here. Our protagonist looks over at Jae-Ung-sam with a silent understanding passing between them. The time for talk is over, and the time for action has finally arrived. In front of them stands a sea of broken people. These villagers are covered in blood and grime, their faces etched with a deep, haunting despair that no one should have to carry. From behind his horned helmet, Yeon Gisamun observes the suffering. He isn't just looking at them as victims anymore, but as something much more valuable. Turning his horse toward the crowd, our protagonist makes the call. He tells everyone that they are going back, marking the start of a journey they never thought possible after all they endured. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the silence with raw, unbridled emotion. A young boy is screaming at the top of his lungs, refusing to just stay quiet while everyone else gives up. Yeon Gisamun stops and looks back at the small source of the commotion. Even from behind, you can tell he is intrigued by this sudden display of defiance in such a bleak place. A brave young boy named Yuran steps out in front of the cowering villagers and grips a heavy sword with both hands. Even though he is clearly shaking, he is determined to protect his mother and the other survivors from the incoming warriors. He shouts that he will be the one to protect his family. It's a desperate, brave declaration from someone who has clearly seen too much for his age and refuses to be a victim. Our protagonist watches the boy with a steady, unreadable gaze. He sees the same spark in this kid that probably drove him to become the warrior he is today. He wonders if this child truly understands the weight of the steel in his hands. Combat isn't a game, and the price of protecting others is often paid in blood and sacrifice. Yuran stands his ground, the sword trembling in his grip as he looks up at the towering figures in armor. Behind him, the villagers watch in stunned silence as he begs the general for a chance to fight. Even the adults are shaken by the sheer willpower coming from someone so small who is willing to die for his people. The heavy armored boot of the protagonist hits the ground as he dismounts right in front of the trembling child. The sheer scale of this warrior makes the little defender look like a tiny ant in comparison, but he still refuses to move an inch as he stares up at the giant. Yuran looks up as the massive shadow of our protagonist falls over him. He is sweating and terrified, but he doesn't take a single step back even as the giant approaches. The height difference is almost comical as the armored giant stands before the tiny child. It is a moment of pure silence where the whole world seems to hold its breath to see what happens. Slowly, our boy reaches out and places his hand over the kid's tiny hands on the hilt. He isn't taking the weapon away, but acknowledging the burden the boy is trying to carry. He grips the sword firmly alongside the boy. This kid has serious guts, and Yeon Gisamun knows that heart like this is exactly what his new people need to survive. Our protagonist drops down to one knee to look the boy directly in the eyes. He is bringing himself down to Yuran's level to show him that his courage has been recognized by a general. Tears well up in Yuran's eyes, but he grits his teeth and refuses to let them fall. He is trying so hard to be the man his family needs right now in the face of death. Yeon Gisamun stares deep into the boy's soul, finding the resolve he was looking for. This isn't just a kid throwing a tantrum. This is a warrior in the making right before his eyes. Seeing the boy's bravery, the rest of the villagers start to find their own strength. They pick up whatever tools they have left, from axes to pitchforks, standing tall behind their new leader and the brave kid who spoke up first. Our boy gives the final word, his voice echoing with the authority of a true general. They aren't just refugees anymore, they are a force to be reckoned with under his command. The entire group finally begins to move out, a massive column of armored cavalry and determined villagers marching through the gates together. They leave the ruins of their old life behind, heading toward a future where they won't have to live in fear ever again. With Yon Gisamun at the lead, a new era for these people has finally begun. Dark crows begin to fill the bright blue sky like a swarm of bad omens. They circle high above, as if waiting for the carnage that is about to unfold on the ground below. A few of the scavenger birds land on a wooden structure, their squawks cutting through the air. Something is definitely wrong, and these crows can smell the trouble brewing. The birds settle onto the vine-covered beams of a gateway overlooking a village. From their vantage point, they watch the movements of the unsuspecting people below with predatory interest. The view from above reveals a gruesome discovery as a villager lies dead in the dirt with an arrow in his back. The scavengers have already found him, and they aren't planning on leaving anytime soon. The birds descend with heavy flaps of their wings. You can practically hear the loud cawing as they prepare to feast on what lies below in the quiet village. More birds flock toward the fresh kill, drawn by the scent of blood on the dry ground. It is a grim reminder that no one was left alive to chase these scavengers away. And there it is, a total massacre. The ground is littered with bodies, and the crows have already started their grim work on the fallen villagers in the dirt. The knight's eyes narrow as he takes in the sight of the slaughter. He has seen plenty of battlefields, but the sheer cruelty of this attack clearly has him on edge. A bird's-eye view reveals the true scale of the tragedy. An entire cavalry unit has arrived at the village square, surrounded by dozens of bodies scattered in front of a small wooden church. A lone knight on a gray horse trots into the center of the carnage. He stares down at the bodies, clearly stunned by the scale of the cold-blooded violence. His face says it all. This isn't just war, this is pure brutality. Even a seasoned warrior like him is shaken by the sight of such a heartless slaughter. Baron Alvin and his fellow knight pull up their horses to discuss the situation. Their faces are grim as they realize the severity of the attack on this peaceful settlement. One of the soldiers calls out to his commander. They are realizing that nobody was spared in this attack, and the air is thick with the scent of death. The knight pulls a unique black-feathered arrow from a corpse to examine it closely. He immediately realizes that this isn't the work of a local militia or common bandits. Baron Alvin pulls up beside the other rider on his white horse. They look at each other, and you can tell they are both thinking the same grim thought. The tension is thick as they survey the damage. They need to find out who is responsible before the same thing happens elsewhere in the kingdom. A line of soldiers stands by, waiting for orders while their leaders inspect the scene. The atmosphere is tense as they realize they might be facing a brand new enemy. The investigation is cut short as the commander decides they need to move out immediately. They have to report this strange weaponry back to the capital before another village is hit. Far from the carnage, a massive military encampment sits on the coastline. This is the main headquarters where the real power of the kingdom is currently gathering for war. Yon Gisamun leads his elite unit through the main gate of the fortress. Our protagonist looks like a force of nature in his heavy black armor as he enters the camp. A line of exhausted refugees slowly makes their way into the camp, carrying everything they own. Among them is a woman clutching a newborn baby, both looking incredibly drained from their journey. The local soldiers can't stop staring as the newcomers pass by. They've noticed something very unsettling about these people, pointing out how strangely pale their skin looks in the daylight. More families continue to pour in, but the vibe in the camp is quickly turning from pity to suspicion. These aren't your typical villagers, and the guards are starting to feel it. The soldiers start joking about the refugees, laughing at how sick and tired they all look. They have no idea that their crude comments are about to be interrupted. A massive warrior with a terrifying, jagged-toothed grin suddenly looms over the gossiping guards. He looks ready to rip their heads off just for slacking off on the job today. The soldiers immediately start stammering in fear, realizing they've been caught slacking. This giant isn't interested in their excuses and promises them a brutal training session as punishment. Yon Gisamun prepares for the coming conflict by donning his intimidating horned helmet. His lieutenant looks on with a grim expression, asking about the status of the refugees trailing behind them. Our protagonist ignores the commotion at the gate as he prepares for the next briefing. Even without his helmet, Yon Gisamun radiates an aura of absolute authority and focus. He reaches for his equipment, his movements sharp and deliberate. A storm brewing on the horizon, and he knows that every second spent preparing could save 1,000 lives. Meanwhile, Jai Ung-sam approaches our protagonist. He is worried about the state of the refugees in the back and asks what is going on with them. Yon Gisamun stops and looks over his shoulder. He has this cold, calculating expression that makes you wonder what our protagonist is really thinking about this situation. He reaches up to adjust his black horned helmet. Our boy isn't bothered by the refugees, but he is definitely focused on something much bigger and more dangerous. Jai Ung-sam keeps pressing him for an answer. He can tell something is definitely off about the people they are letting into their military stronghold. Our protagonist turns around and asks him exactly what he is talking about. He seems dismissive of the concerns, or maybe he is just hiding something serious. Our protagonist gives a sharp, sidelong glance that would freeze a man's blood. He is clearly suspicious of the situation and isn't about to let any detail escape his notice. Yon Gisamun's attention is suddenly pulled away as a loud voice calls out to him. Someone important has arrived, and by the look on his face, it's a familiar acquaintance. A tall warrior with long hair and a white headband strides confidently through the camp. He calls out to the Disaja, clearly comfortable enough to address our protagonist with total familiarity. The newcomer approaches with a slight smirk on his face. While Jai Ung-sam was worried about the refugees, this man seems to have a much more relaxed attitude toward the situation. Refugees continue to file past the armed guards at the checkpoint. The line of weary travelers seems endless, each one carrying the weight of the displacement on their shoulders. A man with a white headband and black scale armor walks across the camp to find Yon Gisamun. Yon Gisamun maintains an icy expression, showing he isn't in the mood for any games or clever excuses. His companion offers a warm, knowing smile as she watches him navigate the heavy burden of leadership. The atmosphere in the room turns electric as the officers react with total shock to his latest decree. Yon Gisamun gives him a hard stare that would make a lesser man crumble on the spot. The bearded general explodes in a fit of rage, unable to believe that their leader is being serious right now. Yon Gisamun stands silently with his back to the officers, letting his controversial decision hang in the air. The two commanders are left speechless, staring at him as they try to process the gravity of his words. A spiked helmet sits alone on the table, serving as a grim reminder of the war that still lies ahead of them. He keeps his back turned to the argument, refusing to let their petty frustrations sway his ultimate decision. His hand hovers near the hilt of his sword, as the tension in the room continues to rise to a breaking point. The officers can only watch him in silence, sensing that any further argument might lead to a fatal mistake. Yon Gisamun focuses on his own hand, contemplating the strength required to lead his people through this crisis. The general breaks the silence with a worried expression, clearly fearing the consequences of the path they are choosing. Gisamun leads his officers through the camp, his mind already moving toward the next phase of his plan. Our protagonist remains completely unmoved by their pleas, his eyes reflecting a resolve that cannot be shaken. He looks out toward the camp, where a growing commotion among the soldiers starts to grab his full attention. They arrive at a clearing where several soldiers have surrounded three unfamiliar figures who were caught near the camp. Three stocky dwarves with thick, braided beards are brought before the camp. They kneel on the ground with their hands on their laps, appearing exhausted and weathered from a long journey. The gray-haired dwarf looks up with wide, trembling eyes as he realizes exactly who is standing in front of him. A frantic flashback shows the three brothers sprinting through the woods for their lives. A group of hulking green orcs with axes is hot on their heels, and the gray-haired brother blames himself for their desperate situation. Just as the orcs are about to close in, human soldiers jump into the fray to defend the dwarves. The brothers watch in total disbelief as these warriors easily take down the massive beasts that were just hunting them. The dwarves are taken to a local blacksmith shop where they are blown away by the quality of the human craftsmanship. They examine the weapons and armor with expert eyes, realizing these humans possess skills they've never seen before. One of the brothers shouts out in pure shock as two massive warriors on horseback ride into view. The dwarf's eyes widen as he takes in the appearance of the two riders, unable to believe his own sight. The two warriors look down with stoic expressions, their massive frames and powerful builds radiating an aura of absolute strength. The dwarves take note of their bronze skin and black hair, realizing these warriors are the ones they have been searching for. His blue eyes are wide with shock as he realizes the truth about the legendary warriors standing before him. Two massive warriors with dark hair and bronze skin look down at the dwarves with neutral and stoic expressions. Their appearance perfectly matches the descriptions found in the oldest scrolls of the ancient dwarf kingdom. The three brothers suddenly erupt into a joyful dance, hugging each other now that their long search is finally over. Jae-ung Sam and his fellow warrior are left completely baffled, having no idea why these dwarves are celebrating. Even our protagonist looks on with a confused expression, wondering why these newcomers are causing such a scene. As night falls over the camp, the vast and glittering sky offers a brief moment of peace for the weary army. Yeon Gisamun stands alone on the wooden pier, staring out at the dark water to clear his racing thoughts. He looks toward the massive ship anchored in the distance, contemplating the uncertain future of everyone under his command. His companion finds him there and reminds him that they must decide how to survive in this unknown world. He narrows his eyes as he thinks back to the man who gave him the strength to endure every hardship. A vision of his father appears in the mist, urging him to follow his own will and lead with conviction. He reflects on his life as an illegitimate royal who had to survive the brutality of the battlefield to prove his worth. Her words hung in the air as he narrowed his eyes in focus. He was deep in thought, weighing the lives of everyone under his command. The memories of a burning city haunt the protagonist's mind as he reflects on his journey. He has traveled a long and bloody road, vowing never to turn back until his mission is complete. Though he was a descendant of royalty, his life was never easy. Being illegitimate meant he spent half his life fighting on bloody battlefields to survive. Born into a world of endless conflict, our protagonist was destined for a life of struggle from the moment he took his first breath. His royal bloodline brought him nothing but enemies and a constant fight for survival. His elite cavalry cheered and laughed together during their rare moments of peace. They were much more than just an army to him, as they had become the only family he really had left in this world. He looks out over his vast army of armored cavalry, their spears rising into the sky like a forest of steel. He knows that every soldier here is ready to follow his command, regardless of the path he chooses. Yeon Gisamun stands alone under a starry night sky, looking up at the three moons above. He carries the weight of everyone following him on his shoulders, determined to protect them no matter the cost. He stared intensely at the three moons reflected in his dark eyes while pondering the future. The realization hit him like a physical blow, yet he didn't look afraid of this strange new world at all. Our boy knew he had to choose a path for the soldiers who put all their trust in him. If this was his home, he would build strength and strike his enemies down. But if they were in a new land, he would continue the legacy of Gory and forge a new history. A simple question remains in his mind. Has the die truly been cast for their future? He contemplates the gravity of their situation in this mysterious land. The banners of his clan fluttered in the cool night breeze beneath the alien sky. Everything was about to change for every single soul in this camp, and it was his job to lead them through it. Our boy turned his back on the sea and walked toward the massive gates of their camp. He had finally made his choice, and it was time to get to work building a future for his people. The aerial view shows the full scale of their new settlement. They have built a sprawling camp along the coast, with ships docked and a clear division between the living quarters and the surrounding forest. Activity is constant throughout the village as workers maintain watchtowers and construct new defenses. The protagonist walks through the center of the camp, observing the progress of his people's new home. Our protagonist walked through the bustling village with his group of trusted advisors by his side. They watched the common people working the fields and building a new home with a renewed sense of hope. He spoke with a man wearing a tall hat about the incredible progress they had made in such a short time. Things were moving much faster than anyone in the group had originally expected when they landed. He glanced over and saw a young couple sharing a private moment behind some hanging laundry. Seeing his people happy and starting to live normal lives again gave him a deep sense of personal accomplishment. A young couple shares a private moment behind the hanging laundry, finding a sliver of normalcy amidst the uncertainty. It has been just 1 month since they arrived, yet life is already beginning to flourish. From above, the fields are a patchwork of industry where farmers tend to crops and laborers reinforce the perimeter fences. Seeing the settlement provide for itself is a fortunate development for their survival. It turned out that the newcomers were not just skilled blacksmiths, but excellent architects too. The housing problem was resolved easily, because the dwarves knew exactly how to build sturdy structures that would last for generations. The Stone Sam brothers came rushing down the wooden stairs to greet their leader with big smiles. These dwarves looked excited to show off their latest hard work and prove their worth to the Titan clan. They immediately dropped to their knees and bowed low to show their complete respect to the man who saved them. They were now officially part of the Titan clan and were clearly very proud of it. Jae-ung Sam and his fellow warrior could not help but grin at the sight of the bowing dwarves. They loved seeing the loyalty their leader inspired in every new person they met on this journey. The village was now well stocked with food, supplies, and plenty of warm clothes for everyone. They had built a solid foundation that could withstand any coming storm while the people enjoyed their new lives. Our boy turned to his advisors and asked what the next logical solution for their expansion should be. He wasn't one to sit idle while there was still so much progress to make for the clan. The woman with the feathered hat smiled as she looked at him with absolute confidence. She knew that wherever he led them, they would surely find greatness and a way to thrive in this world. An advisor lowers his head deeply while delivering the latest report on their surroundings. He knows the weight of the news he brings and makes sure to show the proper respect to his lord. The young lord in the red robes listens intently while the woman with the tall hat stands by his side. They are planning their next move very carefully since a single mistake could ruin everything. His expression remains stone cold as he processes the information gathered by his scouts. He is not the type to let his emotions cloud his judgment, especially when so many lives are currently at stake. Outside the massive stone walls of the castle, a lone carriage begins its journey through the city gates. They are heading out into the wilderness, leaving the safety of the capital far behind to start their mission. 4 riders draped in heavy dark cloaks move silently through the dense forest path. Their hoods are pulled low to conceal their identities from any spies who might be lurking in the shadows of the trees. Each member of the group is focused and alert while scanning the surrounding terrain for signs of trouble. Yon Gisamun leads the way with those 2 distinct strands of hair, framing his face like always. The lead rider tells everyone to keep moving, and they pick up the pace without saying a word. Yon Gisamun remains silent and composed, as he prepares for the inevitable confrontation he knows is coming soon. The small caravan wins its way down a dusty dirt path, accompanied by 2 carts loaded with barrels. It looks like a simple merchant delivery to any observer, but the cargo is far more valuable than trade goods. They stick to the trail, hoping to reach their destination before nightfall settles over the woods. The barrels and crates rattle with every bump in the road, as they move deeper into the dangerous territory ahead. A mysterious figure watches from behind a large tree as the caravan passes through the forest. It seems our heroes are being followed by someone who is very careful not to be seen by the riders. The stranger waits for the perfect moment to strike while keeping a close eye on the moving targets. This secret journey through the woods is about to get very complicated for everyone involved in the mission. The massive stone walls of the castle loom over the path as a lonely carriage makes its approach. Smoke rises from the chimneys of the dense town nestled behind the fortifications. At the main gate, a line has formed where several guards stand watch with long spears. A traveler bows low while presenting his documents to the men in silver armor. The guard with the red plume on his helmet looks over the paperwork and tells the man he is cleared to pass. It's just another routine day at the gate. His eyes are cold and observant scanning every face that tries to enter the city. He watches the crowd with the intensity of a man looking for trouble. Next in line is a group of riders draped in dark gray cloaks, their horses kicking up dust as they wait. One of the men hops down to handle the talking for the party while the others stay mounted. Our blonde guide puts on a fake smile and starts laughing with the armored guard to ease the tension. He is playing the part of a friendly merchant perfectly. Under the cover of their conversation, a heavy pouch of coins is subtly passed from hand to hand. Corruption is the fastest way through these gates. The guard stares down at the group, his expression remaining stern despite the bribe now hidden in his belt. He is not letting them off that easy. Sensing the danger, the blonde guide continues to bow and scrape, acting like the most humble servant in the world. He makes sure to look as harmless as possible. The group finally gets the signal to move forward, and the horses begin their slow trot into the dark tunnel of the gatehouse. Everything seems to be going smoothly. Just as they pass, the guard's gaze narrows onto one specific rider in the back. He senses something is off about this particular traveler and his quiet demeanor. The shadows of the archway swallow the riders as they move deeper into the stone passage. The atmosphere inside the tunnel feels heavy and suffocating for the newcomers. Suddenly, the guard bellows for them to stop, his voice echoing off the stone walls and catching everyone off guard. The group freezes in place as he marches toward them with his heavy spear leveled. The group of riders continues through the tunnel, their horses' hooves echoing against the damp stone walls. The guard walks alongside them, his presence constant looming threat. The guard glares up at him, trying to peer through the shadows to see the face of the mysterious man. He definitely suspects our protagonist is hiding a secret identity. The tip of a sharp spear enters the frame, pointing directly at the hooded traveler. The tension reaches a breaking point as the weapon inches closer to his face. A close-up shows the horse's eye and harness as the animal remains still under the pressure. The riders wait for the guard's next move with bated breath. The guard leans in closer, his brow furrowed with growing frustration. He knows he is looking at someone dangerous, but he cannot quite put his finger on the truth. He starts shouting demands and losing his patience as he points his weapon directly at our boy. This dude is literally asking for the afterlife. Before things can escalate, the blonde guide jumps back in and holds out another bag of gold. He is desperately trying to keep the peace before blood starts spilling. He laughs nervously and offers the extra payment as a gift for the guard's hard work. It is a classic move to distract a greedy man from his suspicions. The guide keeps up the act, laughing like a fool while watching the guard's reaction. He is doing a great job of playing the middleman for our boy. Yon Gisamun looks away with a bored expression as the tip of a spear lingers near his head. These low-level soldiers are not even worth his time, and he knows exactly how to deal with them. Finally, the guard grumbles and waves them through, clearly satisfied with the double payment. The group moves forward as the gatekeeper returns to his post at the entrance. The group continues their journey, emerging from the dark tunnel into the bright light of the inner city. They finally made it past the first major obstacle together. The view inside is breathtaking, with white-spired towers and grand cathedrals rising toward the clear blue sky. It is a massive contrast to the gritty gatehouse they left behind. As they ride through the streets, Yon Gisamun asks his companion for the name of the guard who just gave them trouble. He is not the type to forget. The blonde guide turns back and tells him the guard's name is Kalsuman. He seems relieved that the whole ordeal is over and they are finally safe inside. Our protagonist narrows his eyes in a tight close-up, his brows furrowing with a look of intense focus and suppressed anger. He is clearly committing the guard's name to his list of enemies. Our protagonist delivers a chilling warning that leaves no room for debate as he prepares for his next move. He makes it crystal clear that he won't forget what happened, and neither should anyone else if they want to stay in one piece. A dark chuckle escapes his throat as he adjusts his hood. The city is full of life, but our protagonist is focused on a much different and darker goal. His sharp eyes scan the surroundings, taking in every detail of the city layout. He is constantly analyzing everything like the elite warrior he was trained to be. They pass through a busy market square where commoners are going about their daily business. Nobody suspects that a legendary figure just rode past them in the shadows. The horses' clopping hooves are the only sound as the group disappears into the crowd. They are moving deeper into the heart of the kingdom to find answers. The riders head toward the inner districts, passing by stalls filled with fresh produce and supplies. The real mission is only just beginning for our protagonist in this city. A narrow view from inside a shop shows a large glass bottle sitting in a wooden crate. The interior is dimly lit, suggesting a place where specialized or rare goods are kept. Out of the shadows, a mysterious old man in a gray hood starts muttering about ogre blood being nearby. This dude looks like he has seen some things, and his sudden appearance is weird. Citizens go about their daily lives oblivious to the high-stakes mission unfolding around them. A blond man in a green vest hurries past, clutching a small bag as he heads into a shop. Finding a stash of ogre blood like this in the middle of a mundane shop is like discovering a diamond in the rough. If this merchant actually caught one of those beasts himself, he is a much bigger deal than he looks. The merchant freezes in pure disbelief as he hears a proposal that sounds absolutely insane to his ears. His jaw nearly hits the floor while he tries to process whether this hooded traveler is actually serious or just trying to get himself killed. Yon Gisamun and his crew are keeping a low profile at a table in the back of the shop while the merchant and his assistant inspect the hall. They are waiting for their next move. The assistant can hardly believe his eyes as he holds the rare potion. He wonders how it is even possible to find something this valuable in a shop like theirs. A mysterious figure watches the exchange from behind a barred door. This creepy observer is clearly obsessed with the valuable cargo currently sitting on the counter. Suddenly, a man with long gray hair presses his face against the bars and screams out about the ogre blood. This guy is losing his mind over those purple potions sitting on the counter. Without warning, the mage kicks the door open and storms out into the main room. He looks completely unhinged with his long hair flying everywhere as he makes a break for the potion crates. Both the merchant and his assistant are frozen in place as this crazy old man charges toward them. They clearly did not expect a prisoner to come bursting out like a rabid animal today. The mage dives straight for the crates, practically tripping over himself to get a closer look. He is moving with a level of desperation that you only see from someone truly addicted to power. He grabs a bottle and holds it up to the light with his face twisted in a manic grin. He believes this potion is the key to finally breaking through his current cultivation circle. The shopkeeper tentatively asks the mage for his expert opinion on the quality of the blood. He is hoping for a professional appraisal, even if the expert looks like a complete and total disaster. The mage treats the glowing purple bottle like a religious artifact while checking the quality. He knows that even a single drop of this blood is worth a massive fortune in a city like this. The merchant mentions the price is surprisingly low at less than 1 gold and 50 silver per bottle. He expects a quick sale, but the assistant behind him looks a bit skeptical about it. The mage suddenly goes quiet and starts acting very defensive with the bottle. You can see the gears turning in his head as he tries to figure out how to get it without paying. He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a few pathetic coins, offering them up as if they were a fortune. It is a total lowball move that would offend any self-respecting businessman. The merchant and his assistant just stare at the tiny pile of silver with blank expressions. Their disappointment is immeasurable, and their day is officially ruined by this cheapskate old man. The old mage starts yelling at the top of his lungs, trying to justify his terrible offer. He is throwing a full-blown tantrum because he cannot get his way with the shopkeepers. The assistant has finally had enough and calls the old man a beggar and a con artist. He tells him to get lost if he is just looking for free handouts in their shop. This sends the mage into a total frenzy as he screams back at the men. His mouth is wide open, and he looks ready to bite someone over this perceived lack of respect. He insists that this potion is a once-in-a-lifetime find, and they should be honored he is interested. This dude has some serious ego for someone with almost no money. The merchant crosses his arms and points out the obvious flaw in the story. If he is such a powerful mage, why is he currently broke and acting like a total lunatic? A vein almost pops in the forehead of the mage as he hears the insult about his magic circle. He looks absolutely terrifying with that cold blue light reflecting in his eyes. The merchant and his assistant watch in total shock as the appraisal expert they kept in the back suddenly collapses to his knees. The old man looks like He is having some sort of mental breakdown right in front of the merchandise. The merchant looks down at the muttering mess on his floor with pure disgust. He just wants this guy out of his shop so he can get back to some actual business. The mage stops crying, and his expression turns cold as he begins to chant a spell. He is about to do something incredibly stupid in the middle of a crowded shop interior. A massive burst of magical energy explodes from his hand, filling the room with a blinding white light. The sudden explosion catches everyone off guard as he tries to prove he is not just some random crazy person. It's a flashy display meant to silence his critics. Everyone is blindsided by the sudden flash of power as their eyes widen in shock. They did not think the crazy beggar actually had any real magic left in him after all. He stands in the center of the room with his long hair flowing in the magical wind while he channels his power. The old man screams about his enlightenment and his status as a second circle mage, trying to sound as intimidating as possible for the audience. His moment of glory is cut short when a wooden mug flies through the air at high speed. It catches him right in the side of the head with a sickening thud. The impact is brutal, sending beer and wood splinters flying everywhere. Whoever threw that had perfect aim and zero patience for the nonsense this mage was putting on in the shop. The mage goes down like a sack of potatoes with his potion bottle tumbling away as he hits the floor. The magical light vanishes instantly, leaving the room in stunned silence. Yon Gisamun stands up and looks over at the unconscious man with total annoyance. He wonders if every city they visit has beggars pretending to be powerful shamans who just cause trouble. The old man lies there with a look of pure agony etched into his face. His gray hair is a mess against the patterned rug as he drifts through a painful memory of the past. Our boy Yon Gisamun and Jai Ung Sam look down at the unconscious heap with zero pity. They comment on how chaotic the magic system in this region actually is compared to their home. Deep in the fog of his mind, the old man remembers his glory days before everything went south. He was once a genius who stood above everyone else in his class. He recalls being a prodigy who mastered mana in just 6 months, while others took years to even feel it. Becoming an archmage seemed like a sure thing back then. Look at that arrogant smile on his younger self face as he looks up at the ceiling. He really thought he was untouchable and that the whole world was his for the taking. But reality hit hard when his own master abandoned him in the middle of a courtyard. One moment he was the star pupil, and the next he was treated like absolute trash. He wandered the streets alone as a fallen genius with nowhere to go. People who once bowed to him now looked at him with nothing but scorn and disgust. He became a ghost in his own city, walking past crowds that treated him like a common beggar in the gutter. Instead of giving up, he buried himself in ancient texts and forbidden research for decades. He spent his life in dimly lit rooms, surrounded by piles of books, trying to claw back his lost power. He eventually gained knowledge that could rival an archmage, but at a terrible physical cost. As the story returns to the present, a vast blanket of stars settles over the rolling hills. The quiet forest night is only broken by the distant sounds of nature and rustling leaves. The crew continues their journey through the moonlit woods, their carriage rumbling slowly down the dirt path. The shadows of the trees loom over them, hiding whatever dangers might be waiting in the darkness. Tucked away in the back of the wagon, the old man is bound and helpless. He mumbles that if he only had ogre blood, he could finally break through his second circle of magic. Jai Ung Sam and Yon Gisamun ride their horses ahead, leading the captured shaman back to their camp. They are moving fast to make sure they are not followed by any vengeful locals. Jai Ung Sam looks back over his shoulder with a frown of confusion as he watches the cart. He asks if the only reason they are heading back early is because of this one guy. Our boy Yon Gisamun just gives a mysterious little smirk in response to the question. He clearly has a specific plan for their captive that he is not ready to share yet. Jai Ung Sam sighs, realizing he won't get a straight answer out of his leader right now. He just focuses on the road ahead and keeps his guard up for any night monsters. Yon Gisamun explains that the old man is far too rare and expensive to leave behind in the wild. This potential value is the main reason he wants to get back to safety immediately. A single tear rolls down his wrinkled face as the weight of his situation hits him. He seems more like a broken victim than a dangerous sorcerer at this point in time. His eye snaps open, revealing a bright blue iris filled with sudden realization and fear. He is finally awake and taking in his surroundings for the first time since being knocked out. Our protagonist notices the movement and casually welcomes him back to the land of the living. The old man is visibly shaken to find himself a prisoner of such powerful warriors. Yon Gisamun asks him why on earth he is crying like a baby after waking up. It is a bit of a weird sight for a guy who was just trying to cause trouble. Yon Gisamun gives a wide, mocking smile at the old man's display of emotion, while Jai Ung Sam looks on with an expression of pure disbelief. They clearly don't find the captured shaman to be a threat at all. The old man stares at their backs, wondering exactly who these people are and where they come from. He is terrified of what they plan to do with him after kidnapping him. He starts to grit his teeth, thinking these fools have made a massive mistake by underestimating him. They clearly do not realize that mere rope cannot hold a true mage for long. His eyes begin to glow with a faint, eerie blue light as he starts chanting a spell. He is calling upon the mana of the world to lend him its hidden power. Blue sparks begin to dance around the ropes, binding his wrists behind his back. He is channeling every bit of energy he has left into this final, desperate escape attempt. Jai Ung Sam and Yon Gisamun sense the shift in the air and glance back simultaneously. They realize the old man is actually trying to pull a fast one while their backs are turned. With a desperate shout, the shaman unleashes a powerful energy bolt directly at our boy. The blast lights up the entire forest with blinding blue electricity and a loud, crackling sound. Jai Ung Sam isn't about to let his leader get hit by a desperate sneak attack from behind. He reaches out and catches the concentrated magic in his bare hand as if he were catching a ball. The sheer force of the spell doesn't even make him flinch. Yon Gisamun remains completely calm while his warrior handles the threat with total ease. He simply watches as the magic is crushed into nothingness, proving that these guys are on a completely different level. Our protagonist isn't even worried since he knows his team is elite. The smoke clears, leaving the two warriors looking back at their prisoner with bored expressions. They are totally unimpressed by his big flashy move after all that build-up. Yon Gisamun finds the attempt almost amusing and questions if that was really the best the old man could do. He seems genuinely curious that such a weak spell was meant to stop them. The old man is left trembling in the back of the cart, his jaw dropping in shock. He cannot believe someone just stopped his best magic with their bare hands like it was nothing. Baron Alvin is losing his mind. He cannot believe what he just witnessed and starts shouting at the top of his lungs in pure disbelief. Our boy and his companion are just trying to travel in peace, but Alvin is staring them down from the back of the cart like they are monsters. Yon Gisamun looks back, genuinely curious about how this noble man can even understand their speech. Talk about a major language barrier being broken. Alvin is practically sweating through his clothes, while explaining how impossible it should be to block an energy bolt without a shield. Alvin is completely baffled, staring at his own palm as if he is trying to calculate the physics behind that block. He has seen high-level mages before, but nothing compares to the raw skill these two just displayed in the heat of the moment. As they roll through the dark forest, Alvin is stuck in a loop trying to wrap his head around the concept of item power and magic. He keeps pestering them, demanding to know the secret formula behind their insane abilities, while our protagonist and Jai Ung Sam just ride on ahead. Yon Gisamun gives him a side-eye that says it all. He is clearly not in the mood for a lecture on ancient magic theory. Suddenly, our protagonist raises a hand, signaling everyone to stop immediately. Alvin freezes, realizing the vibe just shifted for the worse. Those eyes are sharp enough to cut through the darkness. He knows exactly what is waiting for them in the shadows up ahead. The forest is deathly silent, except for the rhythmic thud of heavy boots hitting the dirt road. Something dangerous is closing in on them. Out of the trees, a whole squad of armed mercenaries emerges to block their path. These guys definitely are not looking for a friendly chat. Yon Gisamun is completely unfazed. He casually mentions that they need to take care of these uninvited guests before they can continue their journey. This is not just a nuisance to him. It is an opportunity. That dark, confident smirk spreading across his face signals that these mercenaries are about to realize They just made the biggest mistake of their very short lives. The mercenary leader steps forward with a smug grin, flanked by his crew of armed thugs who think they have the upper hand. The atmosphere gets heavy as the two sides stare each other down in the middle of the dark mountain path, waiting for the first drop of blood to hit the ground. Dark energy, or a menacing aura, looms over the scene as the confrontation begins to escalate into violence. He remembers how easy it was to bribe his way past guards before, but dealing with these bloodthirsty bandits requires a much more permanent solution. These greedy bastards are only focused on the goods loaded on the cart. They can see expensive-looking crates and think they just hit the jackpot for the year. Little do they know, those crates are the least of their worries. Their plan is simple: slaughter the men, loot the wagon, and keep the source of income for themselves. Too bad they picked the worst possible target. The leader starts laughing, but his joy is cut short when Yon Gisamon whispers a single command to shatter. Suddenly, massive magic explosions tear through the mercenary ranks, sending bodies flying as fire erupts everywhere. It is an absolute mess. Amidst the smoke and screams, our protagonist stands there calmly holding a glowing yellow talisman. The mercenary leader can only stare in absolute shock as his world literally burns. Jai Ung Sam stands right beside him, looking just as ready to end this quickly. Jai Ung Sam joins in with a wicked smile of his own. He recognizes the leader and greets him like an old friend before the real slaughter continues. The leader screams out in rage as his men are turned into human torches right before his eyes. It is a total bloodbath, and he realizes far too late that he cannot do anything to stop the destruction. Yon Gisamon is not done yet. He tosses out more talismans like he is just handing out flyers, each one carrying a deadly charge of concentrated fire. More mercenaries are engulfed in white-hot flames, their screams filling the air while the leader watches his entire squad disappear in seconds. Blood splatters the ground as the survivors realize there is no escape from this magical onslaught. Heavy boots crunch through the glowing embers and ash. The sound of inevitable doom is getting closer and closer to the few remaining survivors. Jai Ung Sam walks through the literal fire like it is a gentle summer breeze. This guy is built different, and he looks terrifyingly cool in the flames. He does not even need to look back to know exactly where the next victim is hiding. Jai Ung Sam is completely in his element, letting his instincts guide him through the smoke as he prepares to punish anyone foolish enough to linger. One idiot tries to sneak up with a sword from behind, but Jai Ung Sam reacts in a flash. He unsheathes his blade and carves through the guy with lethal precision before the mercenary can even blink. It is a masterclass in swordsmanship. The mercenary leader is losing his mind, screaming frantic orders at men who are already half dead or fleeing for their resides in terror. He looks around at the devastation, the sweat pouring down his face as he finally realizes he is way out of his league against these warriors. In a desperate last-ditch effort, he tries to shove his remaining lackeys forward. He is practically begging them to do something, anything, to save him from his fate. Yon Gisamon holds up one final talisman, his expression as cold as ice. The hunt is over, and it is time to close the book on these bandits. A massive pillar of fire erupts, consuming the leader in a blinding flash of light and heat. His final scream is cut short as the powerful magic incinerates everything in its path, leaving nothing but scorched earth. Our protagonist stands tall in the aftermath, the blue flames of his magic flickering out as he prepares to continue their journey through the woods. Jai Ung Sam strolls through the scorched remains of the battlefield, his expression bored as the bodies of his enemies continue to smolder around him. He has seen this kind of one-sided slaughter 1,000 times before. Jai Ung Sam looms over the sole survivor like a shadow of inevitable death. The mercenary leader is trapped against the dirt, trembling uncontrollably as he looks up at the monster he was foolish enough to try and rob. Yon Gisamon stares down with eyes like ice, watching the leader's pathetic attempt to process his doom. He has zero sympathy for these bandits and simply waits for the inevitable end of this pointless and bloody confrontation. The survivor is so overcome with terror that he actually pisses himself right there on the spot. That is a level of fear you just can't fake even when your life depends on it. A frantic scream rips through the air as the man finally snaps under the pressure of his own terror. Jai Ung Sam remains completely unfazed by the pathetic display, his expression cold as he prepares to finish the job. Yon holds the man's life in the palm of his hand, pressing the cold steel of his blade against his throat to ensure he doesn't think about trying anything stupid. His companion with the white headband approaches, calling out to him by his title as Disaja. He seems surprised by the intensity of the interrogation, questioning if this much force is really necessary. Our protagonist ignores the interruption and slams the man back down, keeping him pinned with his sword hilt. He is not here for conversation. He is here for results and the truth. From above, the scene is a grim reminder of Yon's power, with scorched bodies littering the clearing like discarded dolls. The few survivors left standing can only watch the brutal questioning in silence. The companion watches as Yon Gisamun finally steps back to lean against a nearby tree. The weight of the world seems to rest on his shoulders, but his focus remains sharp as ever. The prisoner's face is drenched in sweat as he stares up in terror. He knows that his life is forfeit, and the cold gaze of the man above him offers no mercy. Yon gazes down at his captive with eyes full of shadow and intent. He is a predator who has finally cornered his prey, and the time for games has come to an end. Suddenly, our boy reaches into his cloak and pulls out a small yellow talisman. The look of dark intensity on his face suggests that whatever this paper does, it is going to be painful. The prisoner's eyes bulge as he recognizes the item in Yon's hand. He tries to scramble away, his mouth agape in a silent plea for the magic to stay far away from him. Everything goes dark as Yon focuses his energy, his eyes narrowing until they are nothing but slits of shadow. The air around him begins to hum with the weight of ancient power. Wisps of blue magical energy begin to leak from our protagonist's mouth as he chants a forbidden spell. The light is beautiful but deadly, signaling the beginning of a process no mortal can survive. The prisoner's entire world turns white as the magic takes hold, his features distorting under the pressure of the spell. His very essence is being laid bare before the power of the Disaja. A final agonizing shriek echoes through the woods as the magic peaks. The light is blinding, consuming the man and erasing any hope of escape from the soul-searing interrogation technique. Yon stands tall over the now motionless body, holding the burning talisman as blue flames dance between his fingers. The job is done, and the information he needed has finally been extracted. The small scrap of paper is consumed by the flickering blue heat, turning to ash in the palm of his hand. It is a quiet end to a very loud and violent encounter. The companion remarks that magic wouldn't be special if just anyone could pull off a stunt like that. Behind them, the bodies of the fallen have disintegrated into nothing but piles of smoldering ash. The lieutenant is clearly rattled by the cold efficiency of the interrogation. But Yon doesn't offer a word of comfort as he stares blankly into the night sky. Without saying another word, our boy turns his back on the carnage and begins walking away. He has no interest in lingering among the dead when there is still so much to do. Further down the path, the rest of the traveling party waits with the horses and wagons. Baron Alvin watches the return of the two men with a look of deep concern on his face. The gray-haired Baron Alvin is visibly shaken, his eyes wide as he processes what he just witnessed from afar. He knows that being traveling companions with a man like Yon is dangerous. The path ahead leads directly toward the jagged peaks of the Raganza Mountains. It is a place of legend and terror, for those are the lands where dragons are said to dwell. Alvin turns his gaze toward the companion, his mind racing with the implications of their current heading. He realizes that the secrets being kept from him are far larger than he imagined. The image of a massive red dragon flashes through his thoughts, its scales shimmering like rubies and its eyes glowing with ancient malice. This is the beast that haunts the mountains ahead. The lieutenant stands before the mental image of the dragon, the word echoing in the minds of everyone present. A dragon is not just a monster, it is a force of nature. Alvin clenches his fists, thinking about the legendary possibility of becoming a servant to such a creature. After all, dragons are the true origin of all magic in this world. The companion flashes a mysterious smile, seemingly amused by the old man's sudden realization. He knows exactly what kind of power they are chasing in those distant, forbidden mountains. Alvin begins to protest, waving his hands frantically as he tries to argue against their current path. He claims he was brought along for simple orders, not to face mythical beasts. Yon Gisamun watches the old man throw a tantrum from the background. His expression remains unchanged and cold. He has zero patience for those who shrink away from the inevitable path ahead. The morning sun rises over a quiet coastal camp where several large ships are anchored near the shore. Tents are pitched along the tree line as the group prepares for the next leg. The Baron is completely blindsided by what he finds at the end of their long journey, and the impossible sight before him is enough to make the old man's heart stop as he stares ahead in pure, unadulterated disbelief. Alvin can't believe there is such a well-maintained village hidden in the middle of the Riganza Mountains, looking more like a military fortress than a remote outpost. The soldiers standing guard are perfectly disciplined, and their morale is sky-high. They easily rival the elite forces of the Empire, which says a lot about the leadership here. As our boy rides into the center of camp, he is greeted as Disaja. He is not alone, as the Stone Sam brothers are already there waiting for his arrival. Baron Alvin is absolutely losing his mind right now. He looks up and stammers out something about a titan with his eyes wide in pure terror at what he is seeing. He cannot believe his own eyes because standing right in front of him are actual dwarves. These guys were supposed to be extinct for 1,000 years since the legendary god-demon war. Seeing them alive and well in this camp is a complete shock to his system. The Baron stands frozen between our protagonist and these legendary warriors. The sheer scale of what Yon Gisamun has built here is finally starting to sink in for the terrified old man. Yon Gisamun looks down at him with an expression that says he is done playing games. He has no intention of being merciful after everything that has happened during their journey. The reality of the situation hits the Baron like a freight train. He tries to speak, but the words fail him as he realizes he has walked right into a nightmare. Our boy does not waste any time and gives a cold command to take the prisoner to the execution ground. The Stone Sam brothers immediately step forward to carry out the order. They grab the Baron by his arms and start hauling him away like a sack of potatoes. He is completely helpless against the overwhelming physical strength of the two dwarves. Baron Alvin completely loses his nerve now that he's been captured by these absolute units. He knows his rebellion is over, and he's finally being crushed by the weight of his own impending doom. Yon Gisamun casually adjusts his cloak, acting like capturing the enemy leader was just a minor errand he ran on the way home. He nonchalantly tells his men that he just happened to pick the guy up, treating the Baron like a piece of lost luggage instead of the high-value prisoner who started this mess. High above the courtyard, our protagonist, Yon Gisamun, sits on his throne like he owns the world. Below him, 3 men wait on a wooden platform, including an elderly man who looks like he has seen better days. Jae-ung Sam, the warrior with the ponytail, stands tall behind the old man and admits he did not just find him. He basically kidnapped him. Honestly, at least he is being honest about his methods. Our protagonist looks skeptical as he hears the report from his subordinate. He can hardly believe his elite warrior just admitted to kidnapping high-ranking Mei instead of finding him peacefully. The gray-haired man, Baron Alvin, is absolutely losing it, crying out that he has been insulted. Imagine being a mage of his age and getting treated like a common criminal. He is clearly offended. Our boy Yon Gisamun closes his eyes for a moment, letting the old man's complaints sink in. He says he understands the situation, but his tone suggests something else entirely is brewing in his mind. Baron Alvin is sweating bullets now, staring up at the throne with pure desperation. He knows his life is hanging by a thread, and one wrong word from the Lord will be his end. Slightly fanning himself, Yon Gisamun maintains his composure while everyone else in the courtyard is on edge. He is the master of this stage, and he knows exactly how to play his part. Alvin is completely stunned, realizing that his status as a mage is not going to save him here. He stammers in disbelief as the reality of his predicament finally starts to sink into his head. Suddenly, Yon Gisamun lets out a roar that echoes through the entire area. He is done playing games and is ready to deliver a speech that will change the dynamic of this entire meeting. He shouts at the top of his lungs that justice triumphs over evil, but the way he says it feels more like a threat than a moral lesson. This is pure intimidation at its finest. Looking down at the platform, he reminds everyone that in the end, the victor is the one who possesses everything. It is a brutal philosophy, but in this world, It is the only one that matters. Baron Alvin lets out a heavy sigh, his shoulders slumped in defeat. He realizes that his pride is a luxury he can no longer afford if he wants to keep breathing. Jon Giesemann gives a smug little smirk, satisfied with the psychological damage he just dealt. He knows he has the old man exactly where he wants him, broken and ready to listen. His eyes narrow with a sharp, calculating intensity. He is looking right through Alvin, searching for any hint of resistance or hidden strength that he might be able to exploit for his own gain. He hits Alvin where it hurts, pointing out that the old man does not even have the skills to deserve the noble treatment of a mage. That is a low blow even for him. Alvin clenches his fist so hard it starts to tremble against the wooden floor. You can see the anger and humiliation boiling inside him, but he is too terrified to actually fight back. A wave of self-loathing washes over the old man as he reflects on his life. He sees himself as a failure, someone who has spent decades chasing power only to end up kneeling in the dirt. His eyes fill with tears as he thinks about 75 years of regret and despair. It is a heavy realization for anyone, especially when they are facing their potential executioner on a throne. Alvin remains hunched over, a shell of the man he once was. The weight of his failures is visible in the way his long gray hair falls around his face, hiding his shame. Jon Giesemann stands up, looming over the courtyard like a giant. He is done sitting and watching. It is time for him to step down and finalize the deal he has in mind. He asks a direct question that freezes the air. He wants to know if Alvin is ready to cling to him alive, or if he prefers to just fade away into nothingness. Alvin looks up, completely confused by the sudden shift in the conversation. He was expecting death or imprisonment, not a strange offer of salvation from the very man who humiliated him. Our protagonist begins his descent, each step on the stone stairs echoing with purpose. He is making his move, transitioning from a judge to a leader who is looking for a new asset. From the edge of the stairs, he looks out over the yard and mentions that he needs a sage. Specifically, someone who has a vast amount of knowledge about the workings of this world. He walks across the dusty ground with a steady, confident pace. The guards and the Stone Sam brothers watch in silence as their lord approaches the broken old mage on the platform. Getting close, Jon Giesemann looks Alvin straight in the eye and asks him point blank if he will join him. It is a recruitment offer that Alvin never saw coming in a million years. The two of them stand in the middle of the courtyard, a young, powerful lord and a disgraced old mage. The contrast between them is striking, but they both know this is a turning point. Jon Giesemann stares him down with those intense eyes, waiting for an answer. He is not just looking for a servant, he is looking for a partner in his grand ambitions. He repeats the demand, asking Alvin if he is truly willing to cling to him. He needs to know if the old man is desperate enough to give up everything for a second chance. Alvin finally speaks up, his voice trembling as he asks what the Lord will actually do for him in return. He is a mage, after all, and he still has a shred of pride. Two guards stand at perfect attention outside the heavy wooden doors of the compound. They remain completely unaware that a major power shift is happening right behind those walls. Baron Alvin looks up at the warrior with a mix of fear and desperation in his eyes. He is realizing that his life is now entirely in the hands of this powerful stranger. Jon Giesemann breaks into a wide, menacing smile and promises to smash all their enemies to pieces. It is exactly the kind of violent, confident assurance that a man like Alvin needs to hear. Without another word, Alvin places his hands on the wood and prepares to give his answer in the most traditional way possible. He has made his choice, and there is no turning back. Humiliating himself to save his own skin, Baron Alvin drops to the floor and bows deeply before the man in red. He formally pledges his loyalty, showing just how far he is willing to go to survive. Night falls over the camp as the stars light up the sky above the quiet harbor. While the world sleeps, the pieces of a much larger game are finally beginning to move into place. Down in the barracks, the atmosphere is anything but peaceful as our protagonist prepares his next move. Baron Alvin finds himself face to face with two massive warriors from the Titan clan. They huddle over a map with grim expressions, trying to figure out how they are supposed to work together. Alvin looks like he is about to have a nervous breakdown with cold sweat beading on his forehead. He knows that one wrong word to these towering Titan clan warriors could end his life instantly. Yon Gisamun approaches the platform and hands over a small item to the Baron, tasking him with educating the two warriors. Buru and Yuru are immediately skeptical, shouting their protests at the idea of being taught by an old man. Despite their legendary reputation as fearsome warriors, the Titan clan members are still just slackers at heart. They are already passed out on the floor, leaving Alvin to wonder how he will ever teach them. The Baron sits alone at the table, lost in thought until a shadow falls across the room. He looks up and quickly offers a respectful greeting as his master returns. The silence of the night makes every footstep sound like a drumbeat against the wooden floor. Our protagonist stands tall in his red robes, looking down at the mage with an unreadable expression. Alvin stands up immediately, showing the total submission he promised earlier. It is clear that the power dynamic in this room has shifted entirely in favor of the warrior. Gisamun gazes at him with those sharp, calculating eyes that seem to see right through any lie. He does not say a word at first, letting the silence do the talking for him. This guy is a master of psychological warfare. The man in red slowly slides a small metallic ring off his finger as a parting gesture. This small item carries a lot more weight than it looks, serving as a key piece of their new arrangement. He holds the ring out to the confused old man, who stares at the gift with total uncertainty. Baron Alvin has no idea why he's being given this, but he knows better than to refuse it. Without waiting for a thank you, Gisamun turns his back and starts to walk away. He is finished with this conversation and has more important things to attend to. The Baron is left standing there, clutching the ring and staring at his master's retreating figure. The man in red stops and speaks over his shoulder without looking back. He drops the bombshell that the gift he just gave is actually broken, his voice cold and indifferent as he continues to exit. Alvin frantically inspects the ring, his heart sinking as he imagines his most valuable tool being ruined. He holds it up to the light, checking every curve and etching for signs of damage. If this thing is dead, his life just got a lot more complicated. He slowly slides the silver band back onto his finger, bracing himself for the silence that comes with a broken magical item. A faint hum begins to resonate through his hand as the metal makes contact with his skin. Something is definitely different about the way the mana is flowing. His eyes bulge and his jaw drops as the magic surges through him with more power than ever before. He realizes that his master did not break the ring, he actually upgraded it. This guy is a walking cheat code for real. The old man stands alone in the quiet room, staring at the closed doors after his visitor has departed. The sudden silence is heavy as he realizes the dangerous path he has just committed to. Under the cover of a starlit sky, the dark silhouettes of the mountains. The quiet of the wilderness is about to be shattered by the sound of approaching trouble. Danger is lurking in the shadows of the dense forest tonight. Jai Sam and a blond man named Baran are traveling quickly through the woods on horseback. They are escorting a pair of heavily loaded carts, moving with a sense of urgency that suggests they are on a clock. The sound of hooves hitting the dirt echoes through the trees. Jai Sam suddenly tenses up, his ponytail whipping around as he scans the surrounding tree line. His warrior instincts are screaming at him that something is wrong. He pulls on the reins, bringing his mount to a sudden and sharp halt. His face hardens as he focuses every sense on the darkness ahead. Cold sweat trickles down his temple while he listens for the slightest sound of movement. He knows that in these woods, being a second late to react means certain death. He barks an order for Baran to stop immediately, his voice low but commanding. The blond man looks confused but obeys, pulling his horse back as Jai Sam prepares to dismount. The carts creak to a halt behind them in the middle of the road. Our warrior drops to the ground and presses his ear firmly against the dirt. He is using an old tracking technique to pick up vibrations that the human ear usually misses. He remains perfectly still, becoming one with the earth to find his enemies. Baran leans over from his saddle, whispering a question about what is going on. He cannot see or hear anything out of the ordinary and thinks maybe his partner is just being paranoid. Jai Sam does not answer. He is too focused on the rhythmic thumping coming from the ground. His eyes snap open as he realizes the sheer number of people approaching their position. The vibrations are getting stronger and closer by the second. They are about to be completely surrounded if they stay on this path any longer. Jae-ung-sam and his blonde companion realize they are out of time and immediately begin to abandon the horses and carts. They have to move fast to stay ahead of the pursuers, already closing in through the forest. With a powerful tug, he rips the heavy black tarp off the back of the cart. He needs to check their cargo and make a split-second decision about what to keep and what to ditch. The fabric flutters loudly in the wind as he reveals what they have been carrying. Jae-ung-sam looks back toward the forest with a grim expression, realizing they cannot outrun the pursuers with the heavy carts. He knows the terrain well enough to see their only chance is to disappear into the brush. Baran watches him, waiting for the command that will determine their fate. He moves with lightning speed, tightening the laces on his tunic to make sure nothing snags as he moves through the forest. Every movement is precise and practiced. He is shifting into combat mode, ready for whatever is about to crawl out of the dark. Standing tall with his sword strapped to his back, he tells Baran to move it if he does not want to die like a dog. He is not going to baby the guy through this. They have to ditch the supplies and hide right now or it is all over. Baran looks absolutely terrified, his blue eyes wide with the realization that they are abandoning their mission. He has never been in a life or death situation like this before, and his brain is starting to lock up. He can only stare at Jae-ung-sam in shock. They dive into the thick undergrowth, leaving the carts behind as bait to buy themselves a few precious minutes. The forest swallows them up, hiding their tracks in the deep shadows. They hold their breath, praying that the darkness is enough to keep them hidden. Peering out from behind a thick tree trunk, the two men watch the road with bated breath. Jae-ung-sam has his hand near his blade, ready to strike if they are spotted. Beside him, Baran is shaking, trying his best to stay perfectly still and silent. Two armored knights emerge from the woods and cautiously approach the abandoned carts. Their armor clinks with every step, a cold and metallic sound that signals the arrival of the enemy. They look around, confused by the lack of drivers. An armored knight shouts out in surprise as he discovers the abandoned cart left behind in the woods. He is beginning to realize that their targets are much closer than he originally anticipated. A wider group of soldiers begins to swarm the area, surrounding the carts as they prepare to search the woods. From their hiding spot high above, our duo watches the trap being set for them. The hunt has officially begun, and the odds are looking worse by the minute. Jae-ung-sam and his blonde companion are pinned down, watching the enemy approach from their hiding spot. The blonde guy is sweating bullets, wondering why on earth the search party is heading straight for them. Jae-ung-sam signals for his companion to stay down as he prepares to make a move. He remains focused on the approaching search party, waiting for the perfect moment to intercept them. The blonde man's vision blurs with fear as a knight's blade flashes through the air. He is paralyzed with terror, certain that this is the moment his life comes to an end in these dark woods. He shuts his eyes tight, bracing for a strike that never comes. The sudden silence that follows is even more terrifying than the noise from before, as he waits to see what happened. When the dust settles, the blonde guy is left gaping at the scene. One knight is already slumped on the forest floor, and Jae-ung-sam is effortlessly handling the second one without breaking a single sweat. Jae-ung-sam realizes this soldier is way too terrified to be a real threat, but he might still be useful for information. He keeps the pressure on, making sure the guy knows his life is hanging by a thread. He tells the knight that it would be in his best interest to stay quiet. One wrong word and things are going to get very messy, very quickly for everyone involved in this forest search. The terrified soldier starts babbling, claiming he is single as if that is going to make our boy feel bad for him. Nice try, buddy. But that is not how this works in a life or death situation. Jae-ung-sam just stares him down, completely unimpressed by the desperate attempt at a sob story. He needs actual answers, not a dating profile update from a guy who is currently being held at sword point. He demands to know why they are attacking them out of nowhere. There has to be a specific reason for this level of aggression against a small transport group in the middle of the woods. Our boy is not in the mood for any more games. His expression is cold as ice as he waits for the knight to start spilling the beans about their true objectives. Moving like a shadow, Yon Gisamun grabs one of the knights from behind to silence him before he can raise an alarm. He needs information fast and isn't afraid to use a little force to get it. Yon Gisamun realizes this is why the mercenaries have been targeting the slash and burn farmers. He needs to get this vital information back to the camp immediately before more people are taken. The soldier starts crying about his fox-like wife back home, completely forgetting that he just claimed he was a single man few seconds ago. This dude really thought he was smooth with his stories. Our boy catches the contradiction instantly. He gets right in the guy's face, reminding him that he literally just said he was a single man with no one waiting for him. He starts to wonder if he should just finish this guy off right here. Liars are usually more trouble than they are worth, especially when they can't even keep their own stories straight for 5 minutes. For a second, it looks like the blade is going to do the talking. The knight can practically feel his life flashing before his eyes as the steel gets uncomfortably close to his neck. Instead of ending him, Yon Gisamun backs off a bit. He has a different plan in mind that is a bit more creative and less messy than just a quick execution in the woods. He gives the knight a choice. Close your eyes, run that way, and count to 1,000 before you even think about turning back around to check on your friends. The blonde companion is skeptical, warning our boy that letting him go might lead a pursuit party straight to them. It feels like a massive risk to let a witness just walk away. Our boy plays along with a knowing look, telling his partner that the soldier seems like an honest guy who surely wouldn't sell them out. The knight eagerly agrees, thinking he just hit the jackpot. Yon Gisamun tells the soldier to bolt at full speed, and the knight does not wait for a second invitation. He sprints off into the dark woods while the blonde companion watches with total disbelief, unable to wrap his head around why our hero would let their only lead escape. The blonde warrior watches the lone soldier scramble away in total terror. He is convinced that his partner has finally lost his mind, as showing mercy to the enemy like this usually just ends in a disaster for everyone involved. Our protagonist knows that people will believe almost anything when their life is on the line, especially someone as gullible as this knight. He isn't being soft, but is actually directing the guy toward a path that leads to a very unpleasant destination. A dark, mischievous grin spreads across our boy's face. He definitely did not let that guy go out of the kindness of his heart, and the real plan is about to be revealed. It turns out the direction our boy gave led the knight straight over a hidden ledge. Now the guy is trapped at the bottom of a rocky ravine with a huge stone pinning him down. Yon Gisamun calls the guy a liar one last time as he turns to leave. He kept his promise of letting the guy go, but he never said where the path was actually leading. Before they can make their escape, a whole squad of armored soldiers emerges from the tree line. It looks like the rest of the search party has arrived much sooner than they expected. They stop dead in their tracks when they see their comrade lying motionless on the ground. The shock on their faces is clear as they realize they are not alone in these woods. In an instant, the knights draw their swords and surround our duo. They are outnumbered and backed up against the trees with nowhere left to run as the circle closes in around them. Even with an entire squad of armed men closing in, a confident grin plays across our boy's lips. He seems to find this whole situation more entertaining than threatening, much to the companion's horror. He lets out a laugh, jokingly asking why heaven keeps giving such difficult trials to a good and honest person like himself. The man truly has no fear even when facing certain death. Jae-ung Sam and his blonde companion find themselves at the business end of a sword. The armored soldier looking down on them cannot believe there are only 2 of these guys standing in their way. His partner in crime agrees, telling him to just wipe these 2 out so they can get back to their business. They clearly have no idea who they are messing with today. The blonde guy is starting to sweat, looking over at Jae-ung Sam and asking what the plan is. Our boy just stares back with a look that says he is not even slightly worried. It is a total ambush. A dozen soldiers emerge from the shadows of the forest, surrounding them completely while one of their comrades already lies dead on the grass. The lady in the long dress sprints across the wooden deck as fast as her legs can carry her. She knows every second counts if she wants to reach her destination before it is too late. She bursts through the heavy wooden doors, gasping for air as she calls out for Buru. She's clearly in a state of total panic and needs help immediately. Inside, a massive burly man looks up from his bed in surprise. He recognizes her as Sarah and asks what could possibly bring her here so late at night. Sarah is so winded she can barely speak, clasping her hands together as she asks when Uncle Baran is expected to make his return. The big man just gives her a confident grin and tells her not to worry. He says the man she is looking for will probably be back by tomorrow. Even with those words of comfort, Sarah looks like she is about to have a breakdown. Something about this situation is eating her alive and she cannot hide it. The burly man stands up, towering over her as he notes just how worried she seems. The room is quiet, filled only with the sound of her heavy breathing. She admits that the roads around here have become incredibly dangerous lately. She's terrified that something terrible has happened out there in the dark. He leans in, asking if her real fear is because that liar is currently traveling with him. It seems like the blonde guy has a bit of a reputation. Sarah looks down, the shadow of her hair hiding her eyes as she softly admits that it is definitely weighing on her mind. Instead of sharing her concern, the burly man throws his head back and lets out a thunderous laugh that echoes through the entire room. The sheer volume of his laughter causes the air around him to vibrate. He is finding this whole situation completely ridiculous. Sarah just stands there completely bewildered while this giant of a man continues to roar with laughter. He knows something that she definitely does not. Back in the forest, Jai Ung Sam lets out a heavy sigh. He is clearly bored of the posturing and is ready to get this over with already. As the soldiers close in, our boy reaches over his shoulder and begins to draw his blade. The blonde guy watches from behind, hoping for a miracle. He grips the hilt with steady hands, preparing to show these guys why you should never judge a warrior by his numbers. The soldiers lunge forward with a collective roar, thinking they have the easy win. They have no idea that even if his friend lies, Jai Ung Sam is the real deal. He moves like a ghost. In a single fluid motion, he ducks under a deadly swing and begins to weave through the ranks of the armored men. It is like he is dancing through the battlefield while time itself slows down for him. Before anyone can even process what is happening, he is already behind them. One soldier gets a front row seat to a speed he never thought was humanly possible. Jai Ung Sam is a literal whirlwind of steel. He carves through their formation like a hot knife through butter, sending bodies flying as he moves with surgical precision. This is not a fight. It is an absolute slaughter. The look of pure terror on his companion's face says it all. He finally realizes that he isn't just traveling with a skilled fighter, but a complete monster. Blood sprays across the clearing as his blade finds its mark again and again. Armor that was supposed to protect them is failing like it is made of paper. He is a blur of motion and violence, leaving nothing but crimson trails in his wake. Every swing is a death sentence for anyone unlucky enough to be close. Within seconds, the clearing falls silent. Jai Ung Sam stands calmly amidst a dozen fallen enemies, his blade still dripping with the evidence of his work. He did not just beat them, he erased them entirely. As the blood of his enemies rains down around him, Jai Ung Sam reaches back to return his sword to its sheath. The battle is over as quickly as it began. This is Jai Ung Sam, a legendary warrior of Beach. His name alone carries enough weight to terrify anyone. The blonde guy is absolutely losing his mind, screaming in a mix of shock and relief at the sheer display of power he just witnessed. Our boy just walks past him without a word, giving him a small tap on the shoulder as he casually says it is time to move out. His companion quickly snaps out of his trance and follows, thinking that having this guy around is a total cheat code. Just as they try to move on, a thunderous boom echoes through the forest. The blonde guy freezes as the very ground beneath them begins to tremble. Instead of the peaceful silence of the night, rhythmic thuds start to vibrate through the air. Something massive is closing in on their location fast. The blonde guy is completely losing his mind, convinced this is impossible. The ground literally shakes from the weight of whatever is coming through the trees. Even Jai Ung Sam looks tense, but his companion is the one sweating buckets. He can feel the pressure in the air getting heavier by the second. A massive gray stone-like foot slams into the forest floor, crushing everything beneath it. This is not some normal animal. It is a twin-head ogre. This absolute unit towers over the trees, and the two of them are standing right in its path. The beast lets out a deafening roar that practically shakes the soul out of the poor guy. He is left completely paralyzed while Jai Ung Sam stands his ground right behind him. This thing is pure nightmare fuel for anyone caught in the woods at night. Alvin tells himself he has to stay calm, but his face says otherwise. He is staring death in the eyes, and it has two heads. One wrong move, and they are both history. He recognizes the creature as the king of land monsters. It is not just big. It is a legendary threat that should not even be in this area. Alvin starts thinking that maybe Ung Sam can handle it since he is a beast, but then he sees his companion just booking it into the woods. Wait, did he just bail? Left alone with a literal mountain of muscle, Alvin can only curse his luck. This is turning into a total disaster, and he is the one in the hot seat. A massive military camp under the starry night sky. Dozens of tents and flags fill the horizon, showing the scale of this force. A close-up shot focuses on the intricate red silk fabric of the leader's robe as he prepares to conclude the strategy meeting. High-ranking commanders are gathered around a long table. They have been debating strategy for hours in this dimly lit room. Our protagonist, Yon Gisamun, sits at the head of the table. He shares a knowing nod with his top officer as the plan is finalized. Suddenly, a guard bursts through the doors. He looks panicked and immediately drops to one knee to deliver some urgent news. The soldier reports that smoke has been spotted rising in the distance. This is definitely not part of the plan. Yon Gisamun questions the report with a sharp look. Smoke in the middle of the night usually means trouble is brewing nearby. The soldier bows deeply and confirms the sightings. Every commander in the room knows the peace is about to be shattered. The distance is the real concern. If they can see it from here, whatever happened must have been massive. The guard keeps his head down, waiting for the order. The weight of the situation is felt by everyone in the room. Yon Gisamun realizes this cannot be ignored. He is already thinking 3 steps ahead about how to handle this potential threat. He tells his men they will go out and assess if these strangers are friends or enemies before making a final choice. Spoken like a true leader, his gaze is cold and calculated. This man is not someone you ever want to have as an enemy on the battlefield. He slams his hand down and gives the command to charge. The orders ripple through the entire war room instantly. Outside the camp becomes a hive of activity. Soldiers are told to march out, prep the horses, and bring plenty of arrows for the journey. An elderly advisor with a long white beard runs through the camp in a panic as soldiers scramble to follow the sudden march orders. The advisor watches in disbelief as the soldiers quickly assemble. He can't understand how they are moving with such incredible speed. He stops dead in his tracks, and his eyes nearly pop out of his head. The sight in front of him is jaw-dropping. The march order was literally just given a second ago. He wonders how the entire army is already lined up and ready to go. A massive commander on a heavily armored horse looms over him. The sheer presence of this unit is enough to suffocate a normal man. This is not just a bunch of soldiers. It is a sea of perfectly aligned spears stretching back as far as the eye can see. The speed of their mobilization is actually inhuman. Hundreds of men and horses are in perfect formation without a single person out of place. Alvin realizes he is looking at a level of discipline that defies everything he knows about warfare. This is an elite force through and through. Alvin admits he has traveled the whole continent, but he has never seen a unit this orderly before in his entire life. The powerful aura coming off these men is insane. He compares them to the legendary elite knight orders of the Empire itself. An armored general asks if the preparations are finished. He is ready to lead this massive force into the dark night. A burly warrior with a giant axe grins and confirms the order is received. These guys are clearly itching for a fight. The general on horseback looks down at his troops. The atmosphere is tense as the final preparations for the departure are made. Yon Gisamun looks down from his horse at the massive army gathered before him. He tells the white-bearded advisor to stay and take care of Rissel. The advisor looks toward his master, listening intently to the instructions that will define his role while the army is away. Our protagonist towers over the others as he asks Alvin if he has ever truly experienced the chaos of a battlefield. It is a weighted question that demands more than a simple answer from the veteran warrior. The advisor bows deeply, acknowledging the master's authority and accepting the weight of the responsibility he's been given. The armored warrior watches the scene unfold with a cold, calculating gaze from beneath his spiked helmet. He remains completely silent while processing the gravity of the situation he just walked into. Alvin realizes that while the words spoken were simple, they carried an undeniable power. He can feel the sheer weight of his master's presence pressing down on everyone in the vicinity. A close-up of the general's helmet reveals his focused gaze as he prepares to lead his men into the unknown night. Even with his face partially obscured by his ornate armor, Gisamun's intense determination is clear to anyone looking at him. Even though the master's voice remains low and controlled, every single word is crystal clear to those listening. They understand exactly what is expected of them in the coming hours. The heavy thud of boots hitting the dry earth signals the start of their journey. Every step taken is a promise of the violence that is soon to follow under the starlight. A cold wind whips across the plains as the black-armored rider heads out. The sound of the howling breeze almost drowns out the rhythmic clopping of the horse hooves against the ground. Rows upon rows of disciplined soldiers stand in perfect silence. They are not just men in armor, they are a finely tuned weapon waiting for Gisamun to pull the trigger. Our protagonist looks toward the horizon with a gaze that could pierce through steel. He is searching for his target, and nothing in this world is going to stop him from finding it. Jae-Eung-sam stares in disbelief at the sheer scale of the force Gisamun has managed to assemble. He realizes that this is no longer a simple mission, but the start of a total war. The dragon emblem on his chest plate catches the faint moonlight as he moves. It is a symbol of power that strikes fear into the hearts of any who dare to stand in their way. The massive wooden gates of the fortress groan as they are pushed open. Beyond them lies the open world and the many enemies who have no idea what is coming for them. The elite cavalry riders emerge from the shadows of the gatehouse and into the night. Led by Gisamun, they look like a funeral procession for anyone standing in their path today. Horse hooves kick up clouds of dust as the vanguard moves through the entrance. The scale of this mobilization is staggering, and the silence of the troops makes it even more terrifying. A forest of spears and flags rises toward the sky as the main body of the army follows. They move with a terrifying unity that proves their status as the Empire's finest. Gisamun leads the charge with Jae-Eung-sam and his other lieutenants right by his side. He is thinking about the heavy toll this war will take, and his heart is hardened for it. A massive warhorse clad in heavy black armor thunders across the dry ground toward the heat of battle. Gisamun is not holding anything back as he prepares to crush his enemies under the weight of his cavalry charge. Far away in a small village, the peace is shattered by screams and desperate prayers. The inhabitants are huddled together in terror as they realize their peaceful lives are officially over. Baron Alvin and his companions look down at the settlement from a nearby ridge. He notes that they have successfully gathered all the useless people in one spot while taking the able-bodied ones. With a cold and detached expression, Alvin gives the order to deal with the captives. He has no empathy for these people and sees them as nothing more than obstacles to be cleared. A line of archers steps forward and prepares their fire arrows under the dark sky. Alvin looks on with a bored expression before finally giving the singular command to shoot. The archers pull back their bowstrings in perfect unison as the flames flicker at the tips of their arrows. The glow illuminates their faces with a haunting and hellish light. A volley of fire streaks through the night sky like a swarm of angry hornets. They curve gracefully through the air toward the wooden buildings and the terrified people below. The village is instantly transformed into a blazing inferno as the arrows find their marks. People scramble in every direction, but there is nowhere left to hide from the encroaching heat. The three riders watch the destruction from the safety of the hill. The orange glow of the fire reflects in their eyes as the village continues to burn to the ground. Alvin complains that this particular village was disappointing because it had so few people for them to use. He seems more annoyed by the lack of resources than the loss of life. Fortunately for them, the captives revealed that there are many more villages nearby. They are apparently quite large, which brings a flicker of interest back to Alvin's cold face. The Baron's eyes narrow as he contemplates the next step of their campaign. He is looking for a reason to keep the momentum going, and these new targets are perfect. He looks back at his legion of mercenaries who are standing ready in the darkness. They are eager for their next objective, and Alvin is more than happy to provide them with one. A truly twisted and demonic grin spreads across Alvin's face as he anticipates the coming slaughter. He tells his men that this is going to be a very pleasant hunt for them all. Baron Alvin leads his massive force through the night, his face set in a grim expression. Behind him, an endless sea of soldiers and mounted knights march forward, leaving a trail of destruction and fire in their wake. They are moving with a singular, deadly purpose toward the next target. Looking down from above, the sheer scale of the army is staggering as they move across the open plains. Thousands of troops are perfectly synchronized, flanked by heavy carriages as they approach the distant glow of the horizon. This is not just a skirmish, it is a full-on war. On the other side of the field, Gisamun and his elite warriors prepare for the inevitable collision. They sit atop their horses, watching the horizon with cold eyes while waiting for the order to begin the slaughter. The ground trembles under the weight of thousands of marching boots and armored hooves. Dust clouds rise into the night air as the two forces closely distance. Every step brings them closer to a clash that will reshape everything. The two leaders finally lock eyes across the battlefield as the gap narrows. Gisamun looks on with a cold and focused gaze from beneath his ornate helmet, while Baron Alvin stares back with a ruthless determination to finish this hunt. The night sky hangs heavy over the jagged mountain peaks, filled with an endless sea of stars that offer no warmth to the cold world below. Deep within the dense forest, the silence of the night is shattered by the sound of splintering wood and heavy, rhythmic crashing. Massive gray-skinned feet stomp through the undergrowth, crushing everything in their path as a giant moves through the shadows. It is a two-headed monstrosity, a towering wall of muscle charging through the trees with enough force to level a small village. Close up, those faces are pure nightmare fuel, with tusks jutting out and eyes filled with a primitive, mindless hunger for destruction. Our protagonist stays low in the thick brush with his companion, watching the massive giant stomp off into the woods while praying it didn't catch their scent. One wrong move and they'd be crushed like bugs, making it a total miracle that they managed to stay undetected for this long. Both men finally let out a long, shaky breath they had been holding. They are drenched in sweat, realizing just how close they came to meeting a grisly end. The blond man remains on high alert, his eyes darting around as he senses that the danger is far from over. His instincts are right on the money. A wicked little goblin is lurking nearby, its yellow eyes gleaming with a malicious intent. This nasty little punk is armed with a jagged rock and a grin that says he is about to cause some serious trouble. The realization hits them hard. They have inadvertently wandered straight into the heart of a dangerous monster territory. Yon Gisamun looks over his shoulder as the goblin makes itself known, standing there like it owns the place. Crack, the little bastard actually lands a lucky hit, pegging our boy right in the side of the head with a stone. Yon Gisamun hits the dirt while his companion panics. Meanwhile, the goblin is already preparing to launch another projectile at them. Yon Gisamun isn't taking that hit sitting down and scrambles up fuming, ready to teach this pest a lesson. But as he lunges forward, he realizes the situation is getting way worse because the entire forest seems to be waking up against them. He screams at his friend to snap out of it, but the blond guy is just standing there with a nervous, shaky laugh. His face is pale and dripping with sweat. It is clear that his nerves have completely fried from the sheer stress of the night. Then the darkness itself begins to blink. Dozens of glowing red eyes emerge from the shadows of the trees. It is a full-blown ambush. The companion realizes they are surrounded and jokes that it is too late for any kind of heroic escape. A vast plain under the starlight where a massive army stands ready. In the distance, a village burns into cinders. The aftermath of the battle is a grim sight. The ground is littered with the fallen, victims of a conflict that knows no mercy. Yon Gisamun, now clad in dark, horned armor, stares out at the devastation. His expression is unreadable behind his fierce helm. He remains perfectly still as the smoke from the ruined village drifts across the cold, night air. He finally gives the order to the troops. They will rest here briefly, but they must be prepared for a potential ambush at any moment. Baron Alvin, an old noble man with long gray hair, approaches him while holding up a salvaged arrow as proof of the attacker's identity. The arrowhead is sharp and masterfully crafted. This was not the work of simple bandits, but a coordinated strike. Together, they look out over the burning remains. This level of cruelty is a grim omen for the wars to come. The Baron narrows his eyes, his mind filled with the dark strategies and horrors he has witnessed throughout his long life. He describes the terrifying beasts being used in this campaign, like massive, horned minotaurs that roar with primeval fury. These monsters are being deployed to shatter the gates of grand castles, turning traditional warfare into a literal slaughterhouse. Humanity can be the worst monster sometimes. Fat, cruel merchant is seen leading a bound and broken man away with a rope. The Baron explains the grim reality. The enemy is rounding up peaceful farmers to use as forced labor and disposable slaves. Yon Gisamon is disgusted by the news. He wonders aloud if they really think such dishonorable tactics will lead them to victory. Baron Alvin drops a truth bomb that chills the air. The Heian Kingdom likely does not even care if they win or lose this war. Yon Gisamon is stunned by the revelation. If victory is not the goal, then what kind of madness are they truly planning? The geopolitical landscape of this world is a complete mess, with duchies and empires constantly clashing for every inch of territory. Located right in the middle of two massive empires and a maritime power, the Heian Kingdom has only survived by playing both sides and providing troops to whoever is currently winning. Talk about a dangerous balancing act. Baron Alvin looks absolutely defeated as he delivers a chilling truth to our boy. He explains that victory or defeat does not actually matter to the higher-ups anymore. The old nobleman stares ahead with cold eyes as he reveals the grim reality of the Heian Kingdom. They have become a nation without a soul. Under the vast starry sky, the land looks peaceful, but Baron Alvin describes it as a place that no one is left to protect. Even the symbols of authority and the fine craftsmanship on their gear cannot hide the rot spreading through the kingdom from within. A scout rushes over to deliver critical news to Yon Gisamon and Baron Alvin. Their target has finally been spotted, and it is time to put their plan into action before the enemy has a chance to move again. The soldier reports that there are roughly 600 people total, including about 250 civilians who are being moved toward another location. His face is tight with urgency, as he confirms the prisoners are being herded toward a nearby village like cattle to a slaughterhouse. Yon Gisamon is gripped by a dark resolve as he realizes that tonight is going to be a very long and bloody night. He prepares to lead the charge into the enemy camp, ensuring that none of these monsters survive to see another sunrise. The Heian camp has become a living nightmare where sadistic soldiers are openly abusing the very people they were meant to guard. These captives have lost everything, but their desperate cries for mercy are finally about to be answered by a coming storm of absolute vengeance. One heartless soldier lashes out with his whip, screaming at the bloodied civilians and demanding to know why they even thought they could run away. While the victims suffer, these bastards are actually standing around laughing and enjoying the spectacle like it is some kind of twisted entertainment. The situation gets even worse as the drunken soldiers begin grabbing the terrified women, while the rest of the villagers can only watch and pray for a miracle. A helpless woman clasps her hands together in a final prayer, but a hulking brute just reaches out to snatch her away with a predatory grin. He grabs her by the neck as she screams in terror while her friends huddle together in a vain attempt to protect one another from the monsters. Across the camp, a group of guards stands near the perimeter looking bored and frustrated. One of them lets out a curse as he watches his comrades having their fun while he is stuck on duty. Honestly, these guys are all the same. He complains to his partner that it is unfair they have to pull guard duty without even getting a taste of the captives for themselves. Suddenly, both guards freeze when they hear a strange, rustling sound coming from the dark tree line just outside the camp gates. A low, whistling sound cuts through the night air as something moves rapidly through the thick brush toward the unsuspecting sentries. The relative peace of the valley is about to be completely shattered as the incoming storm of vengeance prepares to strike. The guard peers into the darkness and admits that the silence of the woods is starting to feel a bit eerie and unsettling. His buddy just laughs at him for being a coward, but his mockery is cut short before he can even finish his sentence. He asks how his partner can be so fearful, but his head suddenly snaps back as a projectile slams into his face with lethal precision. Before the other guards can even react, more stones fly out of the darkness and drop them where they stand like sacks of flour. The perimeter is breached in seconds as the sentries collapse with blood spraying into the air. They never even saw their attackers coming. The last guard standing stares in pure horror as his friends fall around him. He tries to raise his spear to defend himself, but his brain just short-circuits from the shock before he crashes to the ground with a heavy thud. 3 guards lie dead in the dirt with arrows or stones sticking out of their heads. The cleanup was clean and efficient. A silent figure marches into the camp with a heavy and purposeful stride, ready to confront the monsters responsible for these atrocities. Yon Gisamun steps into the light wearing his full battle armor, and flanked by a squad of archers who are already aiming at their next targets. Our boy looks absolutely deadly as he surveys the camp, and the fury in his eyes promises a painful end for every soldier here. A soldier carefully holds a carrier pigeon and prepares to send out a message to coordinate the rest of their forces. 2 birds are released into the night sky, and they take flight toward the stars to carry the signal that the operation has begun. The signal flies across the night sky, while the enemy remains blissfully unaware that their executioners have already surrounded the camp and are closing in. From the shadows of the forest, our protagonist watches the enemy tents and prepares to unleash the full weight of his righteous fury. Our protagonist receives word that the escape route is finally locked down. Under the starlit sky, Yon Gisamun prepares for the final push, knowing the enemy has nowhere left to run. Baron Alvin confirms that everything is in place for the ambush. The old noble man stands steady in the forest, waiting for the command that will change the fate of the entire valley. Our protagonist reaches for his blade, thinking that there is no more room for hesitation. He is ready to drench the valley in the blood of his enemies to secure victory. Looking out over his forces, Yon Gisamun realizes that this is the culmination of all their planning. The entire army is a single weapon under his command, ready to strike as one. He thinks to himself that mercy is a luxury they cannot afford tonight. Every fiber of his being is concentrated on the signal that will unleash hell upon his unsuspecting enemies. Bowstrings groan under the weight of hundreds of arrows being pulled back in perfect unison. Among the ranks, Jai Ung Sam can't help but feel the savage thrill of the hunt as he prepares to let loose. The air is heavy with the promise of carnage. The sound of creaking wood fills the air as the archers hold their breath. Every finger is tensed over the string, just waiting for the signal to release a deadly rain of iron. Jai Ung Sam has that crazy look in his eyes again, flashing a jagged grin as he anticipates the coming violence. This dude clearly loves his job way too much. With a single command to fire, the night sky is suddenly filled with a lethal cloud of thousands of arrows. They arc over the mountains like falling stars, destined to rain down destruction on the camp below. Nobody is getting out of this valley alive.